start streaming and recording as well. That's you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's now just after 10 a.m, so I'll now open this inquiry. My name's Christopher Warren. I'm a reporter from the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, the DPEA. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to conduct an inquiry into the application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for the Sanquhar 2 wind farm, comprising of 44 wind turbines on land southwest of Sanquhar. Now, this inquiry is being held because Dumfries and Galloway Council has lodged an objection to the application, which has not been withdrawn. So after the inquiry, I'll prepare a report for ministers, which will include my recommendation on whether consent should be given for the wind farm. The ministers will consider my findings before deciding whether or not to approve the application. Now, before I go any further, can I check, can you all hear me okay? I can only see three faces at the moment. I'm getting thumbs up and nods, so that's good. As with all virtual proceedings, there's always the potential for glitches and gremlins, so please do tell me if you're struggling to hear me or hear anybody else. If the video freezes, that's perhaps not the end of the world, but again, just let me know if we're having problems like that, and we'll see what we can do. Although we might be limited for options. So a few housekeeping points. So please keep your microphone muted unless you're speaking. Observers should keep microphones turned off, please. Now, if you wish to interject at any point, please raise your hand, but if I miss you, because there will be quite a few of you on the screen, if I miss you, then please turn your microphone on and just to get my attention. Phones should be on silent, please. Ideally, that includes any landline phones that are near to you. And finally, please ensure you're sticking to social distancing protocols. So the whole of the inquiry will be conducted virtually, as agreed. Due to the challenges of holding an in-person inquiry presented by the pandemic. It is, however, being live streamed, and the recording will also be on the DPA webcast site should you wish to view it. So by participating today, you're consenting to the recording, storage and use of this material for webcasting, training and for the keeping of records that are accessible by the public. So as you'll recall, or certainly be aware of, I held a pre-inquiry meeting earlier on in the year on the 20th of April, which many of you attended, and that's also available to view on the webcast site. So during that meeting, we discussed and agreed which matters would be subject to either an inquiry or hearing session. We also agreed dates for each of the sessions. So I issued a note of the meeting shortly afterwards, which outlined what was agreed in full and wider matters relevant to the conduct of the inquiry. So there's no need for us to go through any of that again now, other than to confirm that today we'll begin inquiry session 1. So inquiry session 1 is focused on aviation, radar and systems, and we've allowed the full week for this. So I'm expecting to hear evidence from the applicant and from Glasgow Prestwick Airport. Inquiry session 2 will begin on the 18th of October, so that's 2 weeks today, and we'll consider the landscape and visual effects of the proposed wind farm, and we've allowed 3 days. So parties in this session are the applicant, Dumfries and Galloway Council, Stop Sanquhar 2 Objection Group, and Mr Mundell, MSP. Now, in terms of the hearing sessions, I've already circulated an agenda for the first of these sessions. So hearing session 1 will focus on energy and planning policy, and that's scheduled for the Thursday, the 21st of October. Hearing session 2 will focus on the proposed conditions and potential need for a legal agreement, and that's scheduled to be held on Friday, the 22nd of October. So both the inquiry and the hearing sessions form part of the inquiry as a whole, so I'll not formally close the inquiry until the end of hearing session 2. Now, I'll be strictly ensuring that evidence and questioning stays focused on matters that are of direct relevance to each session. There are, of course, a wide range of other issues which I'll need to consider in my report, but my assessment of all other matters will be based on the written submissions already lodged. Has anybody got any questions so far before I move on to ask for appearances? No? Okay. So I now need to confirm the names of those of you who are taking part in the inquiry and hearing sessions. I'm conscious not everybody is represented on this call today, so I will just take appearances as far as I'm able to establish them this morning. For the applicant, Mr. Hardy, please.
Yes, then good morning, sir. So David Hardy, that's Hardy. I am counsel and I'm employed by Squire Patton Boggs. We're planning lawyers based in Leeds. And then one witness to start with, that's Mr. Adam Parkinson. And he is a director with Aegis Aviation, or Aegis, but the aviation business unit of that firm.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Parkinson.
Morning, sir.
And then for Glasgow Prestwick Airport, please. Mr. Brown?
Good morning, sir. Yes,
Good morning.
I am Ewan Brown, and I am counsel employed by Glasgow Prestwick Airport Limited for the purposes of this inquiry.
Good morning, thank you. And Mr. Campbell, please. Good morning. Your microphone's muted, Mr. Campbell. Try now. Yeah, that looks good.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. I'm John Campbell. I'm a Queen's Counsel at the Scottish Bar and a member of the Bar of England and Wales. And I am representing Stop Sanquhar 2 in this inquiry. They are the third-party objector group. You have details of their membership, I think, and also
Yes.
the relevant witnesses' statements. I have no other preliminary matters, and I propose just to listen, but not have my video on for this session.
No problem, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Campbell, you're very welcome to stay on the call, no problem.
Thank you.
So I don't think we've got anybody on the call from Dumfries and Galloway Council, but I'll just check. Please speak now if you are on the call and I can't see you. No. Okay. So I'm expecting Mr. Armstrong, Douglas Armstrong, representing the council. Obviously, they're not participating in inquiry session 1, so their absence is no problem whatsoever. We also have East Ayrshire Council, who will be participating in hearing session 2, which is conditions session, and Mr. Mundell, MSP, will be participating, I believe, in the landscape and visual inquiry session 2. I don't think I've got any gaps in my list that I was expecting, so apart from those, so that's looking good. So each day, I'll just give you an overview of kind of how we're going to run the sessions over the next couple of weeks. So each day, the inquiry will sit until around 4:30 to 5 p.m. With a break for lunch of about an hour. We'll pick a convenient time starting between around 12:30 or 1 o'clock. We'll also have 1 or 2 brief comfort breaks in the middle of the morning and the afternoon. And tomorrow and for the rest of the week, we'll begin at 9:30 a.m, please. On Monday, the 18th of October, the landscape and visual inquiry session will begin at 10 a.m, with subsequent days beginning at 9:30. And the hearing sessions will begin at 10 a.m. on the Thursday and the Friday, respectively. So in terms of the order of evidence, so for today and for the rest of this week in inquiry session 1, it would be helpful to have your views on the intended order of witnesses, the convention being for the applicant's evidence to be heard first. Mr. Hardy, is that appropriate in this instance? And
Yes.
so which order do you intend to call your 3 witnesses?
Yes, outside of this, we had a discussion with the airport. That's certainly the expectation. So Mr. Parkinson first,
Okay.
Mr. Thompson second, and then Mr. Bell third.
That's helpful, thank you. And Mr. Brown, it sounds like you've spoken with Mr. Hardy already about this point. What order would you intend to call your witnesses, please?
Yes, sir. The intention is to start with Steve Sanquhar from the airport, then Philip Smith, again from the airport. There's a bit of uncertainty, sir, about whether Zoe Kilpatrick from the airport will go next or Mr. Kirkland will go next. It depends whether we get as far as having finished Mr. Thompson and Mr. Smith tomorrow. Mr. Kirkland's not available tomorrow, so rather than delay the inquiry, sir, it may be necessary to start with Zoe Kilpatrick tomorrow afternoon and then follow on with Kel Kirkland, and the last witness will be Mr. Doug Fido.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. That's helpful. I'm quite relaxed about which order you present your witnesses, whether it's Ms. Kirkland or sorry, Ms. Kilpatrick or Mr. Kirkland. It doesn't make any difference to me. So happy for you to be flexible about that. So in the landscape and visual inquiry session, evidence will be heard in the following order. So the applicant first, followed by Dumfries and Galloway Council, followed by Stop Sanquhar 2, followed by Mr. Mundell. So each witness will be invited to read their precognition, but I'm happy to take these as read if you wish. If precognitions are being read, though, only those parts of the precognition that are of direct relevance to the inquiry session subject matter should be read out, if it also makes reference to wider matters. Now, any evidence in chief should be limited to picking up any relevant points which have arisen since the precognition was lodged. Now, each witness will then be subject to cross-examination by parties of an opposing view, following which there'll be an opportunity given for re-examination. So in the landscape and visual inquiry session, the obvious order then for cross-examining the applicant's witness would be Dumfries and Galloway Council, followed by Stop Sanquhar 2, followed by Mr. Mundell. So it was agreed at the pre-inquiry meeting that closing statements will be exchanged in writing after the end of proceedings. So the objecting parties will lodge their closing statements first by the 19th of November, followed by the applicant by the 3rd of December. Any questions before I move on? So in terms of site inspections, now I've already made extensive site inspections over the summer. Now this has included most of the representative viewpoints, including in the vicinity of residential properties, hill summits, the affected glens and sections of the Southern Upland Way. I may make further site inspections once I've heard the landscape and visual evidence. Now I would like to make an accompanied site inspection to Craig's Farm Cottage, to Craig's Steading, to Polskyot and to Shinnell Head with the agreement of each of the owners. Now, there would be no need to enter the houses themselves, particularly given the current situation with the pandemic, but just the garden ground. Now, my suggestion would be either or the 27th or 28th of October, with a single representative in attendance for the applicant, the homeowner or occupier if possible, and or the applicable council. I don't need to make those final arrangements now. The case officer, Jane Anderson, will be in contact separately to arrange this. Before we start to hear the evidence, moving into inquiry session 1, are there any questions on matters of procedure or any other matters relating to the inquiry or hearing sessions, including what I've just outlined there in terms of site inspections? No. Okay. In which case, then we'll make a start on inquiry session 1. So when you're ready, Mr. Hardy, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, then, sir. There are a host of documents in this case, and we're trying to steer an efficient way through that. There obviously is the inquiry statement, there is the inquiry report, and then there is the precognition. And it's the precognition clearly that we'll go to, but those other documents clearly important. Then there are the applicant's inquiry documents, and there are also aviation related core documents. So there's a wealth of information. But for present purposes, I'm going to introduce Mr. Parkinson in this way. Mr. Parkinson, is your microphone on?
It is now, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you very much. You've got a paragraph in your precognition 1.2, which I'd like you to read. We obviously know what your name is. Perhaps you could read your qualifications as you go on 1.1 of your precognition. Just read out 1.1.
My name is Adam Keith Parkinson. I hold a Master's of Science degree in Natural Sciences from Cambridge University, in which I specialised in physics.
Thank you. And then 1.2.
I have over 20 years of experience in providing system engineering, safety risk, project management and management consultancy services to aviation clients. I'm currently a director within the Aegis Aviation Business Unit, and I am responsible for overseeing the delivery of all of our aviation consultancy projects In addition to that, as well as providing consultancy services to airports, air navigation service providers, industry and aviation institutions.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to ask you to read your recognition, but before you do that, just want you to expand a little bit on the qualifications and experience section, because I think that's helpful, given that we've got one technical witness, as it were. So, first of all, your career, those things during your career which you consider to be relevant to the evidence for this inquiry. I'd like you to expand on that, please.
Sure. So I think in sort of direct relevance to this particular inquiry, obviously in relation to the impact of wind farms on aviation radar systems. Early on in my career, I worked for NATS, so that's the UK en route air traffic service provider, as a radar system engineer. And subsequent to that, I've continued to work in the surveillance the radar surveillance area. I've supported Eurocontrol, which is a European kind of institute for coordinating aviation development in Europe. I've supported them in the development of guidelines for assessing the impact of wind turbines on surveillance sensors. I've also supported them in developing their surveillance system performance specification. In addition to that, I've also developed surveillance performance prediction tools for them as well. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was just taking a break. Shall I continue? Or?
Carry on, Mr. Parkinson.
So actually the last 10 years in particular, I've also been leading development of safety cases for the implementation of radars systems at military air bases in Switzerland. Within the UK, I've supported the procurement of a new wind farm tolerant radar on behalf of a UK airport operator. And specifically for the applicant Community Wind Power, I've been leading due diligence assessments sort of for them, looking at the potential impact of the wind farm developments on aviation.
Thank you. And then just bringing those points together in terms of your day-to-day consultancy responsibilities, I want you just to give a flavour of those to the inquiry. There's lots of things you've done in the past. What do you do on a day-to-day basis now?
Sure. So, I mean, generally, I provide advice across a range of topics. It's normally both operational topics, technical topics, safety topics I've already mentioned, but also sort of business and management topics for aviation organisations. And very much from my system engineering background, I look to bring expertise from all of those areas to help kind of make business decisions effectively. So very much having to work with experts in different areas, spent a lot of time working with air traffic controllers and kind of engineers, air traffic control engineers. I try to understand their expertise, but put it into the context of the kind of business question that's being asked, to try and sort of cut through the detail to work out the kind of key points and try and put it in simple terms, really, in terms of how it affects a particular business decision, and then to use that to obviously create an argument for a particular business decision.
Okay, well, that's very helpful for present purposes. Now, we're going to go to your recognition. One document I didn't mention in the at the outset was the statement of agreed matters. Of course, there's a lot of common ground, so we do need to be aware of that as well. But if we take your recognition, I'm going to ask you to read it because I think it's probably the most efficient way of summarising the case. So, scope of evidence. If you'll read 2.1, please.
The applicant's inquiry statement provided notice that evidence would be led on the following matters: GPA's Thermoscanter 4002, or TS 4002 for short, primary surveillance radar, PSR for short, system and associated air traffic services will not be adversely impacted by the proposed development, and the only mitigation required is the safety assurance activities required to demonstrate that the TS 4002 is meeting the 90% probability of detection operational requirements. GPA's objection on the grounds of the impact on the GPA PSR could be removed once the necessary assurance activities are secured. There is no impact on the performance of the instrument landing system, or ILS for short, or the safety of ILS operations, and no mitigation is required in respect of Glasgow Prestwick's ILS, and therefore no basis for Glasgow Prestwick continuing to object on the grounds of the potential impact on the ILS. There are no identifiable future costs or risks to Glasgow Prestwick related to the proposed developments. that are over and above the normal commercial costs and risks Glasgow Prestwick would be expected to bear and manage. And the safety of Glasgow Prestwick's air traffic services and operations, including instrument flight procedures, will not be impacted.
You then read on 2.2.
This scope is also set against the background conclusions made in my detailed inquiry report, which also presents an assessment of the specific impact on Glasgow Prestwick operations of the potential issues highlighted by Glasgow Prestwick in its inquiry statement. I conclude that there is no evidence that any of these issues would have a material impact on the operations at Glasgow Prestwick, or the ability of the TS 4002 to meet and exceed industry standard performance requirements. Therefore, there is no residual operational impact in the airspace above or in the vicinity of the proposed development, and other than the safety assurance activities articulated in Section 7, no further mitigation is required.
Thank you. That, in summary, as you will understand, sir, is the subject of a proposed condition. I hope that that has found its way to you. So that was circulated, I think, at 15:45 by Mr. Campbell. So there.
I have seen it. Yes, thank you.
Yes. And have you seen the response from GPA?
I have.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in short, the mitigation which is accepted is limited, but the proposal from the applicant is a condition to enter into a binding obligation, Mr. Parkinson, to provide that which you say it should. Is that the long and short of it?
Sorry, could you just repeat that for me, Mr. Hardy?
Yes. The condition circulated by the applicant is to enter into a binding obligation to pay for limited mitigation, which you say is necessary. I'm putting it very colloquially. Is that the long and short of it?
Yes, that is. Yes, that is correct.
Just to put a bit more flesh on that, could you then turn to Section 3, impact on the safety of ATS using PSR, and read that?
Okay, so at the time of the construction of the proposed development, the GPA PSR will be a TS 4002. It is used to provide radar services to aircraft in the vicinity of GPA, the most demanding of which is the radar separation service, which has a requirement of 90% probability of detection. To provide the radar separation service, the data from the TS 4002 is combined with secondary surveillance radar, or SSR, data, which is more accurate than PSR data and contains additional data items such as aircraft identity and altitude. It is also understood that GPA is authorized to use SSR only in the event of PSR failure, a fallback procedure that is common at many airports. GPA procured the TS 4002 as a modern wind farm tolerant PSR to meet its operational needs and to replace its aging Watchman S511 that has reached the end of its usable life. The TS 4002 forms part of GPA's wind farm radar mitigation system, and GPA would have made their procurement decision in order to minimise the business risk in line with the guidance in CAP 670 SIR 13A, which is core document 13.1. Up to 12 turbines in the proposed development will be visible to the TS 4002. GPA's analysis indicates that up to 15 turbines may be visible. In either case, the performance of the TS 4002 will be sufficient to achieve GPA's stated operational requirement for 90% probability of detection, and therefore the safety of GPA's ATS will not be affected. The TS 4002 is inherently designed to be wind farm tolerant to achieve industry standard radar performance requirements, mitigating the effects of wind farms commonly observed on non-wind farm tolerant radars, such as increased clutter, track seduction, and false tracks. The TS 4002 is a mature solution that's been adopted as a common wind farm tolerant airport PSR and is already in operational use at Glasgow, Edinburgh, Newcastle, Teesside, Liverpool, and Chester Hobwarden airports. Evidence from publicly available trial data with an early version of the TS 4002 in 2014-15 and conducted at airports with high clutter environments demonstrates its ability to meet and exceed industry standard radar performance requirements and GPA's stated requirement of 90% probability of detection. The more recent version of the TS 4002 used by GPA is expected to have better performance still than the version used in the publicly available trials. The GPA TS 4002 is achieving the minimum required 90% probability of detection in the vicinity of existing wind farms. Using a modelling approach similar to that used by Terma, it is calculated that the TS4002 will achieve a minimum probability of detection performance of 92% in the vicinity of the proposed developments. The TS4002 capacity has sufficient capacity to accommodate all current and known planned wind farms, while still having spare capacity to accommodate future traffic growth at GPA, as well as future wind farm developments.
Thank you very much. Then section 4, you move on to no additional future business risk. So could you read between 4.1 and 4.3?
I have conducted an assessment of whether the proposed development also poses any specific future risk to GPA. Future risk would manifest itself in terms of increased costs or a limitation in the future development, e.g. expansion of the airport, as a direct result of the proposed development. The assessment of future risk considered risk of failure of the TS4002, risk that the TS4002 lifespan is significantly shorter than alternative PSRs, risk that the TS4002 through life costs are significantly greater than alternative PSRs, risk that the TS4002 capacity to accommodate future traffic growth is significantly less than alternative PSRs, and risk that no suitable replacement exists on the market when the TS4002 reaches its end of life. The assessment found that there is no evidence that the proposed development will cause or increase any identifiable future risks or costs for GPA, or limit the development of the airport in the foreseeable future.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Parkinson, the airport has produced its table of cost and risks. And just to flag that up, let's see that as being a central document for this session. We'll come back to that in due course. That covers that sort of ground. Okay, section 5 then, the impact or absence of impact on the safety of the ILS operations.
An ILS is a safety critical system that provides accurate vertical and lateral guidance to aircraft on approach to GPA from approximately 3,000 foot in altitude and 9 nautical miles or 16.7 kilometers to the threshold of GPA runway 30. There are 13 wind turbines in the proposed developments that will be visible to the ILS. Proposed development is 37.6 kilometers away from the GPA ILS and falls outside the extended 34-kilometer safeguarding area defined in CAP 670, section Gen 01, within which the local planning authority should consult with GPA for any impact on ILS approaches. The proposed development is also outside the minimum required operational range of the ILS of 33.3 kilometers, defined in ICAO Annex 10, Volume 1. Notwithstanding the fact that there are no national or international regulations that require an assessment of the interference of the proposed development on the ILS, and GPA have not provided any evidence of interference, an interference assessment was carried out to verify there would be no impact. The assessment demonstrated that any possible interference would be at least 15 times below the maximum allowable interference defined in international standards, which is called document 1327. The assessment also demonstrated that even if there was interference, it would not impact the safety of GPA's ILS operations.
Thank you very much. Then short section 6, that's impact on the safety of the IFPs.
The only IFP in the vicinity of the proposed development is the alternative ILS approach to runway 30 that passes over the wind farm. There is more than 3,000 foot clearance between the tip height of the highest turbine and the altitude of the published procedure, which is greater than the 1,000 foot clearance required by international standards on the construction of visual and instrument flight procedures, which is applicant document 118.
Thank you very much. Then 7, necessary mitigation actions to provide evidence for aviation safety assurance. Section 7.
So international regulations require that any change that has an impact on the safety of aerodrome operations, or ATS, shall be subject to a risk assessment and mitigation process to support its safe introduction and operation. The result of the assessment should be documented, and this is typically achieved by developing a safety case. The safety case provides all the documentation and references necessary to demonstrate that a new system or change is tolerably safe and risk has been reduced as low as reasonably practical. In line with these requirements, the safety case will have been completed for the operational implementation of the TS4002, showing that it can support the safe provision of ATS at GPA in the presence of existing wind turbines. This will be based on its ability to meet the operational requirement for 90% probability of detection. With the implementation of the proposed development, GPA will carry out safety assurance activities to demonstrate to itself and the Civil Aviation Authority that its ATS operations continue to be safe. The output from these safety assurance activities will provide additional evidence to support the original TS4002 safety case. Therefore, the only mitigation actions required for the proposed development are the necessary safety assurance activities to confirm that the TS 4002 will meet the 90% probability detection requirements. These actions are formal theoretical modelling by Terma of the performance of the TS 4002 over the proposed development, minor configuration optimization of the TS 4002 to optimize its performance in the vicinity of the proposed development, and a performance assessment of the TS 4002 over the proposed development to demonstrate the achieved performance. It is not necessary or proportionate to the level of residual risk to specify any additional mitigation steps. Based on previous Aegis experience and applicant information, the costs of these identified mitigation steps are expected to be no more than £60,000.
Thank you very much. And then section 8, your conclusion.
On this basis, I respectfully invite the reporter to accept my evidence and conclusions that there is no impact of the proposed development on the safety of ATS operations using the GPA PSR. The only mitigation required is to provide evidence that the continued safety of ATS at GPA has been assured, and this would consist of Terma modelling, minor TS 4002 optimization, and a performance assessment once the proposed development is built. Cost for these activities would not be expected to exceed £60,000. Proposed development does not pose any safety risks to the GPA IFPs. There is no impact on the safety of ILS operations to runway 30 at GPA, and there is no additional business risk to GPA. Given that the applicant has agreed to pay for the necessary mitigation steps identified above, expected to not exceed £60,000, there is no basis for GPA continuing to object to the proposed development.
Very grateful for that. So that's your recognition, Mr. Parkinson. Now, in terms of supplementary matters, things which have arisen since, there are 11 short matters that I want to deal with, and then there is the question of the table of cost and risk, which is CD 19.76, to which I've already made reference. So that's where we're going to go. So the first of those matters, so we're not going to go to the table just yet. I meant as in we will go to that. So not immediately. Right, the first of those questions then, supplementary matters, Mr. Parkinson, location of the development and the potential impact on GPA's operations relying on the GPA PSR. Just want your comments on that, really, in summary form.
Okay, so the location of the proposed development is actually outside of the controlled airspace, Glasgow Prestwick's controlled airspace. And just as a quick summary, controlled airspace is the region of airspace where the air traffic control organisation is providing direct control of aircraft, and aircraft effectively have to obey their instructions. And then there's uncontrolled airspace where pilots are kind of free to fly where they want, do not have to contact air traffic control, and are responsible for their own separation from other aircraft. So the proposed development is outside of the Glasgow Prestwick controlled airspace. The airspace immediately above it is uncontrolled, up to 5,500 feet. And above that is the Scottish TMA Sector 2 controlled airspace, which is controlled from the Prestwick Air Traffic Control Centre. However, it's understood that some of that airspace is delegated to Glasgow Prestwick. And I think it's very common practice for Glasgow Prestwick to control airspace on approach to runway 30 in that portion of airspace. And again, this is quite typical for adjacent air traffic control units to perhaps have a local agreement in terms of how they manage the handover of traffic between them to ensure an efficient flow of traffic. So although the proposed development is not located in controlled airspace that's directly the responsibility of Glasgow Prestwick, it's accepted that they are providing radar services in the region of airspace around the proposed development.
Probably will do by way of a summary, Mr. Parkinson. So I think from your documents, the proposed development outside GPA's controlled airspace, but an operationally important area. Is that what the reporter needs to take from that?
Yes, so one of the key points is that it is on an approach route, directly under an approach route into runway 30, and clearly this is an operationally important area to Glasgow Prestwick, and again, no one is disputing that fact that it is an operationally important area to Glasgow Prestwick, and they need to ensure the safety of the air traffic services in that area, particularly for the arriving and departing aircraft under their control.
Okay, question 2 then, again in summary form, the surveillance infrastructure at GPA. Just give a thumbnail, please, for the reporter of what he needs to know.
So my understanding is what they currently have is a rather old primary surveillance radar called the Watchman S511. And that, I guess in a very, very quick snapshot, I think everyone's tried to explain primary surveillance radar and secondary surveillance radar in the reports, but perhaps quickly recap. So primary radar is the sort of the basic radar technology, which is about sending out a radio wave and it's bouncing back off objects. The advantage of it is that it can see anything, so you don't need any particular equipage on an aircraft. The disadvantage is clutter. Effectively, you get replies from things that you don't want to see as well. And that's supplemented at Glasgow Prestwick with a secondary surveillance radar data feed from a NATS radar at Lowther Hill, which is it's not on the airport site. So secondary surveillance radar tends to be more accurate than primary surveillance radar. It's based on the aircraft having a transponder on it. So it's based on an interrogation of the aircraft and the aircraft replying. And the benefit of SSR, one of the benefits of SSR, is it gives you the aircraft identity and altitude, which is obviously clearly important for the safe and efficient flow of air traffic. So that's the current setup, but obviously understand that as I said, the Watchman is reaching the end of its life. It's obviously, I'm sure you're aware from all the documentation, it's subject to the clutter, particularly from the surrounding wind farms. Back in 2015, Glasgow Prestwick set out to procure a new radar, which would be the Terma Scanter 4002, to replace the Watchman S511 as its primary surveillance radar. So at the time of the proposed development, when the proposed development is going to be built, our understanding is that the surveillance infrastructure will be the Terma Scanter 4002. It will be combined still with the radar data from Lowther Hill, the SSR radar data. And Glasgow Prestwick have also procured a new, what's called a multi-radar tracker. So this allows them to combine data from different surveillance sources, different radar sources, to provide one single composite picture to the controllers, and a surveillance data processor, which allows them to actually select different sources of data. So they have the ability to either select the composite multi-radar tracker display, or potentially even sort of individual display. So for example, the Terma Scanter display of data on its own. And that's what we understand the surveillance infrastructure will be at the time the proposed development is going to be built.
You're the first witness on dealing with aviation matters. So just to introduce the Terma Scanter that I think you describe as a modern PSR, what are its inherent characteristics, again in summary form?
So as I briefly alluded to, the strength, a primary surveillance radar's greatest strength is also its greatest weakness, and that it can see everything. So clutter and primary radars have always gone kind of hand in hand. So in the very early days of primary surveillance radar, the clutter was provided on the controller display. Over the years, technology has improved to be able to kind of remove that clutter that the controller doesn't want to see, which could be from buildings, hills, and the such like, so they can focus just on the aircraft returns, which is what they're interested in. And the Terma Scanter is effectively the next evolution of the primary surveillance radar technology. It originated from technology that Terma had designed for the maritime environment, where actually the clutter problem is harder to solve because of the problems from the sea and a changing kind of clutter environment. And they've adapted it for the aviation environment, and specifically for the challenge that wind farms were presenting to the existing primary surveillance radars. So wind farms also obviously reflect radio waves, so they present a new challenge to the primary surveillance radars, and in particular they were defeating the processing techniques that have been employed up to now. So one of the techniques that had been used to distinguish aircraft from other objects that weren't of interest to the controller was to basically look for movement. So an aircraft moves, other things tend to be static, and it was using that property to be able to distinguish between the two. The challenge that wind farms present is that they have moving blades, and to the current kind of primary surveillance radars, it makes it look like an aircraft, and therefore generating clutter or false tracks onto a radar display, which the controller doesn't want to see. The thermoscanter has inherent capabilities that allow it to mitigate that problem. So it does that by basically being a higher resolution, having a higher resolution compared to other radars, primary surveillance radars in use today, because it's operating at a higher frequency. And it also has advanced processing techniques, so making use of the advances in processing powers, taking their experience from the maritime environment to provide a way of minimizing the impact from the wind turbines and preventing it from being displayed to the controller, while still maintaining the high probability of detection required by the controllers to do their day-to-day job.
That's helpful. No doubt we'll come back to that in more detail in questioning. In terms of the combination, so the architecture that you've got at GPR, GPA is going to have, can you give your view on whether that is common, uncommon, please?
Yes, it's a very common architecture. I mean, if I was to walk into sort of any airport and I saw that as an architecture, I wouldn't think anything of it. It's an architecture I've seen at other airports. And it's a very flexible architecture in terms of allowing them to expand their surveillance infrastructure if they want to in the future.
Thank you. And then a follow-up question really is the impact that the proposed development might have on the terma. So again, in summary form, what is the potential impact that the turbines might have?
So, I mean, there are a lot of potential technical impacts that a wind farm can have on a radar, and these are well documented in the UK sort of CAA guidance around surveillance systems and wind turbines. But actually, I don't think it's that relevant to go into that detail, because ultimately it's about the impact on the controller. So, it's about is the thermoscanter still able to prevent the display of the clutter associated with the turbines to the controller, while at the same time ensuring the probability of detection requirement is met. And ultimately, that's all that it needs to do. There is some optimization that's required when setting up the radar, and particularly a new wind farm, to make sure that it can do that. But ultimately, if it can meet the 90% probability of detection requirement and minimize the amount of clutter provided to the controller display, then that's what's most important in terms of looking at the air traffic service operational impact.
So just picking up on that, if I was to ask you to give a bullet point list of the key performance characteristics or the key performance requirements from a controller's point of view, what would that be?
So, I mean, it would be minimization of clutter, particularly in operationally important areas. Minimization of false tracks. So the cluster and false tracks are very related. But a false track is where the aircraft basically believes that there is an aircraft, and it's then outputting it to the controller in the same way, as it would an aircraft. And to the controller, they have to treat it as unknown traffic. So it's minimization of that. I don't think it's for a primary radar, it's almost impossible to get rid of that altogether. It's just one of those facts of life of a primary surveillance radar, that it would inherently be inherently there's likely to be some level of false track, but you want to minimize it as much as possible. Probability of detection is the key requirement, and the commonly accepted requirement for the radar separation service, both in the UK and around Europe, is 90% probability of detection. Clearly, there are accuracy requirements in terms of the position accuracy, and actually they are predominantly the main key performance requirements.
So the controller wants to remove as much clutter from non-aircraft objects as possible. If that's the aim, you've talked about, I think you've used a frame, inherent characteristics of the terma. So what does that? How does that link to the proposition? What is the terma in terms of those inherent characteristics? how does that assist in meeting those bullet point criteria for the controller?
So I think briefly explaining how the Terma works is it basically tracks, it knows the locations of the turbines and effectively internally tracks them, and it basically just doesn't output those tracks generated from the wind turbines to the controller display. In doing that, there is a small reduction in the probability of detection. So particularly for aircraft, basically over a turbine, you won't get a detection. You know, that can be for many different technical reasons, but in the end, I think Terma, do state quite clearly that their approach is to minimize that area where you can't detect the aircraft to be as small as possible, and therefore minimize the potential reduction in the maximum achievable probability of detection as much as possible, so that the requirement of 90% probability of detection can still be reached. As I said, it does that by minimizing those areas where it won't be able to detect the aircraft, because it effectively will have merged with the wind turbine return, to be as small as possible and to be able to see in between the turbines.
That's a helpful, I think, description of that balance, the thing that you're trying to achieve. You used a term suppression. I just want to understand, so just explain that in this context. What do you mean by inherent suppression characteristics?
So it's, as I said, the wind turbines will be generating a track inside the Terma radar, and the Terma radar will kind of keep that track. So normally when it generates a track, it would be output towards the radar display. In this case, those particular tracks associated with the wind turbines will be suppressed, for want of a better word, from being output to the display, but they're still being internally within the turbine. The Terma, it's still tracking the turbine location. It's just decided that that's come from the turbine and therefore not sending it to the controller display.
That's useful. Just as a high level description. Next question then is really to do with safety. Now it's common ground. Don't need to go to the CAP document, but safety is paramount. This is an airport, an aviation interest, Mr. Parkinson. So I'm just interested in your view on whether there will be an impact on the safety of GPA's ATS services that rely on the PSR.
So my opinion is no, there won't, and that's kind of predicated on the fact that the 90% probability of detection will be met. So that sort of 90% probability of detection requirement has been sort of derived, across the industry, as an acceptably safe level of performance for primary surveillance radar.
No doubt we'll come back to that in cross-examination as well. Next question. So taking that 90% threshold, that being the target, what is the uncertainty or risk as you see it in the Terma actually achieving a 90% PD, a 90% probability of detection?
So while when you implement a radar into a new environment, it will obviously be dependent on that environment, the actual performance, because each environment will be unique. All of the evidence that's kind of available that I've been able to see suggests that it will be able to achieve that 90% probability of detection. And in fact, the kind of trial data that we've seen shows that it exceeds that 90% sort of quite significantly, and it's certainly its baseline performance is far better than the kind of previous generation of primary surveillance radars. And as part of the process for kind of optimizing, Terma also carry out modeling of the performance, the theoretical performance, or the worst case theoretical performance that they would expect to see based on a particular wind farm area. And when combined with the kind of baseline performance of the radar, it allows them to say with a high degree of confidence what the actual performance of the Terma will be prior to any wind farm actually being developed.
Okay, now tell us a little bit about Terma. You tell us, or you've already told us, that it's a mature technology. I think you said it originated in the maritime environment, and that potentially was more demanding. But what about in terms of the change that's been made by Terma to make that a wind farm tolerant system? What can you tell the reporter there?
I think the main thing is that mean, I guess they first started publishing kind of initial flight trial results, sort of a prototype system back in 2012. So sort of 9 years ago, when they were adapting this maritime model to address the problem of wind turbines. In particular, there was a trial in the US, a very early trial in the US, and again, they were using that to kind of optimize their design. The flight trial data that publicly available flight trial data that I will refer to is back from 2014-15, from a CAA sponsored trial together with NATS. And NATS over the last, I think, 5 or 6 years have really begun supporting the term Muscanta 4002 as a wind farm mitigation solution. And the results of those trials were very, very positive. As I said, I think a precognition that it was with an early version of it was a prototype version of the term Muscanta still. And they've made further developments to it since then. And it's now obviously in operation at different airports in the UK, including at Teesside, where it's operating as a standalone primary surveillance radar of the airport, which would be very similar to the way in which Glasgow Prestwick intend to use it.
And in terms of other airports, so even if it's not standalone, is it in operation? Is it being used where there are wind farms present?
Yes, so I said, I think it was Glasgow, Edinburgh, Newcastle, Chester, Hawarden, and Liverpool airports from top of my memory.
Now, it may be that this is not going to be in dispute. I don't know, Mr. Parkinson, but have you read the cross-examination evidence from the Clockery inquiry?
Yes.
We'll come back to that in this session. But in terms of the evidence available to suggest that a 90% probability of detection rate will be sustained, drawing all the strands together, the evidence and what you've heard GPA say about it, what is your evidence to this report on the degree of confidence that you have that a 90% PD rate would be sustained?
So from what I understand from the Clockery inquiry and both, I think, confirmed in the precognitions, I believe, all the statements from GPA, that it's the term Muscanta at Glasgow Prestwick is already achieving greater than 90% probability detection with the wind farms that are already present and within line of sight of the radar. So I think that, together with, from my opinion, sort of the overwhelming evidence from flight trial data and the fact that it's been successfully operationally implemented at other UK airports as a wind farm mitigation solution, leads me to believe that, in my opinion, this is what it's designed to do, and Terma are confident in its ability to do it, and all the evidence that's available suggests that with the right optimization, that it will achieve and probably exceed the 90% probability detection.
Okay, now in the precognitions from the airport, there are a couple of specific points that I want you to deal with. One of those is the point, well, look, the airports say these are much bigger turbines. So what's gone before on those operational sites, they're smaller models. So what's the impact potentially of a larger wind turbine? Does that make any difference in your view?
So there is a technical level, there's a difference, but there's nothing magic about a bigger wind turbine. Effectively, it just has what's known as a bigger radar cross section, so it reflects more power back towards the radar. But I don't think there's any inherent risk in understanding it will behave in that situation. It's a bit like saying, well, we don't know how the radar is going to behave because we've got a bigger aircraft. Basically, it means we'll get a stronger return and actually probably make it easier for the Terma to actually track the wind turbine locations.
I was just going to ask that. So just in simple terms, so radar cross-section, the RCS, yes. If the RCS is bigger, does that mean it's easier for the radar to see the object or harder?
So it will make it easier to see the object. The flip side to that is if it's not the object you want, it means it obviously can mask a smaller object, which might be what you want. But as I said before, already identified that the way the Terma works is you recognize that where you've got a wind turbine, it might hide the aircraft. but it works by minimizing that area as much as possible. And the thermal modeling they do in terms of working out how much, as I said, the ideal probability of detection would be reduced, that sort of effect would be taken into account in that calculation.
One of the other points that's made by the airport is about density. So the airport is saying, well, look, here it's important that the density of the turbines is high. So I'm interested in how that works, and what's your view in relation to this, in relation to the proposed development?
So, I mean, in terms of the potential impact on the reduction, potential impacts on the probability of detection, I think it's not necessarily the turbine size that's the critical factor. It's actually the density of the turbines, how closely they are together, and therefore kind of how much of that area would be sort of taken away by the sort of turbines, and the fact that you will lose some detection immediately over them and immediately in the area around them. And actually with bigger turbines, they tend to be spaced further apart from what I've seen and from what I understand. So, you know, actually having a wind farm with bigger turbines and more spaced apart actually may benefit the turbine in a way, because it can easily see in between them.
So in relation to some of the smaller farms, the old historic farms where you might have had a large number of smaller turbines which are more densely packed, how, if you have larger turbines which are further apart, how does that shake itself out?
Well, I mean, I would have to actually sit down and sort of do the calculation based on the turbine dimensions, but it's not, doesn't necessarily follow that bigger turbines will have a bigger reduction in the probability of detection. As I said, it will depend on the actual size of the turbines and how densely close they are.
And of course, the modeling's been done. We can
Yes.
just trying to keep it at fairly high level at this at these early stages. Okay, just shadowing, precognition again from the airport.
Yep.
Shadowing highlighted as a potential impact. Could you just give a thumbnail on that, please?
Yes. So I think the idea of shadowing is probably sort of quite straightforward. The typical analogy is like shining a light on an object, and the fact that if you've got an object in the way, there will be a shadow area behind it. So again, one of the potential impacts is actually sort of in the area behind the turbines, you might have a sort of shadowing effect, which would reduce the probability of detection. So not only immediately over the turbines, but also behind the turbines. However, again, the Terma Scanter 4002, the impact of shadowing will be much less compared to compared to existing primary surveillance radars. Again, because it's higher resolution and it's higher frequency that it uses, and there are some calculations in I think the Eurocontrol guidelines on the impact of wind farms that allow you to do very simple broad brush calculations on the width of the shadow zone, and effectively that's proportional to the wavelength of the radio wave. So the smaller the wavelength, the smaller the shadow width.
I think there may be, is that a fire test? I think we're all right, we're safe.
Numbers running out.
So just to bring that together, in terms of an ability to, you described as shining a torch, and I'm holding a torch, and you shine, is that a sort of an ability to see between turbines? Is that what shadow is about?
So I think with the Terma Scanter it does, whereas actually older primary surveillance radars might not have had that same ability. So it would have appeared more like a solid object, the whole wind farm. But with the Terma Scanter, because of its high resolution, can effectively see between. In fact, due to things like kind of, it doesn't act as a solid block, and you get kind of refraction and diffraction effects. Effectively, the beams can bend round and recombine behind the turbines, and I think you can almost use the shining torch analogy again, that often you get some light kind of creeping around the edges of an object, and so the impact of shadowing would be greatly reduced with the Terma Scanter. I mean, we've seen some of our other work in doing radar procurements where we've had to engage with Terma. We've seen presentations that they're given on their performance and actually ability to detect aircraft immediately behind the the wind turbines in the theoretical shadow zone, showing that it has, again, an ability to mitigate that impact.
Now there's some calculations. We're not going to go to those now. Mr. Fido's got some calculators in his report, but we'll come. We'll leave that. We'll leave that there for now. Next question. Question 5 then is, what mitigation activities, if any, are required that are directly related to the radar and to the proposed development?
So, obviously, we're taking as read that when the proposed development is built, the thermoscanter will be operational and optimized for the current environment in which it's working in. So when you build a new wind farm, it will change the operational environment. It's introducing new objects into it that could affect the performance of the thermoscanter. And without optimization, that might lead to clutter on the radar, the controller's display, which, as we said, is not desirable. So there are actions that need to be done specific to a new wind farm being built. And the first of those is to conduct the Terma modeling, which I refer to, which is where Terma will carry out the sort of theoretical reduction in probability detection that the wind farm would actually sort of generate. And that's combined with the current performance of the radar in that area without the wind farm there, in order to make an estimate of the probability of detection once the wind farm is there. Terma described that modelling as like a worst case Terma reduction factor. And I note that GPA in their inquiry statement obviously highlighted that once you've done that modelling, it gives you high confidence in the ability of the Terma, the performance of the Terma post wind farm construction. Then once you've done that, the Terma engineers will need to optimise the configuration of the thermoscanter 4002 to be able to successfully suppress the tracks that will be generated by the wind turbines that I mentioned before. So there is some configuration and optimization, but I mean, that's standard for any PSR, that you'll need optimization and configuration for the environment in which it's working in. It's obviously therefore a standard activity for the thermoscanter because it's designed to mitigate the effects of these wind turbines. And then once that optimization is done, the final activity that's needed is a flight trial, which is in accordance with the UK CAA regulations, that you need to do a flight trial to actually obviously verify its performance once the proposed turbines are built, and that flight trial evidence be used effectively to show you that the safety case that's already been developed, that the requirements that were identified as part of that safety case, that you're still meeting them.
So effectively, they've got those 3 items. That's where the common ground is, Mr. Parkinson. That's where those safety assurance actions are agreed to be reasonable and required. And so far as your evidence is concerned, they are the only mitigation actions required. What's then in dispute is the subject of is really the subject of this inquiry, or the meat of the inquiry, which is future risk, and we'll come on to that in a second. Costs. So costs of the mitigation activities that you say are reasonable and necessary. What are then, have you?
So our estimate is that they would be sort of up to £60,000 worth of costs. This is partly based on information provided by GPA to Community Wind Power and then given to us in relation to the Terma modelling and optimisation, I believe, that would cost in the approximately sort of £20,000. Then there's the cost of the flight trial, which is an estimate that we've made, or I've made with my colleagues who have run flight trials before, that estimated that would be between sort of £20,000 and £40,000, depending on how extensive that final flight trial needs to be.
Thank you. And those of us that don't live in the aviation world, just to give us an idea of what optimization might involve, is that something that's done on site? Is it done remotely? Is it how many people are involved? Just give the reporter a flavour of how that might be done by Terma.
So I would expect it to be sort of done on site. It's typical when doing kind of a radar installation optimization. The engineers would come on site. to do that, there would be potentially trialing different parameters, partly based on their experience and how the radar is operating in that particular environment. So the configuration required would be very specific to each type of radar. I mean, it's why you would need the Terma engineer to be there, because they'd have the greatest experience. And it could be, I guess in my estimate, it could be anything from a few days to maybe a couple of weeks, depending on what they find, but certainly in correspondence sort of with us again on other projects in describing optimization, Terma have described it as minor, certainly in the sense that it's part of kind of what they need to do, and you need to do for any PSR and optimizing it in an environment.
Yes, I think there's an example. We're not going to go to it now, but maybe taken up in question. But there's an example in the GPA evidence of optimization of an offshore wind farm, which is I think described as 2 or 3 days work by Terma. Okay, question then. If we turn to future risk, that is all the sort of common material. Does the proposed development introduce any future risk in your view that need to be mitigated by, or ought to be mitigated by, the proposed development?
In my opinion, no, it doesn't. I mean, I said I did look at future risks. In particular, Glasgow Prestwick have, given the situation, procured a wind farm tolerant radar. So they were, arguably some of the other, certainly what they used to buy in the past was no longer a suitable solution. But what I've looked at is, is the Terma radar actually significantly different from previous radars? And in terms of its high level architecture, basic architecture, it's pretty much the same at a very high level. I think it is just, for me, it's just an evolution of primary radar technology. Terma are a recognized manufacturer. They've been around for 50 or 60 years, so they've got a long track record. So I think there's no new risks, no significantly different risks with kind of using the Terma primary surveillance radar as opposed to any other primary surveillance radar, in terms of things like its how long you'd expect it to last, the ongoing maintenance costs. There will always be ongoing maintenance costs of any radar. Components will need to be replaced over the lifetime of the radar, and that would normally be subject to a maintenance agreement between the manufacturer and the airports. See no particular reason why the reliability of the system would be any different to any other type of primary surveillance radar. So from that point of view, yes, it's a new technology, but I don't see any significant risks in using that technology. As I said, there are other airports now doing it, now implementing it. It's operational. The technology has been in development for a long time. There's a long track record, obviously, in terms of probably things about the reliability of the components, because originally they were started producing this model back in 2007. And once the radar is optimized for the wind farm, again, Terma have confirmed that there's no further optimization needed specific to the wind farm itself. So there's no reason why the performance would change because of the wind farm. I mean, you might have a change in performance over time, but that could be for other things like weather or components perhaps needing replacing. But again, that's part of the kind of maintenance life cycle of a radar and a normal radar that you would expect.
So a few matters coming out of that, because we're getting really to the heart of this, what's in issue in this inquiry. The Terma, in terms of its as a bit of kit, is that something which is a composite whole that would have to be replaced, or is it more modular in its design if you need to change parts of it?
So its design is modular. I mean, obviously this is the way the world is going. So in that sense, its architecture certainly facilitates the easy replacement and upgrade of components. So yeah, I mean, again, I see it's just in line with typical industry best practices at the moment, in that sense, in terms of its design and architecture, and facilitating future upgrade if required.
Okay, in terms of the procurement process, when GPA was looking for a system, What would you expect, or what did you see in relation to future reliability requirements? You know, there's assurance that that Terma is going to work properly.
So, I mean, in procuring, so GPA obviously put out a procurement notice back in 2015, I think it was. I mean, I would expect them to set requirements in terms of reliability and performance, obviously based on their experience, probably of their current systems. And then obviously in making their decision, they needed to take into account kind of the trust that they had in the potential solution. You know, obviously sort of all wind farm mitigation techniques are sort of relatively new, but in that sense, it's kind of over the last 10 years. So maybe that isn't that new, but they're still only now, I think, coming to be kind of deployed in greater numbers. So, you know, there are a number of different technologies out there, some of which I know Glasgow Prestwick have evaluated. Indeed, I attended a trial of one of them at Glasgow Prestwick. But they would have had to weigh up kind of the overall risks, I think, in choosing a technology and its long-term suitability for use at Glasgow Prestwick. And I think the industry is certainly siding with the Terma solution at the moment. It seems to be a good balance in terms of its performance and the confidence that airports have in its ability to mitigate the wind turbines while still meeting their operational requirements.
Okay, now one of the points raised by GPA in the precognitions is that, well, once you're in the Terma ecosystem, if I can call it like that, and you buy a Terma, you're locked into that, you're into that ecosystem, that you that might increase costs. It may be the who knows what's going to be available in the future. Given the current focus on renewable energy, including wind farms, just want your view on that, where the industry is going in your view, and the likelihood of wind farm tolerant surveillance solutions being on the market if and when the Terma reaches the end of its life.
So I think the industry is now the industry is now mature. I think all of the major manufacturers that I'm aware of are now offering wind farm mitigation solutions. So I know NATS, for example, are actually, I think, in the process of installing a new primary surveillance radar at Lowther Hill with an Indra system. You know, I said I've participated in technical evaluations of some of the technologies. So Indra have a system, Thales also have a wind farm mitigation product. Hensoldt, again, actually a company I've worked with in some of my radar installation work in Switzerland. They're offering a product which has wind farm mitigation capabilities. So there are now a number of products on the market, obviously with different capabilities. But I think, you know, looking longer term, you know, as you say, I mean, wind farms are not going away. And indeed, you know, I think there was quotes again in, I think, probably some of the final GPA precognitions about the recognizing the need to actually get to a position where aviation is self-managing, sort of the issue with wind turbines, and that they're kind of coexisting side by side. As I mentioned before, you know, clutter has always been, you know, an issue for primary surveillance radars, and technologies evolved to deal with it. And this is just another step in that direction. You know, we've got the technology that can do it. There is no, you know, silver bullets that will eradicate all the problems, but I don't think there ever will be for primary surveillance radar because of this inherent trade-off between its advantages and disadvantages. But I think it's very unlikely, in my opinion, that there wouldn't be a suitable replacement on the market, you know, at the point they need to replace the Terma system, because the market has to evolve to meet customer needs, and wind farms are here to stay and will be a need for the airport customers.
Okay, so very unlikely is a note that I've taken of that. So if that's not an issue so far as you're concerned, let's look at one that GPA say is, and that's capacity. So the suggestion made by GPA that the Terma may somehow restrict traffic growth at the airport. So what's your summary, please, of your evidence in relation to capacity of the Terma system?
So my understanding is that the Terma has a capacity to track 1,000 tracks, and that would be both aircraft tracks and the internal wind farm tracks. I know this might come up as a point for further discussion because there's some dispute possibly about whether it's 1,000 plots or 1,000 tracks. But certainly there is a reference document that suggests that it can track. You can manage 1,000 tracks with what it described as modest hardware performance, and this was back in 2012. Now, just by way of reference, again from some of my other work, one of the primary surveillance radars we were implementing had a capacity of 400 tracks. So it's quite a lot more than that. Now it does need more capacity because it's obviously tracking the wind turbine locations as well. But the suggestion that wind turbines are using up capacity that could otherwise be used for aircraft, I think is, to my mind, is ridiculous because it's designed as a wind farm mitigation solution. So it's designed with capacity to be able to cope with the wind farms while still having sufficient capacity to obviously still track aircraft. And I sort of, in one of my reports, I tried to sort of just illustrate this in terms of what kind of spare capacity it would still have at the moment. So I understand that there could be up to sort of 500 wind turbines either already implemented or sort of known under sort of planning consideration. So yeah, you might have 500 tracks generated by wind turbines. But I think the order of, the typical airspace movements at Glasgow Prestwick at the moment are of perhaps, maybe 6 an hour. So even considering it's been a quiet period for obvious reasons, even considering kind of future traffic growth, I think it's highly unlikely that you'd be getting above kind of 10 or 20 movements an hour for the foreseeable future. But even if you considered it might go up to 100, which I think is unrealistic, but you can still see you've got sort of the 500 plus 100, you've still got sufficient capacity. Certainly, again, in terms of the impact on the proposed development on the capacity, I think it's again confirmed through the Clockery evidence transcripts that there is no current capacity issue with the thermoscanter, and therefore, adding another 12 wind turbine tracks is not going to have a material impact on the capacity or the performance directly related to the proposed development.
I was going to ask that in terms of evidence that you've seen, and in particular the Clockery transcripts, what your understanding of the airport's position is. Do you understand the airport to be making a capacity case?
So I understand the airport's making a future capacity case about what may happen in the future, but I don't think that's relevant to the proposed development. I mean, this is kind of speculation about what may happen in the future and kind of who knows.
Okay, well, we'll come back to the table in a moment. Just two short matters before we do. Hopefully we can take these fairly quick, and I've got one eye on the clock, so I've got about 15 minutes if that's okay, and then we'll be done.
Yes, thank you. I was also doing the same. I think, yeah, let's get to the end of evidence in chief and then we'll take a short comment break then. Thank you.
About 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Right, so let's try and do with these fairly quickly. Is there any reason to believe that there will be an impact caused by the proposed development on GPA's IFPs, or the instrument flight procedures?
So no, there won't be. So I mean, GPA do have a requirement to obviously protect their instrument flight procedures for obvious reasons. This is predominantly focusing on ensuring obstacle clearance. So there are obstacle clearance requirements that you need a minimum of 1,000-foot clearance. And just from the analysis that we've done, there's at least 3,000-foot clearance between the height of the tip of the highest wind turbine and the altitude of the prescribed instrument flight procedure for the approach that flies over the wind farm. So, in my opinion, there is negligible risk, and there's no need to do a further detailed assessment, which would typically be carried out by an authorised instrument flight procedure designer.
And in terms of the clearance between the highest of the wind turbines and the existing minimum sector altitude, what is that, and what are the consequences?
So the minimum sector altitude is different to the IFP. So the minimum sector altitude basically tells pilots what the minimum height is within 25 nautical miles of a prescribed navigation aid. In this case, it would be located, a navigation aid located at Glasgow Prestwick. Basically says if you're above this altitude, you're guaranteed to have at least 1,000-foot obstacle clearance within the vicinity of the airport.
In terms of timing of an IFP assessment, another document that I suspect is going to become familiar to us is the flowchart. There's a safeguarding assessment flowchart produced by GP. I think that's CD 19.25. I don't need to go to it just to ask you this question, Mr. Buxton, but in terms of timing, IFP assessment, would you have expected that to be done, or when would it come in the process of this development?
So yeah, I'd expect to be done early on in the process, in terms of checking whether there's a real impact or not. But actually, I think perhaps more pertinently is I think, you know, in terms of being efficient in these processes, I think it's quite typical for airports almost to provide sort of maps already to show where, you know, there are safe limits below which, you know, if a development's below that limit, then there is going to be no impact on the IFP, and you can kind of do these in advance, which then speeds up the process. So I guess I'm surprised that perhaps that hasn't been available in this case, and we're still discussing it.
So in short, for the reporter's note, is there, in your view, an impact on the IFPs from this development that would need to be mitigated, yes or no?
No.
Thank you. Next then, hopefully again shortly, the ILS operations, so impact on the safety of the ILS operations at the airport.
So we originally looked at the impact on behalf of Community Wind Power back in 2018, just to determine, you know, if there might be an impact, and we noted at that time that it would be in line of sight. The wind turbines would be in line of sight of the instrument landing system, which, as noted in my precognition, it's a critical system used to help aircraft landing at an airport, to give both vertical and lateral guidance. And we also noted at the time that there were existing wind turbines in line of sight of the ILS, and advised Community Wind Power to get in contact with Glasgow Prestwick just to see if there was any existing interference. So these wind turbines are actually closer to the ILS system than the proposed development is. And noting that, you know, if there had been any concern about those existing developments, they would have carried out a flight trial to determine the effect, and, you know, be able to use that data to determine any, you know, the likelihood of the proposed development interfering as well. Then we're able to engage with Glasgow Prestwick on the subject early this year, noting that we didn't think there was a risk, but wanted more comfort in that, you know, we didn't believe there was a risk. And we agreed to actually go away and do a more detailed assessment, which is subject of the second report, which was published in April of this year. And in that, we looked at both the potential technical impact as well as the operational impact. And effectively, you know, from discussions with, based on our research and our discussions with contacts who are pilots, that, you know, and looking at international regulations, there's no international regulations or requirements that actually require an interference assessment to be carried out where the location of the wind turbines are. So I think the UK safeguarding guidance is that, you know, it's within 34 kilometres of the ILS. It needs to be a safeguarding assessment, but the proposed developments, I think, about 37 kilometres. We also looked at the coverage requirement on ILS, and while the coverage requirements do define that the maximum coverage of the ILS can be out to 25 nautical miles, you can reduce it to 18 if operational requirements allow, and that you've got other navigation aids available at the airport, which Glasgow Prestwick do. But that sort of really tied in with the discussions we had with pilots, which is they don't typically really kind of use the ILS until you're within 18 nautical miles of the airport. So I'm switching between kilometres and nautical miles, but just for reference again, the proposed developments had about 19 nautical miles. So any aircraft on approach would have passed over the wind turbines before actually kind of making use of the ILS.
Okay, so summarising that then, Mr. Parkinson, in your view, is there an impact on the safety of the ILS operations from the wind farm?
No, there's not, and we confirmed that by also doing an interference assessment to show that if there was any interference, it would still be below, 15 times below the maximum allowed level of interference.
I think question 10 of the 11, is there a need for a flight trial to verify any potential impact on the ILS? Do you need to do that?
In my opinion, no, because the risk is negligible. As I said, we went beyond what was required in doing an interference assessment, which demonstrates that the interference would be below any, would be well below any allowed levels, and also even if there was, it wouldn't actually have an operational impact on the use of the ILS.
Right, thank you. So that's a no to that. And then question 11 then, what about VHF communication infrastructure?
So this is a new issue that's been raised by Glasgow Prestwick. So I was surprised that it was only raised recently, because the initial safeguarding checks would have been done at the same time as the radar and ILS systems. And I think looking at some of the Glasgow Prestwick evidence, it showed that their initial safeguarding assessment indicated that they didn't believe there'd be any impact. However, the UK requirements in CAP 670 do state that if you have a wind farm development of the wind farm development that's the height of the turbines is greater than 158 meters, or there's more than 10 wind turbines, then they do require there's a carrier interference assessment. A detailed carrier interference assessment is carried out, and that's what I understand Glasgow Prestwick are now undertaking. However, in my opinion, I think the risk of there being any interference is very low, for a number of reasons. One is the distance of the wind turbines from the communication system equipment. There is, as part of CAP 670, they do define a simple assessment message, which, even though it doesn't apply in this case because of the size of the turbines, I think it's instructive to look at. You could extrapolate the kind of if you like, the go no-go zones from that table, and I think if you extrapolate it to the size of these wind turbines, you would end up with any development over, I think, 27 kilometers away from the VHF site would normally be expected to be acceptable, and this development is at 37 kilometers. I think also, based on the work we did on the ILS, which is typically one of the most sensitive pieces of equipment, that obviously we demonstrated the interference effect on that was not going to be a risk. So based on those pieces of evidence, I would not expect there to be any impact on the VHF comm system, notwithstanding the fact that Glasgow Prestwick are required to carry out the detailed interference assessment.
In terms of degree of likelihood, if I'm just asking for the reporter to take a note, so your assessment of likelihood that the development would cause operational impact on the VHF communications infrastructure?
I think it's very low.
Very low. Thank you very much. So those are my 11 questions, supplementary matters, but I now want to take you for the final matter, to the table of risk. So the table of costs and risk, and I think we just need to open this up, and that's at CD 19.76.
Okay.
And I mean, there's a lot in here, and no doubt you'll be questioned on it. Certainly I'm going to cross-examine on this. So it's really by way of introduction to this table and at this stage. And you've dealt with in the evidence in chief that we've gone through so far, you've dealt with the question of future risk. In any event, so I'm not going to go through every element of future risk that's set out in this table, but a series of steps which the airport sets out. We can see steps 1 to 16. And I think it's the really 14 onwards that the airports say are important. And in summary, the items that you say you look at and you say yes on a discerning basis, we say these are accepted and we ought to have a binding undertaking to pay, are in the optimization category. Is that right? So the optimization and then the flight trial.
And the thermal modelling as well as the optimization.
Yep. And then there's in terms of the way the table works, there's then a break into future risks and so on. And I want to just take perhaps those future risks together, and also bearing in mind that evidence in relation to planning policy is going to be given by Mr. Bell, and in relation to commercial matters is going to be given by Mr. Thompson. So your baggy here is the technical side of things, but just taking those future risks as a whole, sort of step 27 onwards, what is your high level response to that table?
Sorry, just looking for step 27. So just to confirm, you're looking at page 5 onwards.
Yeah.
Make sure I'm looking at the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, what I'm really interested in is that the future risks are broken down into a lot of detail, but at a high level, your response. I think we've dealt with this in evidence in chief anyway, but just in terms of the way it's broken down, the table in the table, what is your response as to referability of that risk to this development?
So in my opinion, looking at these, is they're all kind of general business risks, kind of, if you like, to the sort of daily business of the airport, and there's nothing that kind of you could immediately say now, yes, the proposed development is going to lead to that risk. So they're not, in my opinion, they're not specific to the proposed development. Certainly as they're laid out, they're quite kind of speculative, looking into the future about what may happen, but there's no evidence to suggest they will happen.
And again, just as by way of overview, it may be put to you in cross-examination. I strongly suspect it will. That, well, look, you plan for the for the sunny day, Mr. Parkinson. You say that this is going to happen, and you're going to pay for this test, but you're not going to the optimization or whatever. You're not going to pay for anything beyond that, for contingencies and what may happen in the future. What's your response to that? And I suppose it brings in the degree of confidence that you've got in what is known. What's your response to, well, why don't you plan for the rainy day, Mr. Parkinson?
Well, I think, you can only kind of plan on what you know now, and I think actually that point's made by Mr. Smith in his recognition about the procurement of the thermoscanter, in terms of they couldn't obviously foresee what might be available in the future. They could only base it on kind of what was known now and what was available. So I think in terms of, well, look, how do we kind of make this development acceptable to the controllers? It's mitigation of the clutter, and it's ensuring probability detection. And that relates to obviously the mitigation actions we've already talked about. So, and also the point that Terma state, there's no kind of further actions once the radar is optimized for the wind farm development. There's no further actions that are required specific to that development. So, again, any of the other risks about what might happen to the performance of the radar in the future, that's generally about radar performance, and radars in general are not specific to the proposed development. And again, the kind of discussions about, well, they might need more mitigation in the future. Well, we don't know. I mean, if it's not needed now, again, the capacity is there now for the proposed development. If other developments come along and use up that capacity, well, that's not related to this specific proposed development.
That is a high level, but probably sufficient for present purposes, Ms. Parkin, because as I say, no doubt it's going to be the subject of the detailed discussion at this inquiry. So I'm going to leave that table there, having opened it up. Just at the end of evidence in chief, opportunity, is there anything else that you feel that the reporter needs to know from you now as terms of topics that we may have missed? If not, then that will be the end of your evidence in chief, and we'll no doubt have a short break. Just want to give you the opportunity, Mr. Parkinson.
I think the only other point that's probably worth bringing up was around the different services in controlled and uncontrolled airspace. So I said that the approach and departure services we based on the radar separation service, where the controllers are responsible for separating the aircraft, and the 90% probability of detection is what's required to ensure that service can be delivered safely. In uncontrolled airspace, there are a number of different services that can be provided. As I said, the pilots and the aircraft don't have to contact air traffic control, so these are value-added services. Again, I think it's Mr. Smith whose recognition says they're kind of delivered on a best effort basis, when they can. So, and the pilots always remain responsible for separation and themselves. So logically, you could accept, in my opinion, a lower probability of detection for those services. I think in practice, that's rarely done. You just take the most constraining requirement as your requirement placed on the system, so 90%. But just by way of reference, the original, an old version of the UK performance requirements for radars, the minimum requirement was for 80% probability detection, primarily because that's what the radars could achieve at that time. And obviously, we want as high a probability detection as possible, but I think it's just interesting kind of for reference that services have been provided in the past with a lower probability detection. I'm certainly not saying we should use that for the radar separation service, but if you wanted to kind of determine a lower requirement for the services that are provided in an uncontrolled airspace, then I think that's a useful reference. And then a final point, I think, with regard to those services in uncontrolled airspace. So the deconfliction service is the most demanding of those, where the air traffic controller will give advice to the pilots on any conflicting traffic. Again, the pilots don't have to take it, but a deconfliction service wouldn't be given, or deconfliction advice would not be given to aircraft below the minimum sector altitude, which we referred to earlier, which in the case of Glasgow Prestwick is 3,900 foot above the wind turbines.
Thank you very much for those 2 points of clarification. And so we're on time, according to my estimate, and that is evidence in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy, Mr. Parkinson. I'm going to propose we have a short comfort break now. So could I ask that we return for 10 to 12, so just over 10 minutes, and I'll then hand over to Mr. Brown for cross-examination. Okay, whilst you're having a break, please, you can turn your video off and mute yourself. Please don't leave the call, because it might take you more than 10 minutes to get back in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll make it 10 to 12. Mr. Hardy, are you back with us?
I am, yes, just was
You are.
just silent and off camera, but yes, I am here.
No, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure you're back at your desk. Okay,
Yes,
thank
thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Brown, over to you, please, whenever you're ready. I'm conscious that we're getting not too far away from lunchtime, so if you can keep an eye on the time, then I won't interrupt you unless I really need to, in terms of breaking at a suitable moment.
Yes, sir. Well, I was going to check that point with you, sir, that if I get to a point where I see a natural break around about 1:45, 1 o'clock, are you happy for me to indicate that?
That's ideal, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I just ask whether you want me to keep my camera on? Sometimes inspector reporters want the opposing party to be at least on camera, even if they're muted, or are you content with me to turn my camera off?
I am content for you to turn it off, Mr. Hardy, as long as you're happy that I won't notice if for some reason your link breaks down. So
well, if I do that, then I shall let you know. Also, it might, if I want anything, then obviously I'll come back on camera. I won't just say anything. So without any disrespect, I'll turn my camera off as well.
that's fine. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Brown, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Parkinson, good morning. I think we're still within time to say good morning. First of all, I'd like to ask you about your experience. Am I correct in understanding that your experience is from a technical perspective and that you have never been an air traffic controller?
So it's correct that I've never been an air traffic controller, but my experience covers technical, operational, safety, and business. In terms of what I do on a day-to-day basis, I'm working with all of those types of people, and therefore obviously pick up knowledge, through the work that I've done.
Yes. So when it comes to operational knowledge which you have, that's knowledge which you've gained from others through working with them.
Yeah, from others that I've been working with on projects, from colleagues that are former air traffic controllers, from sort of general reading on the subject.
Yes, but you don't have first-hand experience of actually sitting in front of a radar screen delivering an air traffic control service.
That is correct.
And do you have any first-hand experience of interacting with the CAA and the Safety and Airspace Regulation Group inspector regarding changes being made to systems?
So I have some experience in relation to, I believe it was in relation to Chester and Harwood and the installation of the terma there. In my role for that project was more as an independent reviewer, so it wasn't kind of the direct interaction with
Yes.
CAA.
Okay. And when it comes to the question of optimizing terma, have you ever sat with a terma engineer and watched how they do their job to optimize a turbine?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to take you to paragraph 4.1.2 of your report. Just let me know when you have that.
.4.1.2.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's the last sentence in that paragraph where you say, in undertaking its safeguarding duties, GPA follows the CAA advice and guidance set out in CAP 738 safeguarding of aerodromes.
Yes.
Would you agree that in actual fact, when it comes to the question of changes in a system such as a radar system, that in actual fact, the airport can be expected to have regard to more CAA publications than just CAP 738?
Yes.
Yes. So if, for example, they would have regard to CAP 670, which is CD 1301, which is the air traffic safety requirement they would have regard to that.
Yes, that's correct.
And another CAP publication, this time CAP 760, which is guidance on the conduct of hazard identification, risk assessment and the production of safety cases, which is document reference APP 2.19, they would have regard to that as well.
That's correct.
And they would also have regard to another CAA publication, which is the CAA policy and guidance on wind turbines, which is CAP 764, and the CD reference number for that is CD 13 stock 2. Do you agree that that would also be relevant?
Yes.
So to be clear about this, when the airport is considering changes to systems, it isn't confining its review to just CAP 738.
That's correct.
Now, you say in paragraph 414 of your report that CAP 738 also states that officially safeguarded aerodromes should be provided with an opportunity to comment on any proposed wind turbine developments within 30 kilometres, which is 60 nautical miles from the aerodrome reference point. Do you accept, though, that whatever CAP 738 may say doesn't prevent the Scottish ministers from choosing to consult more widely?
Yes, I agree.
And would you agree that the impact of wind farm development might not be confined to just 30 kilometres as identified in CAP 738?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So if we were to have a look at the document which I referred to earlier, which is CAP 764, which is CD reference 13.2, and if we were to turn to page 51 of that document,
Yes.
we see there at paragraph 4.2, if you have that, we see there
Yes.
at paragraph 4.2, it's talking about aerodromes, and it says, whilst not definitive, it should be anticipated that any wind turbine development within the following criteria might have an impact upon civil aerodrome related operations. Now, I acknowledge that in paragraph 1, it does refer to the fact that unless otherwise specified by the aerodrome or indicated on the aerodrome's published wind turbine consultation map, within 30 kilometres of an aerodrome with a surveillance radar facility. I do acknowledge that there's a reference there to 30 kilometres, but would you agree that this is just a guide in that paragraph 4.2 specifically starts by acknowledging that it's not definitive?
Yes, I think to my mind, it sets a sort of a expectation that certainly within 30 kilometres, it's obviously going to be more critical, but I also acknowledge that the impact could be outside of that, and that is allowed for in the regulations.
Yes, and you see reference to that again in footnote 32, where it says in the second line, the range is quoted are for guidance only. And again, in paragraph 4.3, just for completeness, it is again said that the figures are for initial guidance and do not represent definitive ranges. And if we go back to paragraph 4.2, subparagraph 1, it says on the third line, the distance can be far greater than 30 kilometres depending upon a number of factors, including the type and coverage of the radar and the particular operation at the aerodrome. And there's reference there to the coverage of the radar. And can it be agreed, Mr. Parkinson, for that purpose, that the airport's radar coverage extends to 42.5 nautical miles?
So the current declared operational coverage of the radar service in the Glasgow Pressway KIP is declared out to 40 nautical miles. but typically they would they might want to see a bit beyond that to ensure the delivery of that service.
Yes, and again, I've referred to nautical miles, and I've done the conversion, and 42.5 nautical miles is approximately 78.7 kilometres. Does that appear about right?
It sounds about right, yes.
Okay, so that's obviously well beyond the 30 kilometres referred to in Camp 764. So, that being the case, Mr. Parkinson, are you prepared to agree that although there is reference in CAP 738 to 30 kilometres, and we see that reference in CAP 764, that the fact that the development lies at just over the 30 kilometres, at approximately 36 kilometres, 35.9 kilometres, the fact the development is just beyond the 30 kilometres doesn't render the airport's concerns in any way less valid.
That's correct. I mean, I don't think anyone's denying the fact that the airport had the right to assess its impact. I guess in my mind, the further you get from that limit, I think the more there needs to be a really clear justification for the objection.
Well, is the reason, would you accept that the reasons for legitimate objection would be that, first of all, the airport provides air traffic services in the airspace above the development?
Yes, but as I said but as I said earlier, actually the primary responsibility actually lies with the Scottish TMA Sector 2, but we'd certainly acknowledge that Glasgow Prestwick are providing services in that area. And what I was trying to kind of get a better understanding on is kind of at what point the aircraft would actually be handed over to them. And actually looking at the videos provided by Glasgow Prestwick as part of their evidence, I think they're quite interesting, obviously, in illustrating the sort of operations to runway 30. And it does show sort of aircraft on approach to runway 30, but typically sort of in contact with Glasgow Prestwick air traffic control at about 30 nautical miles out, and that's actually at the boundary of TMA Sector 2. So I've been trying to understand specifically in the direction of Sanquhar 2, kind of why, from an operational point of view, they really need to see to 40 nautical miles. I mean, ask any control and they'll say we want to see as far as possible because it gives you better understanding of the situational kind of picture. But from the videos, at least, that were provided, it seems to me that the aircraft kind of on approach at the furthest point would be contacting Glasgow Prestwick at about 30 nautical miles, which also accept is obviously still beyond the proposed development, and therefore it's still obviously a material concern in terms of the impact on the air traffic services it's providing for those approaches.
Yes, indeed. And the other point about that, which you've already alluded to, is of course that aircraft approaching the airport may wish a radar approach service, which would be over and which could be provided by the airport in the airspace above the development.
Yes.
Now, if I can go back to your report at paragraph 522, which is on page 13.
Okay, I have it.
And paragraph 522, you see that CAP 764 provides a number of technological and procedural techniques to mitigate the impact of wind farms and surveillance. And you give the examples there of the various types of mitigation which might be available. Now, could I ask you please to look at CAP 764, which again is CD 13.2. Sir, just by way of background, when I refer to these documents, rather than refer to them by their full title, which are pretty long, I'll refer to them by their CAP number, and I will provide the CD reference number.
That's fine. I'm very familiar.
Thank you. Yeah, that works for me. And yeah, the CD reference number will give me the quickest way to navigate to it. But both references are helpful, so I can cross check.
Yes, thank you. Now, if we look at CAP 764, page 23, paragraph 218, the third to last line of that, there's reference to the mitigation. This section is generally about mitigation. I think we can agree that. If we were to look at the next section, which follows summary of mitigation techniques, paragraphs 222, etc., that's where we find reference to the various techniques which you've referred to in your report. Oh,
Yes.
Sir, I've just noticed we seem to have a message.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have frozen, but not in reality. So
Right.
please keep going. I shall speak up if I can't hear you. So sorry. Yeah, it appears to have frozen in a very flattering pose. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Parkinson, as I was saying, in paragraph 522, you have listed a number of techniques, and we see those referenced in CAP 764 under the heading Summary of Mitigation Techniques. And I think you're just taking those various techniques as a straight lift of the headings from the
Yes.
mitigation techniques. Okay. Now, if we look at paragraph 218, again, it's said there that not all the mitigation methods will be suitable in all circumstances, and more than one method may be required to mitigate risks to an acceptable level. Now, is that not an acknowledgement on the part of the CAA that you may actually have to employ more than one mitigation method to get you to an acceptable level of performance?
Yes, that's correct.
And we see there that paragraph 218 proceeds by saying that the definition of acceptable will have to be made on a case-by-case basis. You see that there. So does that then mean that every change has to be considered on its own merits with an appropriate assessment made of that change and what it means for the system?
So I think there are perhaps two things in that sentence. One is that the operational requirements at different airports might vary depending on the circumstance. So in that sense, you obviously need to assess it on a case-by-case basis, and therefore a mitigation technique at one airport might not be suitable at another airport. But also, as part of the required safeguarding process, when you make a change, depending on what that type of change is, typically if it's sort of a change what they call the functional system, that's not already covered by like a process or procedure, then that would need to be assessed. Whether that requires a full safety case or it just requires a sort of a smaller assessment would obviously depend on the change that you were talking about.
Yes, but there's no doubt that the airport would have to form a view on the safety of the change.
Yes.
Yeah, and it would be involved in assessing what it meant and the impacts of it and what mitigation might be required for it.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's because ultimately it has a duty to the SARG inspector to justify why it accepted particular changes in mitigation techniques.
That's correct.
Now, could I take you back to your report, please, and to paragraph 5.2.3. And in this paragraph, you're comparing a Terma with a traditional PSR. And you see that with regard to the Terma, starting in the third line towards the end of that line, it uses a higher frequency compared to the S511, meaning that it has a higher resolution and has a sophisticated radar data processing and tracker capability specifically designed to mitigate the impact of wind turbine clutter. Now, is the tracker, just to be clear about this, is the tracker not just one part of the solution?
It's so it's internal to the radar. In fact, so we did refer to the multi-radar tracker earlier, and that's a separate piece of equipment.
Yes.
But any radar would have its own internal tracker for the purpose of generating an internal track.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's nothing particularly special about Terma having its own tracker.
No, I think it's what's special about the Terma tracker is it's how it's employed as part of the its wind farm mitigation technique. So as I said, it's what it's doing that, if you like, other radars weren't doing is tracking the turbine, but keeping that track kind of internal to the radar and not outputting it to the multi-radar tracker in this case.
Yes, but the Terma is processing the data which it's gathering before it sends it to the tracker, is it not?
So it's processing the data before it sends it to the multi-radar tracker. That's correct.
Yeah, so there'll be video processing and so on happening before it goes to the tracker.
Yes.
Yeah, and the video processing it works the way it works because of optimization of the Terma.
Terma have employed a variety of different techniques to obviously to be able to extract the to digitize the aircraft position data from the video, while at the same time taking out any of the background clutter. So not talking about wind turbines, but just the other background clutter that you get from buildings, hills, whatever, and then also being able to kind of generate the tracks associated with wind turbines and the configuration around. So they talk about allowing those through the video channel, so it's not filtered out by other clutter filtering techniques, to be able to then track them separately and prevent them from being output towards the display or the multi-radar tracker.
Yes, so it's not the tracker then itself, which is specifically designed to mitigate the impact of the wind turbine clutter. It's the processes which happen before which mitigate the impact of the turbine.
Well, I mean, I see it's the combination of those elements together.
Yes, but there's more than one element to it than just the tracker on Terma.
Inside the Terma, yes, yeah.
Now, if I can take you to paragraph 5.3.1 of your report. Yeah, and this is where you refer to the concept of shadow. And you say there in the last line that due to the Terma's high resolution and ability to see between the turbines, it is able to minimize the impact of the shadow zone. But are there not other factors which have to be taken into account which might prevent Terma's ability to see into that zone? Well, does it not also depend upon the local environment?
I mean, there are many different factors that affect the performance of a primary surveillance radar. So I think I mentioned earlier that the performance will be dependent on the environment in which it's put and needs to be optimized for that environment. And that's all about managing clutter of the various different types. And wind turbines are the latest challenge from a primary surveillance radar point of view in terms of managing the impact of clutter.
Yes, of course, you're talking there about clutter, and my question is actually about shadow. And my question was actually focused on the shadow, and the question was whether the ability of Terma to deal with shadow is influenced by the environment in which the radar is operating.
So the shadow zone can have an impact on the probability of detection behind the wind turbines, but it will obviously it could act to degrade that probability detection, and obviously the baseline probability detection in that zone to start with will be dependent on the other environmental factors.
Yes, and how far would that degradation extend in your view?
So the information I think it's in CAP 670 on shadow says, based on testing that have been done, and I think witnessed by the CAA, that actually from the testing, the actual material impact of the shadow zone only lasted a few hundred meters. That corresponds actually with sort of information from Terma that's been presented to us under other projects, where they presented some sort of theoretical modelling of the probability detection behind the wind turbines, which shows, yeah, the biggest impact is in the area immediately behind the kind of turbines, and then as you get further out again, basically the probability detection returns back towards the original levels.
But can it not also extend out to the full range of the radar behind the turbine?
So in the Eurocontrol guidelines for the impact of wind farms, they take a worst case approach in terms of determining the shadow zone, which does assume that as a worst case assumption. But I think the practical evidence, as referred to by the CAA, is that in reality it's not as bad as that. But to be able to do quick engineering assessments, looking at the potential impact of a shadow zone, then it's just easier to make that assumption.
Yes, but there's no reason why, when the airport comes to consider the effect of shadow, it should make that assumption, is there?
I think you would start with obviously the worst case assumption first, and then assess the impact. And if that worst case assumption indicated there might be an impact, that obviously need further investigation. But I think Mr. Fido and myself, we've both used those equations from the Eurocontrol guidelines to using the making a worst case worst case calculation of the shadow zone, and out to but basically the shadow zone, any theoretical shadow zone, wouldn't impact on the minimum sector altitude that I referred to before. And if you remember, the minimum sector altitude is, controllers, that's actually below the controlled airspace, so it wouldn't affect the radar approach service that's been provided for radar separation service that's been provided for the arriving and departing aircraft, and it wouldn't even affect the services, these best effort services in uncontrolled airspace. So I said the deconfliction service was probably the most demanding of those, and that wouldn't be provided below the minimum sector altitude, which is at 3,900 feet, and any potential shadow zone would fall below that.
Yes, but there's still an impact on the solid radar coverage, which was available to the airport before.
There is a theoretical impact on the lowest level that you could potentially see, but any new radar installation will have a slightly different radar coverage compared to the previous one. I mean, the radar installations that I'm doing, or doing the safety assessments of in Switzerland, we've had to address that very issue. That the location of the new radar was at a different location. It could see more in one area, less in another area. Actually, what's important is how that impacts the operations, and also it could still be mitigated. And what was critical was looking at whether it impacted what they were calling the minimum vector altitudes, which I think in the UK are called the minimum surveillance altitudes, which is basically the lowest altitude at which a controller can kind of vector an aircraft, which is basically tell them to go left or right by on a certain bearing. And that altitude is determined from both the obstacles in the vicinity and the coverage of the radar. So I was looking at the kind of impact and the operational requirements. You obviously said, first of all looked at the impact on the controlled airspace. That's the primary service, obviously, they were providing for the radar separation service. There's no impact on the shadow zone on that. Then did look at these additional kind of value-added services that they're providing, which are not as critical, but obviously still important, and basically looked at would there be an impact on the current minimum surveillance altitude charts and the minimum sector altitude information that relates to Glasgow Prestwick, and no, there wouldn't. Any potential shadow zone would not affect those altitudes, and therefore, based on that, I could see that even if there was a theoretical impact, it would have no operational impact.
But if there is an impact, I think in fact you covered this in the example you gave there, where if there was an impact, that impact would have to be mitigated. You accept that?
No, it had no impact on the operations, no.
And if it had an impact on the operations, would it have to be mitigated?
If it had a safety impact and a safety impact that changed the level of safety certainly significantly, then yes. So as an example, on some of the other safety assessments I've done, it's typical to use sort of like almost like a red, yellow, green type approach to kind of accept the level of residual risk that's considered in the operation. And you might get small kind of changes in risk, but if it didn't kind of change the overall level and it was still acceptably safe, then no, not necessarily any mitigation would be required. And that's partly because again, if you look at CAP 760 on the process, the risk assessment process, its risk assessment is also based around the principle of kind of as low as reasonably practical. It recognizes that you need to look at kind of the change in risk. You want to minimize risk, obviously, as low as possible, but that obviously comes at a cost, and there comes a point where the cost of actually mitigating the risk lower is not proportionate to the actual benefit that you're gaining. So it's not doesn't follow that just because there is an impact that you would absolutely have to find mitigation.
Yes, you've jumped ahead there, Mr. Parkinson, to the ALERT process, which I think is the acronym which is used for it. So we'll come to discuss that. Now, when we've talked about the impact of the shadow, we've talked about that in the context of a primary surveillance radar or a PSR. And if I've understood this correctly, the issue with shadow is, as you mentioned earlier, that the energy from the radar is reflected back from the turbines, and it doesn't get behind the turbines, and that's what creates the shadow. But
so I was going to say, not strictly speaking. I think there's actually an interference effect, partly a blocking effect, and also an interference effect from the way the beams actually effectively refract and diffract around. But the end effect is still the same, that you can get bits of airspace immediately behind the turbines where, in effect, the strength of the signal is low, and the probability of detection would be reduced.
And can it not also be the same impact of a shadow on secondary surveillance radar as well?
Yes, the impacts tend to be less because of the fact that you're not relying on a reflection of the radio wave, and therefore kind of the power levels tend to be higher, but you could theoretically also get some shadow effects.
Yes. Now, if I can look at the second bullet in paragraph 5.3.1, where you cover degradation in radar sensitivity in video desensitization.
Yes.
Now, you've said there that in the fourth last, no, it's the fifth last line towards the end of that line, however, where the radar meets the minimum probability of detection requirement in the required coverage area, there is no operational impact. Now, even if you get to a minimum probability of detection, is there not still a reduction in range performance of the radar?
No, not necessarily. The two don't go hand in hand. I mean, you would look at the probability detection performance in your entire kind of operational coverage area, and if you would determine your operational coverage based on where you can meet your minimum requirement. So obviously at some point at the edge of cover, your probability of detection will start to drop off purely because of the distance. And for example, and you would therefore you might limit there might be limits on the operational range based on the actual probability detection performance you can achieve along that range. But the two don't necessarily, a reduction in probability detection performance, for example, in an area over a wind farm, for example, because it will have a minor impact, doesn't necessarily mean that the range will be impacted.
Now, you've said they don't necessarily go hand in hand, but is it not inherent in that statement that they don't necessarily go hand in hand, that they could go hand in hand?
I think I know the example Mr. Fido was giving about the degradation in radar sensitivity that could be impacted. That could be an impact of wind turbines. It's certainly one of the theoretical kind of impacts that's listed, and saying that can have an impact not just over the turbine, but along the range away from the turbine. But even that wouldn't in itself limit, in my opinion, wouldn't limit the range. I mean, there's two things. One, it wouldn't limit the range. What it's talking about there is the fact that you get a high energy return from the turbine that effectively saturates the receiver, and it takes a while to recover. So it means that in a range beyond the wind turbine, it might not be able to detect small targets, but at some point it would recover and it could still detect the targets at the longer range. But the Terma scanner mitigates that anyway. It has a high dynamic range receiver, which allows it to quickly recover. So it's a potential technical impact, but the Terma scanner is fundamentally going to designs to overcome that type of problem. But even if it was that problem, I wouldn't expect it to actually cause a problem at the full range of the radar, unless the radar was really bad.
But again, in the language you've used there, there is still the possibility of a problem.
It's not a problem that I've ever seen.
Now, moving on to the fourth bullet point there about false tracks. And the last three lines of that paragraph, the Terma Scanner 4002 is inherently designed to suppress these wind turbine tracks from being displayed to the controller with a small reduction in the probability of detection of real aircraft over the wind farm as a trade-off. Now, would you agree that to get to that point, optimization of Terma is first required?
Yes, I do.
And as part of that optimization process, is there not a risk of the turbines coalescing with each other to produce larger ground clutter returns?
Well, I mean, the optimization process would be, to make sure that sort of effect doesn't happen.
Yes.
It would also, sorry, go on.
Sorry, Mr. Parkinson.
I mean, that is the point of the optimization process, is to obviously find the right kind of parameters and configuration to prevent that type of effect having an impact on the controller display.
Yes, sorry, I realise I may have jumped to hurdles at once there. Maybe just take it a little bit more slowly, Mr. Parkinson, just so that we all understand here the process. As I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, what happens is that when a turbine appears on a Terma radar, the first step in the optimization is to effectively blank that turbine out of the video processing stage.
So it's not, I think with the video processing, at the video processing stage, there is an ability to suppress clutter. through a constant false alarm rate kind of technique, which is basically looking at the background noise level. So you might get a return from a hill, but it's constant. I mean, it's raising the noise level in that particular range resolution cell. And this is how the kind of basically how the kind of clutter suppression kind of techniques work, is they're constantly adapting, working out what's the background noise level, and then only kind of saying, if I get something, get some kind of signal power above that, do I actually believe it's a target? Now the turbines themselves can kind of raise the noise threshold as part of that processing, but I think one of the first stage of the term is to actually allow, rather than allow it to be used as part of this clutter filtering, it's to allow it through the video channel, so that it does generate a return and a track, which the next stage which is, I think, when the term of tracker comes in, it's then tracking that as a known return, but also a known return that's from a wind farm, which again requires configuration to let the terminal know that that's the location of the wind turbine. So
Yes,
once it's done, yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Parkins, one of the issues about doing these inquiries remotely is you don't often pick up the cues you would if you were in person. So I'm sorry, I spoke over the top of you. I didn't mean to do that.
No problem, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. But when it comes to optimization, these turbines will not be blanked out of the video processing.
No, they're allowed through the video processing.
Is that always the case?
Once configured, yes.
Oh, well, we'll perhaps hear from Mr. Fido with his view on that. But if on Mr. Fido's analysis they are blanked out, is there not the risk that those turbines which have coalesced to create greater areas of clutter which are blanked out of the video return, does that not mean you have a greater area where you've got video blanking?
Not to my knowledge, but in the end, what's important is is the actual performance achieved by the radar in terms of the probability of detection, and that's obviously through the optimization that the Terma engineer can do, and through their modeling. I mean, obviously they understand what is possible with the radar, given any environment, and which is why also they need to do optimization and also need to do this theoretical modeling step as a first step in any optimization process to see if it would be possible to achieve the required level of performance.
Yes, but if that optimization requires turbines to be blanked out of the video processing stage, will that video blanking process not mean that there is a decreased probability of detection?
I mean, yes, and there is anyway, and the term modeling stage is to determine how much of a reduction in probability there will be, and to combine that with the baseline performance to work out what the worst case final probability of detection will be, which is ultimately what the controller is interested in.
Yes, so the greater the area which has to be blanked out then to deal with turbines which have coalesced must mean that there's a reduction in the probability of detection as a result of that increase in the blanking out.
Yes, and the Terma approach seeks to minimize that by its higher resolution. So the problem with the lower resolution radars is those areas would be larger, but the Terma seeks to minimize those areas to maximize the probability of detection.
Yes, but that's the point, isn't it? That it minimizes it. It doesn't eradicate it, does it?
No.
Now, could I take you to section 5.4 of your report, please, and paragraph 5.4.3. And you say there that the Terma Scanner 4002 was procured by GPA in 2015 as a wind farm tolerant PSR. Can I ask you this, Mr. Parkinson? What is a wind farm tolerant radar?
So it's a radar that has an ability to minimize the amount of clutter or false tracks generated from wind turbines, and it's the term that Terma use, I think, in their own documentation.
Yes, but can we accept, hopefully this is not in dispute, that it doesn't automatically eliminate the effect of a wind turbine, does it?
Correct. It needs optimization, as we agreed.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And is it true to say that there will always be some residual effects of the turbines which are left over, which cannot be entirely mitigated by Terma?
I mean, with any primary radar in an environment, there are residual effects of clutter. I mean, that's just a fact from a primary radar. And as I said before, because of the nature of it and its advantage being that it doesn't require any equipment on an aircraft, but inherently it means you'll get lots of replies from stuff that you don't want to see. You know, the industry is seeking to constantly improve that performance, but there will always be residual effects at a technical level. Again, what's important is the actual performance achieved from the controller's point of view and whether it actually meets their operational requirements.
And again, we'll hear from Mr. Fido on this, but we've talked about the process of optimization. Would you accept that it's not guaranteed that even if you've done your radar modeling assessment and you've applied optimization, it's not guaranteed that the optimization will be successful?
I think, I think nothing, very few things in life are guaranteed, but it's a standard process for installing and optimizing the Terma radar. So, you know, I said Terma have been kind of working with this radar for 9 years as a radar as a wind farm mitigation solution. So I think they have a wealth of experience in terms of being able to do that successfully, and the evidence that's available to me in terms of the performance that has been achieved in a range of operational environments, leads me to believe that it, I have confidence that it, once they've done the modelling, and they've assessed the current performance, then I see no reason to believe that they wouldn't be able to achieve it, particularly as they describe the modelling as a worst case kind of calculation.
Yes, but for this purpose, Mr. Parkinson, the test isn't what we believe might be the outcome, is it? It's actually what the outcome is, and that's why flight trials are required at the end of an optimization process to ensure that optimization has been effective.
So the flight trial is a regulatory requirement. They need it as part of the safety assurance process, and again, I don't think anyone's disputing that. But again, before doing that, because it costs money, you want to be sure that it's going to work. And again, that's the point of doing the Terma modelling. I think as Glasgow Press themselves said in their inquiry statement that it, on completion of that, they would have high confidence in the ability of the Terma to achieve the predicted level of performance.
Yes, but there's still a residual risk, is there not? And it's a risk which is acknowledged by the process of requiring a flight trial at the end. There is a risk that it might not have worked.
We're speculating. I think, there's always something that could happen, but I think in regard to the impact of the proposed development or a wind farm on the performance, I said Terma are well practiced at doing the modelling and what they can achieve with the optimization. So I think the level of confidence, once you've completed that process, is as high as it could be.
Yes, but confidence, no matter how high it is not enough, is it? Because at the end of the process, the CAA still expects a flight trial to be done, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Yes,
and that would be used as evidence for the, to show that the safety case is still valid. And
presumably the reason why the CAA require a flight trial at the end of the process is because the CAA is all too aware that although the modelling may indicate that optimization will work, it might not, and that's why the CAA wants to have a flight trial at the end, is it not?
I don't think you can draw that conclusion in terms of the CAA's opinion, in terms of why they want the flight trial. It's an industry standard practice, and it is the final confirmation check, the final piece of evidence used to support the safety case.
Well, the fact it's the industry standard, if that's the way Mr. Parkinson to describe it, does that not then reflect the attitude which the industry has to this, that you can only be sure once a flight trial has been done that it's worked?
And that's the same for any radar installation, to start with. It's a normal practice. Yes.
Yes. And that's because it is the only way to guarantee it's worked, is it not?
It's the only way to verify the performance in operation. Yes.
And if optimization was carried out to remove the effect of a turbine, with the intention of removing the effect of turbines, and the optimization was not successful, would the air navigation service provider or the airport not then have to look at a different mitigation solution?
Not necessarily. I mean, it would depend on what the actual achieved level of performance was, and the or the what was observed on the controller display.
Well, let's say that the actual performance did not come up to a 90% probability of detection rate as a minimum. Is the standard we're working to. Would an air navigation service provider or an airport not be required then to look at another mitigation solution to get the probability of detection back up to at least 90?
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily. I would expect it to, but not necessarily. I mean, again, I think the caps do state that if you're not meeting the 90% probability of detection, you still need to justify why your service is safe. So you could look at other mitigations in terms of reduction in, that could be a reduction in traffic volume at that point, or increasing the separation of aircraft, which is obviously not ideal for an aircraft, so for an airport. So you would look at ways of getting back to 90% probability of detection. And again, it could be through looking at the use of the SSR data against the the risk of aircraft not being transponder equipped, to be able to be seen on the control display. And again, noting actually above the wind farm, in the airspace above 6,000 foot, it is a transponder mandatory zone. So kind of in that airspace and the controlled airspace, I think there's very limited risk of aircraft not being, well, there is no risk of aircraft not being transponder equipped unless there was a transponder failure.
And does the answer to that question you just raised there not depend upon the type of aircraft using the airspace and whether they are in fact equipped with transponders to allow it to interact with SSR?
Yes, but as I said, actually in the airspace above 6,000 foot above the proposed development, it's a transponder mandatory zone. So
Yes.
it's a requirement.
In the airspace beneath 6,000 feet, it wouldn't be such a requirement, would there?
No, so there's only 500 foot between the bottom of controlled airspace and the 6,000 foot. But yes, in the uncontrolled airspace, which is primarily the pilot's responsibility for separation, you at this point in time, there is no guarantee.
So if we look at the table of costs and risks, which you looked at earlier, we see there on page 6, and sorry, sir, this is CD reference 1976. We see on page 6 that on the row 3.1, the first known risk listed by the airport is the possibility or probability of detection rate for wind farms not being achieved following optimization of TERMA. So having had our discussion about the necessity for a flight trial at the end and the fact that nothing is guaranteed, do you accept that the airport is entitled to be concerned about the fact that much as it may hope to optimise the effect of a wind farm, there is no guarantee that that will be achieved?
No, I think that's, I mean, the airport procured the Terma radar on the basis that it was could mitigate the effects of wind farms after, I think, considerable analysis of the different options available to it. I think all of the available evidence to me is that it's successfully doing that in a number of different locations and in different operation environments. And as I said, there's a wealth of evidence in terms of its ability and its performance. So I think once that modelling is complete, the baseline performance is known, and once the modelling is done, I mean, based on the experience of Terma and the available evidence in the performance of the Terma, then the risk of the flight trial failing is insignificant, in my opinion.
But that's just your opinion of it.
Yes, that's my professional opinion based on the information available to me.
And it doesn't mean, your opinion doesn't guarantee that the optimization will work, does it?
And I can only base my opinion on the evidence that I have and the information I've seen. And as I said, look, this is a wind farm mitigation radar that's been around now since 2012, and it's been trialed by NATS and supported by them as a wind farm mitigation solution, and it's in operation working at other airports as a wind farm mitigation solution. So yeah, I mean, based on all that information, my opinion is that the risk of the flight trial giving an unexpected result is incredibly low.
Yes, but you're just saying it's incredibly low. You're not saying it's non-existent.
You can never remove risk entirely. I mean, every time you put an aircraft in the sky, you're increasing risk.
Okay, thank you. If I can continue in that paragraph on to the next page, sorry, in your report, back to your report at paragraph 543, page 15. And at the top of that page, you say on the first line, while the MRT and SDPS, and SDPS is an acronym for Surveillance Data Processing System, while the MRT and SDPS form part of the WFRMS, they are not directly impacted by wind farms and are not directly required to mitigate the impact of the proposed development on the GPA SPR. Now, for those systems to work, the MRT and the SDPS to work effectively, do you accept that they have to rely upon the quality of the data which is input into them?
Yes.
And would you accept that if a wind farm has an impact on the PSR cover or the SSR cover, that can affect the information which is relayed to the MRT and the SDPS?
So I could just repeat that question.
Yes. So would you accept that if a wind farm has an impact on the primary surveillance radar or the secondary surveillance radar, that would in turn affect the information shown to the controller on the radar display?
It could do, but in fact, the multi-radar tracker can be used to help mitigate the impacts of wind turbines, and that because you can combine data from different surveillance sources and they have a slightly different view of the world, if you like, that you can actually assign different levels of kind of confidence to the data coming from the different sources in different areas. So if you know that one particular source is prone to some poor quality data in an area, you can assign greater weight to another source of data. So there are additional things you can do in the multi-radar tracker to help mitigate some of these effects.
Now, in paragraph 5.4.4, you say that you refer to at the end that, and it's the third last line, it's the sentence starting, this would include evidence that the performance of the thermoscan 4002 is sufficient to provide safe ETS in the presence of any existing wind farms. And that's you've been talking there about the safety case. So there's a safety case which has been performed, and that's demonstrated that it's safe to use in the presence of any existing wind farms. But the point, Mr. Parkinson, must be that if there's a change made to that to accommodate a wind farm through optimization, that the safety case will have to be reviewed, will it not?
So, yeah, I mean, yes, what I'd expect is there is a change into the environment, which itself kind of need to assess the safety impact of that. And, you know, so what I expect, the safety case will be sort of predicated on the operational requirements that need to be achieved. So fundamentally, you're looking at, does this change kind of affect those requirements that you've already set? And again, that's the purpose of I think the mitigation activities that have already been described and agreed, and the need to first assess theoretically whether the operational requirement of 90% probability detection can still be achieved. And then obviously the optimization to obviously optimize the performance of the radar to ensure that it can be achieved. And that's the extent of the safety assurance activities, together with the flight trial at the end, which verifies that you are indeed still meeting the operational requirement of 90% probability detection.
Yes, I've noted in paragraph 5.4.5, when you talk about new wind turbines being built in the environment around the thermoscanter, when new wind turbines are built in the environment around the thermoscanter, GPA are required to assure themselves that their radar safety case remains valid and they can continue to provide safe ATS. Well, we're agreed on that, but you then go on to say this does not necessarily require a new safety case or an update to the safety case. Is that correct? Would it not require an update to the safety case?
So, I mean, in my opinion, no, it would require notification to the CAA, as I think Mr. Fido details. And, you know, they would review the scope of the change and may decide that they want to review it more, depending on what they think the safety impact would be. So as I said, the safety case would be, I mean, in the UK, we have a four-part safety case where if you like, the functional safety requirements, the high-level safety requirements are kind of part one. You then look at, does the design meet the safety requirements? You then look at the transition into operation of the change, and then the ongoing kind of operation and requirements around the ongoing operation to ensure that the requirements are still met. So from my experience, you know, in the change we're kind of talking about here for optimization, it's a standard process as part of the radar. Are expected to be covered by written procedures that would have already been assessed as part of the original safety case and sort of accepted that these are a sensible process for making the change. So the thing that's been really impacted here is obviously, you know, originally demonstrated it was meeting the 90% probability of detection, and the impact of putting the wind turbines into that environment is that you're probably going to change that, and you need to kind of optimize the radar again to make sure that it's met. So that's why, yes, there are those activities, and there's a bit of work around showing that you're doing that. But once you've demonstrated that you've implemented that change according to the kind of procedures that you defined, and you've met the original safety requirement, I wouldn't expect there to be any need for any further evidence around that.
Yes, but the evidence, would it not be written into the safety case? Is the safety case not a living document which is constantly updated with information about a system and changes which are made to it?
Yeah, I think that's my point in a way, in that it was originally, you've done the original safety case. There is this change that's been put into the environment. It doesn't necessarily change the original requirements you came up with or the design of the system. So you can look at the transition to operation of this change, which is just the configuration, you know, actually going through the reconfiguration of the radar. But that's just a normal part of the process for, you know, working on the radar. So it's covered by, I think it's the term of probably setting to work procedure or a similar document in terms of which describes how they would do that. And then for the ongoing operation part, well, again, nothing's changed. You know, terms state that once you've done that configuration, there are no further steps required. So in terms of that basic argument you'd have set out in the original safety case, nothing's really changing. I mean, all you're doing is ensuring that you implement the configuration safely which would be by following procedure and making sure person doing it knows what they're doing, so a term or engineer, and then generating the evidence that you've met the safety, you've met the operational requirements at the end of the process.
Yes, but would all of that not be a change to the safety case?
No, so the safety case is it's a document which sets the requirements. It creates the argument for why the system's safe and is backed up by a whole series of evidence to support those arguments.
Yes.
So I think sorry.
Sorry, no, on you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. So, the thing I'd say the only thing that's really changing is your evidence, because, you originally collected evidence that you were meeting the operational requirement of 90% probability detection in the original environment. That environment's changed. You're generating new evidence to show that the probability of detection requirement is still met. So that's the sort of update that you're doing, is you're just updating the evidence in support of the original arguments.
Yes, and then updating the safety case with that further evidence. I don't want to get into a semantic argument about what a change means. Let's just leave it at that. But the issue is that the airport would have been involved in gathering that evidence and putting it with the safety case.
Yes, and I think that's covered by the mitigation actions that have already been agreed.
Yes, and the reason why they have to be involved is because ultimately, well, as we'll hear, hopefully it's not controversial, Mr. Thompson's ultimately accountable to the CAA for these changes, and the reason why that evidence is gathered in that way is so that he can justify a change to the CAA.
That's correct.
So that takes me to the end of a section, and I'm conscious that it's now just 4 minutes to 1, so I wonder if that would be a convenient place to break for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Yeah, that's ideal. So I think we can break until 1 p.m. Sorry, 2 p.m. We're at 1 p.m. now, and continue cross-examination from then. Mr. Parkinson, during the break, I'll have to ask you, please don't be in contact with Mr. Hardy or any of the GPA team during the break. Mr. Hardy, I can see you on screen.
Yes.
Have you got any comments or anything before we break?
Well, just to ask this, there's absolutely no pressure, of course, at all, but to try and get an understanding of how long cross-examination may go on this afternoon. And it's for this reason that we'd expected Mr. Parkinson to be questioned all afternoon, and therefore the other two witnesses were going to be available tomorrow morning. So if that's the case, then fine, don't need to do anything. But if we're going to run shorter than that, and it's hard just to judge at the moment, if it's shorter, then it may be that I have to make or try and make provision for one of them to come on this afternoon, at least in chief. So just an indication of time would be good.
Yes,
Mr. Brown, can you? Sorry.
Yes, I estimate that I'm approximately a third of the way through my cross-examination, so I think it's probably a safe estimate by the time we have re-examination and questions from you, sir, that it's likely to be all afternoon with Mr.
That's very helpful. And can I say this? Since the other two witnesses, I suspect, are going to be shorter in any event. So could I say that, come what may, that Mr. Thompson would be on first thing tomorrow morning? Is that all right?
I think that makes sense. Yes, I think by the time we've had the full evidence from Mr. Parkinson, I don't think we would want to move into separate evidence from a second witness today.
That's excellent. Thank you very much. They'll come overnight. Thank you very much then. Bye.
Lovely. Thank you. Okay, we'll see you back at 2 p.m. So same again, please don't leave the call. Just turn your microphones on mute and you can turn your videos off, and I'll see you in an hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Mr. Parkinson, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Brown, I'll hand over to you whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Parkinson.
Mr. Brown.
I next wish to take you to part 5.5 of your report, which starts on page 15. And I'd like to take you to paragraph 5.5.2. And in the middle of that paragraph, in the fourth line, towards the end of the line, we've got a sentence which says the evidence shows that the Thermos Scanner 4002 will be able to meet the requirement to suppress clutter related to the proposed development, while at the same time achieving or exceeding 90% probability of detection and meeting accuracy and false track rate requirements. And you refer there to CD 1315 and CD 1316, which are trials which were conducted at Glasgow and Teesside. That's correct.
Newcastle and Edinburgh.
Newcastle and Edinburgh, sorry. And you say, therefore, there will be no impact on ATS provision. Now, these references which you have to Newcastle and Edinburgh, when it actually comes to considering what it means for Prestwick, will Prestwick not have to be judged on its own merits? Will the results not vary from place to place depending upon the environment?
That's true for the implementation of any radar into a new environment, but judge the ability of that radar when procuring it based on the evidence available. So I think, as I said before, in my opinion, based on the volume of information that's out there sort of since 2012, since when they originally kind of first started doing flight trials, together it sort of shows, in my opinion, sort of overwhelming evidence in different environments of its ability, and therefore is a good judge of the likely performance in Glasgow Prestwick. And I'm sure they would have used similar evidence to give themselves confidence when they procured the radar in the first place.
Yes, but in the context of being able to optimise the effects or the adverse effects of a wind farm, will the results of that not vary from environment to environment?
As I said before, the optimization of a primary surveillance radar, is unique to each environment. I mean, that's just standard for the implementation of an airport PSR.
Yes, so there is the prospect of the results from optimization varying from location to location.
Yes, the specific performance will be dependent on the specific environment in which it's implemented.
So can we take it from that then that these references to Newcastle and Edinburgh might be indicators, but they're by no means guarantees as to the performance in the GPA area?
I think particularly the good indicators, particularly Edinburgh, which is traditionally been known as a high cluster environment. So, very challenging from a primary surveillance radar kind of point of view. So I think, given that it's a challenging environment, not just those references, but the evidence that's been provided sort of by Thermo and under other projects that we've done just gives high confidence in the ability of the radar. And again, that's why Glasgow Prestwick would have had to make that judgment before even procuring the radar that it was going to work in their environment before they actually had a chance to actually put it in there. And obviously, they've now done extensive testing on it, as I understand, and it is achieving greater than 90% probability detection over wind farms in the Glasgow Prestwick area.
Yes, but ultimately when it comes to optimization, the results cannot be guaranteed.
Going back to the conversation before lunch, that based on the baseline performance and the Thermo modelling gives you high confidence, as Glasgow Prestwick stated, such that it would be the risk of not meeting that predicted performance, I think, would be would be so small that it would be not proportional to carry out any activities in addition to the flight trial.
Yes, but the fact remains, does it not, that it's not guaranteed?
I mean, there's residual risk in everything, but we live with that, and we, has to be any activities, any decisions have to be based on kind of proportionality of that risk to the decisions that we take. And I think, as I said before, based on the evidence, the evidence available, that we'd have high confidence that it will work. And again, this is why Glasgow Prestwick procured the radar in the first place. I mean, they had to make that judgment call for themselves.
Mr. Parkinson, I'll just ask you a straightforward question. Is performance guaranteed or not?
You can never guarantee exactly what the performance figure will be, but I think you can have high certainty that it will exceed a certain minimum requirement.
Mr. Parkinson, it's a yes or a no answer to my question. Is performance guaranteed?
I think, in my professional opinion, I think the weight of evidence is that yes, the thermoscanter will meet the 90% probability of detection requirement once optimized, and once the thermal modeling has been done to confirm that.
That's not actually the answer to my question, Mr. Parkinson. Is performance guaranteed?
You can't guarantee a specific performance figure, but once the thermal modeling is done, that it is a worst case modeling, and I think that's as close as you can get to guarantee that it will exceed that figure. As I said, they say it's a worst case modeling approach, and Glasgow Prestwick have already stated that it would give them high confidence in the performance once the optimization is done.
Mr. Parkinson, is performance guaranteed? Yes or no?
You cannot guarantee to achieve a specific performance figure.
Thank you. In paragraph 5.5.4, in the third line, you refer to the fact, starting the second line, you have a sentence which starts, while the thermoscanter 4002 detects the individual wind turbines, automatically tracks these detections internally. I just want to be clear with you, if I may, that you accept that, again, as we discussed earlier, Terma will not automatically perform mitigation without optimization.
That's correct.
And at the end of paragraph 5.5.4, there's a sentence which I'm just noting for the moment because I'll come back to it, that you refer to the fact that Terma states that the thermoscanter 4002 is capable of maintaining more than 1,000 concurrent internal tracks within the system without degradation in performance. As I say, I will come back to that. Now, in paragraph 5.5, in the last sentence, you refer to the minimum expected lifetime of an aviation PSR of similar architecture and hardware technology to the Scanter 4002 is 15 years, but is typically longer. Now, is the difference between a conventional radar such as the one the airport's got at the moment, the Watchman, which we've heard about, is the difference between that and the Terma not the fact that the Terma is PC driven or processor driven? And does that not then mean that the software is more likely to be upgraded? And there'll come a point where it's no longer possible to upgrade it such that the life expectancy of the Terma is about 15 years.
I don't take that. I don't agree with that reasoning. I mean, using PC kind of base components means they're more readily available. I mean, if it was bespoke kind of hardware architecture, you obviously need to maintain the competency in that specific, in that specific technology, and that actually becomes the problem with older radars. Is actually they're running out of people that understand how they work, and they're running out of spare parts. So I think I know in speaking to Glasgow Press, but they've been buying spare parts for the Watchman S511, just in case. And I don't think, even if the PC kind of component needs to be replaced, it doesn't mean that's the end of life of the Thermoscanter. I mean, in that sense, in that kind of simple example, you just put another PC in to do the same function. That's the point, is it's kind of modular with the functions embedded in it in that sense. So yeah, I don't agree with the argument you put forward.
So that's your view of it?
Yes, it's my professional opinion.
Yes, because the issue, of course, is that Terma, you've said, has been in use since 2007, so this is 2021, so we're only 14 years down the line. So we don't know yet. There's no empirical evidence you can point to say how long Terma will last.
It's based, it's based the argument on the typical lifespan of primary surveillance radars is a sort of minimum 15 years. When doing radar procurements for primary radars, we normally plan 15 to 20 years. But the evidence is that they are in service for much longer. And actually, if you've got a modular architecture that allows a much more ready way of upgrading it, then I think there's more likelihood of it being in service for longer than that.
But others may have a different view of that.
Yes, they might.
Okay, if I could take you please to section 6 of your report, where you deal with aviation safety cases. And you actually touched upon this earlier in your evidence this morning, and it's paragraph 6.4. And this is where you deal with the 7-step process, which you illustrate on the figure 3 in your report. And you say that a key principle is the reduction of risk to a level as low as reasonably practical. And the acronym for that is ALARP. You say a risk is defined as ALARP if it is low enough that attempting to make it lower, the cost of assessing the improvement gained as an attempted risk reduction would actually be more costly than any cost likely to come from the risk itself. And then you say this also recognises some important principles, that it's impossible to remove all risk entirely, and that there is always a level of residual risk, and any risk mitigations implemented need to be proportional to likelihood and cost of a risk occurring. Now, can I ask you please to turn to CAP 760, which is reference APP 2.19, and it's the guidance on the conduct of hazard identification and risk assessment. And it's probably easier to navigate a way around this electronically. So if you just have a moment, I'll get the electronic page reference number.
Okay, I'll do the same, in fact. Okay, I have it in front of me.
And if you could go to electronic page 41, please.
Okay.
This is step 5 in the process, which you have included in the flowchart, which we see in your report on page 18. And step 5 is evaluate the risk in that flowchart. And so the paragraph 5 we're looking at is the process in this CAP document for evaluating the risk. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the high-level process description of the approach. Yep.
And it says there that 5.1, the key activities in step 5 are A, decide whether the risk is acceptable or not, and B, record the details in hazard log. 5.2, the acceptability of a risk is dependent on Both the likelihood of it occurring and the severity of its consequences. Acceptability is therefore usually based on comparison with the severity probability matrix, sometimes called the tolerability matrix. It's therefore necessary to generate a tolerability matrix in order to set and evaluate the risk. And then in 5.3 it says an example risk classification tolerability matrix is shown in table 3. The safety objective is to ensure that all risks associated with hazards fall in the acceptable cells of the matrix. So if we were to look at now table 3, we see in that table that we've got a matrix laid out, which is fairly self-explanatory. And in the second detailed row, we've got various probabilities of occurrence, which are noted extremely improbable through to frequent. And in the left-hand column, we've got a row for accidents. And now, I take it you would agree that when we're dealing with questions of probability of detection and safety of the airspace, what an airport is primarily concerned about is the risk of an accident in the air.
Yes, that's ultimately the worst case end effect that you're trying to avoid.
Yes, yes, and we can, I think it's within common human knowledge that accidents in the air like that are rarely forgiving, and you'll have passengers and crew on board who may lose their lives in the event.
Yes.
So we're looking here at potentially an accident occurring, and we see that if it's extremely improbable, the direction or the suggestion is to review it. But for the other categories of probability, it's said to be unacceptable. So if we look next at paragraph 5.6, we get direction as to what the terms acceptable, review and unacceptable mean. And even in the extremely improbable category when dealing with an accident, we're directed in the table above to that's subject to review. And it says, in the direction on review, the consequence and or likelihood is of concern. Measures to mitigate the risk to alert should be sought. Where the risk still lies within the review region after alert risk reduction has been undertaken, then the risk may be accepted, provided that the risk is understood and has the endorsement of the individual ultimately accountable for safety within the organisation. So, where there is potentially the risk of an accident occurring, can it be agreed that that has to be approached with caution, and that the person responsible or the individual responsible for safety has to be satisfied that the risk is acceptable?
Yes.
Now, if we look at what we're told in, well, sorry, if we look first at paragraph 6.4 of your report, you say that you've explained what RLARP means, and I've read it out, that RLARP, a risk is defined as RLARP if it's low enough that attempting to make it lower, the cost of assessing the improvement gained in an attempted risk reduction would actually be more costly than any cost likely to come from the risk itself. Now, if we look at 5.10 in CAP 760, 5.10, the sentence there, the first sentence, alert means the risk is low enough. I'll not read it all, but that sentence is the sentence which you have included in paragraph 6.4 of your report. Is it not?
Correct.
Yeah. But actually the paragraph in 5.10 continues that by saying that this does not automatically mean the risk is acceptable, though a judgment will need to be made and justified. See that? So that last sentence is the part which is missing from your report, that the result of the alert does not automatically mean the risk is acceptable. A judgment will need to be made and justified.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, in the earlier sentence, we're directed to look at the cost of assessing the improvement gained in an attempted risk reduction against the cost of the risk itself. If you're dealing with a possibility, even if according to Table 3, an extremely improbable situation of an accident, how do you value the cost of human impact against the cost of providing mitigation?
I mean, that's obviously very difficult, but the principle, I mean, the principle of air traffic control, as I'm sure we're all aware, is for the safety, of the aircraft, and the principle of safety in aviation is based on having many layers, safety kind of barriers in place, to ensure that you can reduce that undesired end effect that we're talking about as low as reasonably possible, and to that level of magnitude that you've seen in that table. So, it's having those multiple layers that gives you the confidence that you can actually achieve the level of safety that you're seeking.
Yes, so if an airport operator or an ANSP is looking at that issue, will they not strive to try to find a mitigation solution which makes the airspace as safe as it can possibly be made?
Yeah, as within, I mean, there's still within a reason, and there's proportionality there in terms of being able to do that. So, I mean, you could say we're striving for 100% probability detection, because that would obviously be the ideal, but it's not realistic in that sense. And there is an industry consensus from the point of view of performance of a primary radar around what is an acceptable level of safety with a safety margin built in.
Yes, but again, it takes us back to the point that if an air navigation services provider or an airport is to take that risk of an accident, would it not be reasonable to think that they would be trying very hard to minimise the risk by whatever means they could?
But I'd expect them to actually demonstrate the reason why if you were looking at a performance parameter and it wasn't meeting that requirement, you'd need to kind of demonstrate the impact on the collision risk, and the radar itself is the aircraft have kind of collision risk systems on board themselves as well. So it's just to talk about the kind of the barrier model in terms of the different layers of safety barriers that are in place to avoid the ultimate events that you're trying to avoid.
Yes, but if the airport, can we agree that the airport can't make assumptions about what may be fitted on aircraft within the airspace in which it provides an ATS? Can't make an assumption, can it, that the aircraft will be fitted with collision detection equipment?
I mean, there will be requirements in terms of which aircraft are required to carry that. As we spoke before, obviously in uncontrolled airspace, there aren't those requirements, but the primary responsibility for safety in the uncontrolled airspace lies with the pilot to separate themselves from other pilots.
Yes, but going back to your point about aircraft being fitted with collision warning devices, or whatever the technical term is, forgive me, that assumption can't be made by the airport when thinking about the safety of the airspace, can it?
I mean, it can with regard to certain categories of aircraft. I forget at this point in time exactly what those categories are.
Yes, but there'll be categories of aircraft which don't have it.
That is a possibility, but the service provided to those aircraft have to take that into account.
Yes, but does that not take us back to the question of, even if it's extremely improbable, the direction which is given by this Table 3 is that the airport will have to be persuaded, or the person accountable for safety will have to be persuaded that the airport should accept that risk.
Yeah, there needs to be, there would need to be, that is part of the safety argument, that would be part of the safety case in why a system is acceptably safe, and that's why you define the functional requirements in the first place as part of the safety case, part one of the safety case. And again, this is what you are striving to achieve. You know, if you don't meet those, you would have to look at, as you said, what alternative mitigations, whether you can accept that increased level of risk, or whether you need to put in place other mitigations to reduce it, which could be it could be technical mitigations, it could be procedural mitigations.
And is there not another aspect to this, and that is that an airport would have to keep the safety of its airspace under review to make sure that it wasn't getting into the possibility where, albeit extremely improbable, there was the potential for an accident to occur as a result of, let's say, the degradation in the probability of detection within its airspace caused by proliferation of wind farms.
Yeah, I mean, the constant review of the risk of your operation is an important part of a safety management system. I think, as you alluded to, it's therefore also linked to the requirement to do regular assessment of the performance, for example, of your surveillance system to ensure that it's still meeting the requirements you set in the first place.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'd like to now move to the next, well, page 19 of your report, and paragraph 7.4, and it's the third bullet point. And this is where you talk about, and we've touched upon this before, the addition of 12 turbines in line of sight will not exceed the processing capacity of the Thermoscanter 4002. First of all, what I'd like to speak to you about is just how much capacity a turbine uses. Now, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what happens with a turbine is that the way it's constructed, you've obviously got the tower for the turbine and you've got the blades for the turbine. And the result of all of that metalwork, if I can put it that way, is that they could all reflect energy back to the radar. And when it comes to the question of plots, correct me if I'm wrong, but you may get, because of the different components which make up a turbine, you may end up with a plot from each of those components. So you might end up with a plot from the tower or from the blades.
Yes, that could be correct.
Yeah, and what you might find is that the one turbine will create maybe 2, even 3 plots on the radar. Is that correct?
That could be a scenario, yes.
Yes. And what happens is that the radar converts those plots into tracks. Is that correct?
It would, yeah, it would seek to kind of associate the plots together that it thinks are related to the same objects. And once it's done that, it would then create a track based on those plots.
Yes, it might create one track, but is there the potential it might create more than one track? Might it create 2 tracks?
There is the potential, and that's again a kind of a normal feature, I'd say, of a primary surveillance radar. That's a typical feature. And probably leading on to the creation of false tracks. It's an inherent sort of side effect of primary surveillance radars, and again, it's always a trade-off in terms of your false track performance and kind of probability detection performance. That's part of the configuration of a primary surveillance radar into an environment.
Yes, so when we're thinking about the number of tracks which will be formed by, let's say it is the 12 of tracks which will be within radar line of sight, that's obviously a disputed issue between the applicant and the airport about how many turbines will be within radar line of sight. But if we take the 12 for the moment, it's not just as simple as saying that 12 turbines create 12 tracks, is it?
It is as simple as saying that. There are two, I mean, you have highlighted there are kind of two parts, two steps to that process. So there is the initially creating, there'll be plots generated from the returns, which then need to be associated to a track. So you are looking at sort of two levels, you know, two steps in the process. I know, you know, in what I think it was, there's another document around a kind of a generic term specification. It has a plot capacity and a track capacity. I think that says kind of plot capacity greater than 1,000, track capacity greater than 500, which does raise an interesting question, because it's slightly contradictory to obviously other references that we've seen, which do talk about the track capacity of 1,000. But look, I think the point is, I mean, either way, whether you're looking at plots or tracks, the Thermoscanter is designed as a wind farm mitigation solution. It's designed to have enough capacity, whether you're talking about plots or tracks, to be able to mitigate radars. I mean, I think the reason why Thermo often talk about this is that they see it as a, well, look, there's no issue. I mean, look, we've got plenty of capacity. And as I said, the reference which talks about the 1,000 kind of tracks actually talks about it running on a very modest hardware platform. So the implication is it would be easy to upgrade if you ever needed to as well.
But if Mr. Fido's view is that one turbine may create up to 2 tracks, what are you saying?
I mean, that's a theoretical possibility for, you know, as I said, so you will always, you know, primary radars will always have an issue of clutter and false tracks. And again, the evidence from available is the Thermoscanter, when optimized, is designed to mitigate this. And you know, again, I think looking back at the flight trials I've done at Newcastle, when it looked at the actual performance against probability detection, false track, and accuracy, and you know, it was conducted by NATS, so very reputable organisation in terms of conducting performance assessments. And they said its performance was very good, and in fact, it's probably better than other older primary surveillance radars.
Now, one of the other consequences of the turbines being erected in the radar line of sight is that the radar will constantly plot and then track these turbines once they're built, will it not?
That's what it's designed to do, yes.
Yes. And so, forevermore, part of the capacity of Terma will be dedicated to that process of plotting the turbine and then converting those plots to tracks.
Yeah, it's designed to do that, yes.
Yeah. And that will be the position forevermore, will it not?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what it's designed for, yes.
Now, I'd like to put another document to you, which I think you have already alluded to, and that is CD 1927. And that is the specification for the Terma, which is installed at the airport.
Just going to find this one electronically. So I understand this document to be a generic product specification, not necessarily specific to Glasgow Prestwick.
Well, if we hear from Mr. Fido that it is the specification for the Terma at Glasgow Prestwick Airport, can we proceed on that basis?
Okay.
Right, if we look at page 8, we see that there's a list of specifications set there, and for plot extraction, it's said to be up to 1,000 plots. And for the embedded tracker 2, we've got greater than 500 tracks, but there's no specification of just how many that number is.
Yes, I know that you're referring to.
Yes.
Yep.
Now, In your report, you've said that paragraph 7.4, bullet point 3, that as noted in the Clockery wind farm inquiry, it's estimated that only around 500 turbines may be in line of sight of the GPA Terma Scanter 4002. Now, having been at that inquiry, I think that was actually evidence which was given by Miss Mackenzie to the inquiry. It's not evidence which was given by the airport to the inquiry. Now, this having been raised, the airport has checked the number of turbines which are in the planning system, and the figure at the moment, when you take account of the operational turbines and those which are in the consenting, those for which consent has been granted and to be built, and those which are some stage in the planning process, the figure is estimated at the moment at between approximately 520 and 560 turbines. And that 520 to 560 is before account is taken of aircraft landing and departing from the airport, other aircraft travelling through the airspace, the effect of perhaps birds, weather, and so on. And it takes no account of any growth from the airport. It doesn't take account of the potential for drone activity, with drones flying through the airspace, which will be picked up by Terma. Does that not mean that Terma will exceed capacity with all of that in its environment?
No. I mean, birds and weather aren't generating tracks, aren't using up that track capacity. As I think I looked at in my report. I mean, if you look at the videos in terms of the number of kind of aircraft within the 40 nautical mile range of the radar, and the videos provided by Glasgow Prestwick, it's, well, as I said, we did a brief calculation number of movements. It's typically 6 per hour. I think you've got that order of magnitude in terms of the number of aircraft kind of there at the moment. You could, accepting that's obviously being impacted by the kind of current situation, but I don't think in terms of aircraft movements for the foreseeable future that you're looking at more than sort of 20 to 30 sort of maximum at any one time. And in our kind of approximate calculations, we use an order of magnitude of 100. Now, I think that's kind of way more than you actually need, and would, potentially account for kind of drone activity in the future if you wanted to. But even that is kind of speculation. There's no certainty in terms of what's going to happen. So in terms of capacity now, I mean, as you just described, both based on not only what we know about now already, but also even other wind farms in addition to Sanquhar 2 suggesting it can be no more than 560. Well, that's plenty of capacity. The Terma's got plenty of capacity to kind of deal with that, as well as kind of future foreseeable traffic growth. So I really don't see that I really don't see there's an argument to say it's definitely going to run out of capacity, and any suggestion that it will is kind of speculation about the future.
But in saying that, you acknowledge that even if it's 520 or thereabouts, so that is the figure for turbines, you still think that Terma will have adequate capacity to deal with that, and with traffic going to and from the airport and aircraft using the airspace around the airport?
Based on what you could reasonably foresee at the moment, yes. Yeah.
Now, the question of Terma capacity is raised in the table of costs and risks, which we've looked at before, 3.2, and that's outside the airport's concern about this. So just to be clear, that your position is that, as you see it, the airport doesn't have to be concerned about this at the moment.
I think it's something the airport needs to consider in terms of business plans, but it's not specific to the proposed development.
Yes.
In terms of, there is capacity, plenty of capacity right now. And I think, as Mr. Fido confirmed from the Clockery inquiry, the capacity is sufficient now. And in terms of the specific impact of the proposed developments, on the system, on the Terma, that with optimization that's required to ensure the safe operations and the meeting the 90% probability detection, then it has more than sufficient capacity to do that. There is no problem with capacity.
Are you talking about at the moment, Mr. Parkinson?
Yes, based on known plans, yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. What I'm asking you to think about is the number of turbines which are currently operational, which are under construction, and which are in the planning process. If all of that came to fruition, would, in your view, Terma still have sufficient capacity?
I mean, I don't think that's relevant to the issue here, which is what mitigation is required.
No, Mr. Parkinson, I'm asking you the question. The question of whether it's relevant is from our forum, but I'm asking you, if all of that comes to fruition, will Terma have sufficient capacity?
But we're now talking about speculation about the future and what may or may not happen.
Mr. Parkinson, I'm asking you, if the airport finds itself in a position where it has 520 turbines within the operational coverage of its radar, will Terma have sufficient capacity to deal with that?
Yes, based on known plans.
Sorry, based on
kind of what you could foreseeably view in the future in terms of realistic traffic growth. Yes.
No, I'm asking you about the number of turbines, Mr. Parkinson, not about air traffic. Could it cope with that number? Does it have capacity to cope with that number of turbines?
Yes.
And why are you saying that?
It's based on the understanding that certainly that it can cope with 1,000 tracks.
Yes, but I've put the specification for the Terma to you, which says that it's greater than 500, I've got to admit, but it doesn't say how much greater. If the airport has 520 operational turbines within the coverage of the radar, will Terma be able to cope with that?
I'm basing my conclusion on another reference, which says that the tracker that's used as part of the product has the capacity to track 1,000 tracks, and noting that this document says in 1.2 that it may serve as a reference. The document may serve as a reference in quotation and contract preparation. It doesn't say, it is presenting itself as a generic document, not a specific document in terms of a specific implementation.
I've already put it to you, Mr. Parkinson, that Mr. Fido will speak to the fact that this is the specification for the Terma at the airport. So the airport doesn't have a specification which says that it will deal with 1,000 tracks. The airport has a specification which says that it will deal with an undefined number over 500. We don't know what the upper limit of that is. Against that background, would Terma be able to cope at the airport, be able to cope with 520 turbines within its radar line of sight?
So I'm surprised to hear that the airport doesn't have actually an understanding of what the capacity is. But I think what you can say is that it has the capacity now to accommodate the wind farm, because it's been confirmed that it has available capacity. And then as for the future, it would need to be confirmed what the specification of the product that they've got.
Mr. Parkinson, that's not actually getting the answer to my question. My question to you was posited on the basis of the specification which the airport holds for the Terma, which says it has a track capacity of greater than 500, and we don't know what it is. If it has 500 and finds itself in a situation where it's 520 turbines within the Terma radar line of sight, will the Terma be able to cope with that based upon this product specification which the airport holds?
Can't answer that question with just referencing against this document.
So if you can't answer that question, does it come to this, that you don't actually know that the Terma will be able to cope with that number of turbines?
It's also based on the discussions we've had with Terma in other radar procurements we've been doing.
Let me just ask you a straightforward question, Mr. Parkinson. Do you know, or do you not know?
I don't know the specific capacity of the Terma at Glasgow Presswick.
So if you don't know the capacity, and the airport does know the capacity, is the airport not entitled to be concerned about whether Terma will have sufficient capacity to deal with all of the turbines which will come into its radar line of sight?
But each one of those would need to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And at the moment, it's been confirmed it has available capacity still. And I think that's the pertinent question here in terms of will the wind farm have an impact on the radar performance based on known plans? And the answer is no, because it has capacity to deal with the proposed development.
But if we get to a point where there are 520 turbines within the radar line of sight of Terma, would you accept that the proposed development here will have absorbed part of that capacity?
But it's designed to do that. So, I mean, it's inherently designed to have capacity to deal with the turbines. Now, if there comes a point in the future, you know, where there are so many wind turbines, then you'd have to look at, you know, obviously you might have to reject applications, but that's, in my opinion, not a matter for what we're talking about here. The matter here is there sufficient capacity now to accommodate the proposed development? And the answer is yes.
Does it come to this so far as the applicant's concerned? It's just, is the applicant's position here that it's just entitled to take up capacity on the airport's Terma, and never mind the consequence of that?
I mean, it's, as I said, the radar was procured as a wind farm mitigation radar. It's inherently designed to have capacity to cope with the wind farms. And we need to move to a position where the aviation industry is self-managing, which I believe we're getting to, the technology available. And there is no material impact on the provision of ATS, air traffic services, given that the capacity available now is sufficient. So I see no reason, you know, there's no specific other mitigation that needs to be put in place now related to the proposed development in terms of the capacity.
Is the applicant's position then that it's just entitled to take this capacity on Terma from the airport, and the airport will just have to deal with the consequences of that, whatever they may be? I
mean, there are no consequences in terms of the specific impact on the air traffic service operation.
No, that's not. That's not my point, Mr. Parkinson. My point, Mr. Parkinson, as you know, is that this development will take away part of the Terma capacity, and I'm asking you whether the applicant's position is it's entitled to take away that capacity.
Yeah, I'm sort of mulling over what the, you know, the kind of the term entitlement. I mean, it's kind of sort of a fact of life. It's like radar will see, you know, can see a car on the road potentially, and it's taking up capacity. Is it entitled to kind of use it? It's just with, you know, different users existing side by side, and the purpose of the, you know, I don't think you almost make it sound like the airport can sell the capacity in a way. So I just don't see it like that. I mean, the capacity is being provided to further the obviously further the green agenda and to enable you know, sort of wind farm developments. And so in that sense, yes, I think it is entitled to use up that capacity. That's kind of what it's being put in place there for. And I know, you know, almost coming on to more commercial aspects, which are going to be obviously addressed by Mr. Thompson. But I mean, I do understand the applicant has already invested in the radar. So yes, I think it has an entitlement to use up that capacity.
All right. And if I can take you to paragraph 7.4, and it's the fourth bullet, and this is the calculation in the reduction of the probability of detection which you have carried out. And you have said that the reduction would be 94.5% of the baseline. And
Correct.
you've then applied that figure of 94.5% to the publicly available flight trial data for Newcastle and Edinburgh of 97%, and that results in a minimum expected performance of 92%. Now, as you know, Mr. Frido has carried out his calculation here, and I want to look at that with you. But before I turn to do that, again, you're relying upon evidence from or gathered from Newcastle and Edinburgh. And I think we have an acknowledgement that obviously the performance will vary from place to place. Do we not?
Yes, but I think the performance results that I've seen from different trials are very consistent.
But it will ultimately depend upon the performance which can be achieved at the airport.
And as we've agreed, subject to the kind of agreed mitigation activities, involving the thermal modelling in comparison to the baseline performance assessment.
Yes, because you go on in paragraph 7.4 in the fourth bullet to say that the value is consistent with the results at other airports, including Teesside, in February 2021, where it's understood the probability of detection is 94%, was achieved over wind farms, and it's also consistent with Mr. Fido's clockery inquiry evidence that there was no wind farm area within the vicinity of GPA that's a probability of detection of less than 90%, using the term Scanter 4002. Well, of course, so far as the evidence of the probability of detection at the airport is concerned, that was established after flight trials, was it not?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
So far as the evidence about the probability of detection at the airport is concerned, that was established after flight trials, was it not?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so again, it takes us back to the old familiar theme, which we've been over during the course of today, that ultimately it's the flight trials which determine the probability of probability of detection performance.
It will verify the final probability of detection performance.
Now, as we know from Mr. Fido's report, and Mr. Fido will speak to this in his evidence, but at page 44, we see that in paragraph 8,
Yes.
I have that, thanks. Paragraph 8, page 44, Mr. Fido ultimately comes to an overall probability of detection of 78.4%, which is obviously materially different from your calculation. Now, your calculation, the origin of that is to be found in the report, the radar technical assessment report, which you prepared in April this year, which is CD 1329. And if we look at page 10 of that report, We don't have as full a calculation as we have from Mr. Fido, but you say that the turbine at paragraph 3.4.2 results, you say the turbine occupied area for the Sanquhar 2 are approximately 0.3 kilometres squared. As noted in section 3.2, there are 12 turbines in line of sight, meaning a total area of approximately 3.6 kilometres squared occupied by turbines. So that's just a straightforward question of math at that point. And then you say the wind farm area is approximately 65 kilometres squared. And you then go on to say this results in a reduction factor of 5.5%. So what you have done is you've taken the 3.6 kilometres squared as a percentage of the 65 kilometres squared, which is the total area of the wind farm. Is that correct? Yeah. And if we compare that to Mr. Fido's approach, the difference, one of the fundamental differences appears to be that Mr. Fido has not taken the total area of the wind farm. Instead, what he has done is he has taken the area occupied by each of the turbines and has allowed a resolution dimension buffer around them, which produces 9 million square meters. So he's actually taken a much smaller area because he's used a resolution buffer. Can I ask can I ask why have you used the wind farm area rather than apply, like Mr. Fido, a resolution buffer around the 12 turbines?
So we used an approach based on understanding of how Terma would do it. So we're not claiming it is the Terma approach. And actually, what we have all agreed is that we need Terma to do the modelling, and I think everyone's agreed with that. But the justification is that you're looking at the impact of the proposed development. Well, that's the whole development in that sense. I mean, say you didn't know which were in line of sight, you wanted to kind of assess the performance, that is the area you take. And actually, if you look at the description of the baseline flight trial, I think from the cost and risk table in I think it's in step 16, it talks about a waffle pattern flight trial above the proposed wind farm area. That is an agglomeration of 1 nautical mile buffers around the wind farm perimeter. And actually, we took a 1 nautical mile buffer around the perimeter of the wind farm. So actually, it matches very closely with the way that the flight trial would be done. But either way, actually, there's obviously another reference, which is the Terma modelling approach, which is one of the other references that Glasgow Prestwick took, which actually does it differently, and I think it represents the way Terma would do it. And I see Mr. Fido's actually followed most of those steps, apart from that calculation of the area of the wind farm. It's not clear to me why he's diverged from that. So I think we probably all agree that the Terma approach is the one that's the definitive approach. And actually, when we compare our approach with the one Terma did, we actually made we tried to take a conservative approach anyway. We made some very conservative assumptions about the area occupied by the wind turbines, where you'd get that reduction in probability detection. And in fact, that was much more conservative than the approach taken by taken by Terma in their calculation. So in their calculation, they take an area of, I think it was actually a buffer of 2.5 nautical miles around the wind turbines, but only the ones in line of sight. And in terms of where that requirement comes from, I think that was a requirement set by Glasgow Prestwick.
But when we're looking at a wind farm, indeed in the case of Sanquhar here, not every turbine will be visible to the radar, will it?
No.
And it's those turbines which are visible which will produce clutter, which will be of concern to the ATC.
But they won't produce clutter because the term is designed to mitigate that.
Yes, if it wasn't for the fact it was mitigated, they would produce clutter, and that clutter would be of concern to the ATC.
So that the other, sorry, go on, Mr. Brown, sorry.
When it comes to considering the area of impact, is it not just the area which will be impacted by clutter which is of concern here in this calculation, rather than the whole wind farm?
Well, it could be, and in fact, that's very in line with the Terma modelling approach. So, in fact, Glasgow Prestwick, say if they had cluster on the screen, they take at least a 1 nautical mile buffer zone around it, and actually more likely to 3 nautical miles for 3 nautical mile separation. But again, that's not consistent with Mr. Fido's approach. So I agree with you, and I think it is a logical approach what you just described, but it's not the one taken by Mr. Fido. And then he goes on.
Sorry, maybe there's some misunderstanding here. What I was saying to you was it's just the area of the 12 turbines which are visible to the radar which are of concern. And just to clarify the point, it's just the area of the 12 turbines which is of concern, because that's the area which will produce clutter. It's not the area, the total area of the wind farm which is of concern, because there will be parcels of that wind farm which are not visible.
But the requirements around performance assessment for probability detection talk about assessing the performance in the operational, in the area providing an operational service, and that service is over the entire wind farm.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Mr. Parkinson, whether we're confusing the calculation of the reduction in probability of detection with the operational impact.
But I mean, the two are linked. The reason why you're doing it is to assess the operational impacts. They really should be consistent. Otherwise, what's the point in doing it?
Well, there's the point in doing it not to identify the actual area in the radar screen which is impacted by the probability of detection. So that's the technical impact. But there's an operational impact which is separate to that, because an air traffic controller faced with clutter on their screen will apply a 3 nautical mile buffer around that clutter to make sure that there's no risk, or it limits the risk of an aircraft popping up from the clutter. Is that not the fundamental difference? We're comparing a technical impact on the probability of detection with an operational impact.
But ultimately, it needs to be lead back to the operational impact, because that's what you're looking at. Is it going to impact the controller in terms of what he needs to do? And the requirement's been set for 90% probability detection in the volume of airspace they're providing the service. They want to ensure that that's maintained over the whole of the wind farm.
But will an air traffic controller is applying the 3 nautical mile buffer around a clutter which appears on their screen, are they not?
But the term is going to mitigate the clutter.
Yes, sorry. All these questions are on the basis that it's not mitigated, so we'll just proceed on that basis. It's not mitigated and there's clutter appearing on the screen. The clutter will be from the turbines which are visible to the radar, will they not?
Yes.
Yes. And when an air traffic controller is looking at that screen with clutter, what they will do is they will apply a 3 nautical mile buffer around the area of clutter. Is that not what they do?
I think it is what they typically do.
Yes.
Yes, it is what they typically do.
Yes. And so the result of that is that because all 12 turbines will not necessarily occupy the full extent of the wind farm, what you will find is the 3 nautical mile buffer will be applied around potentially a smaller area of the wind farm than applying a 3 nautical mile buffer around the whole of the wind farm. Am I not correct?
That would be correct.
So when you take the whole of the wind farm and you say you do that because that's the operational approach to it, is that not misguided? Because that's not in fact what an ATC does.
No, I mean, I don't think our approach was misguided, but if we want to, perhaps we should align with the approach that's taken in the Terma modelling paper, where in fact they do almost what you described, except rather than applying 3 nautical miles, they're applying a 2 nautical mile buffer. If you look at the results that they come up with there for the nearby wind farms, it results in like a 0.01% kind of reduction. So, far less than even we calculated. So it just seems that the calculation presented by Mr. Fido is so out of, so far away from what has actually formally been done by Terma on behalf of Glasgow Prestwick for existing wind farms, that it just doesn't make sense in any way. I mean, in terms of coming up with the final figure of 78.4%, you've taken the baseline performance of 90%. So it's assumed that the current performance is just the minimum requirement, and clearly any reduction from the minimum requirement is going to fail. But so it's not clear why he's taking 90% as a starting point for the baseline figure.
Well, is that not because it's the minimum performance that it knows can't be achieved?
Well, there's no justification for it. And as I said, if you start with a baseline performance of 90% and you know you're going to reduce it by a bit, then there's no point doing the calculation in the first place. So I mean, this calculation just doesn't make sense. I mean, it seems odd that he's followed all of the other steps. You know, it looks like he's followed all of the other steps from the Terma modeling paper, but and then sort of gone off at a tangent, you know, here. But you know, either way, we all agree that we need Terma to actually do the modeling because they're the authoritative kind of organization. But if you look at that paper again and the figures they come up with the turbines, the wind farms that are nearby, I mean, they ended up with a, like, as I said, the kind of probability reduction factor was well, less than 1%.
So if your position is that Terma need to do the calculation, I think that's what I picked you up as saying. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's been agreed. I mean, everyone agrees that it's a necessary step, and I think the applicant has agreed, you know, to pay for that. And you know, it just, I think everyone's in broad agreement about that. We should just get on and do it. It's the sensible kind of step to do.
Yeah. Okay. So it's got to be inherent in that you're not confident that your calculation is correct either.
As I said, our calculation was based on the approach that we knew Terma took, but you know, we were not claiming it was the Terma approach. Now, they are the authoritative figure in terms of how their radar works. So clearly, you know, they are the ones that should do it.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if I can ask you to turn to the next page of your report, which is page 20.
Mr. Brown, sorry to interrupt you mid-flow there. Would now be a suitable moment to pause for a quick comfort break? Are you moving on, or are you on the same point there?
Well, I'm happy to break at that point, sir, because it's a separate paragraph. I'd like to move on.
I'm just going to suggest we have a 10-minute comfort break, and so if we could return, so we're on 15:07 now. If we were to come back for 3:20, would that be okay with yourselves?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Lovely. Okay, we'll just break there. Thank you. Mr. Hardy, are you with us?
Just getting a cup of tea.
Oh, you can see him. Right, I didn't realise.
Trying to hide him behind my screen.
Fine. It's 20. It's we're not quite there yet. We're not quite there. Okay, Mr. Brown, whenever you're ready, thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Mr. Parkinson, well, sorry, sir, just before we get to that point, just before the break, as I understood it, Mr. Parkinson said that it had been agreed that Terma would undertake the radar modelling assessment in flight. During the break, I've been advised by my clients that the airport's not agreed to that step yet.
Okay.
I'll speak to Mr. Hardy about that after, but it's not agreed by the airport. I understand what has been agreed is that baseline flight trial will be conducted, but the agreement hasn't yet been reached on the radar modelling assessment.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. It goes to perhaps the heart of the condition and the proposed wording that I saw on Friday, and obviously I appreciate that GPA don't agree that wording. Feel free if you, I think it would be helpful if you could liaise with Mr. Hardy on that point, as and when the opportunity arises. If you have any further questions for Mr. Parkinson now, though, please do ask them.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Parkinson, page 20 of your report, paragraph 7.4, and it's the fifth bullet, which appears at the top of page 20, and it's the second sub-bulleted point where you say that minor optimization of the configuration of the Terma scanter in the presence of the wind turbines in line of sight from the proposed development. And sorry, I should have read into that you're saying that that's all that's required. It's minor optimization at that stage. Can I ask you, how do you know it's just minor optimization?
It was based on discussions we've had in general with Terma about the optimization process. That was the wording they used, albeit in a general scenario.
Yes, and I think as you acknowledged just after this morning, just after I started to ask questions, you've not actually sat beside a Terma engineer to know exactly what's required as they do their job of optimization.
That's correct.
Yeah. And on this issue of flight trials, Mr. Parkinson, looking at that bullet, you start with the formal theoretical modelling of the performance of the Scanter 4002, which is the point we've just discussed. But of course, as you are aware, and I'll not take you to the document unless you want me to, but in the safeguarding assessment process, which we looked at this morning, which is CD 1925, or maybe we should just go to CD 1925.
The safeguarding flowchart. Yeah.
Yes. We'll just get our bearings in the document.
Yeah.
Your first bullet point, which is conducting the formal theoretical modelling of the performance, is actually step 18.
Yep.
And we can see that step 16 on the airport's flowchart is to conduct a baseline PD flight trial.
Yes.
Now, are you in a position to confirm whether the applicant has agreed to pay for the cost of the baseline flight trial?
It's my understanding that they have, yes.
Okay, so on the assumption that that's been agreed, there's actually a stage before now in your paragraph we've been looking at there, in that there'll be a baseline flight trial before you got to the formal theoretical modelling.
So yes, I acknowledge that there is the need to establish the baseline performance. In actual fact, my advice to the client was that it wasn't specific activity related to the proposed development, because as part of the commissioning of the wind farm, you would need to establish, sorry, not the wind farm, the radar, you would need to establish the baseline performance anyway. And so in my opinion, it would have been already established. Now, there is a practical issue around doing flight trials that's recognised in the CAP documents, that there's a cost involved, and so you have to be pragmatic in that approach, and you might not therefore cover the entire area in the same level of detail. And I think it lists the key things you need to look at, and I think that's probably Mr. Fido listed them out in one of his reports. But one of those would be obviously, well, operationally important areas be one of those, including approaches. So my view was that given the proposed development is in an operational important area, that the flight trials that would have already been carried out as part of the commissioning of the terma would be clearly in sufficient detail to establish a baseline performance, but nonetheless understand community wind power anyway in the interests of obviously progressing the matter, and trying to accelerate the process, that they've agreed to pay for those anyway.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll pick that point up with Mr. Hardy as well. Thank you, Mr. Parkinson. That's useful because I can miss out that part of my cross-examination. All right. Now, so far as the cost of these steps is concerned, we know that the applicant's position is that the steps which you have outlined there would cost about no more, I think is what you say, no more than £60,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that was based on our advice to them and the information that we had available.
Yes, and so if you're looking for a reference to it, as far as I can tell, it has its origin in the report, the radar technical assessment
Yes.
from April 2021, which is CD reference 1329, and it's actually set out in part 4, which is the conclusions on costs section.
Yep.
Now, I believe you've accepted, Mr. Parkinson, that in this optimisation process, the airport staff will be involved in it. When you calculated the £60,000, did you make a provision for the cost of the staff's time at the airport?
So my understanding, so some of that cost information was provided to me by Community Wind Power based on an exchange they had with Glasgow Prestwick, and it was my understanding that that did include the GPA's staff time costs. That was just my understanding.
Yes, but do you think it is a cost which can legitimately be included when calculating the cost of this part of the process?
Relating to the specific optimization of the radar in respect of the proposed development, yes.
Okay. If I could take you to page 21 of your report, and paragraph 8.7, sorry, section 8, you reviewed this morning. It's the various risks which you identified here, and at paragraph 8.7, you have mentioned the lifespan of the terma, and we've had that discussion, so we don't need to go back on it. And then in 8.8, replacement of the turbine, sorry, the terma. Now, when covering the issue of replacement, is there an acknowledgement in there that the radar will have to be replaced at some time during the operational life of this wind farm?
Yes, I think it is likely that it will, yes.
So there's is there an acceptance in there as well that mitigation will be required for the lifetime of the wind farm?
At the point they need to replace it, they will need to replace it with a suitable technology that meets the regulations at the time and can still mitigate any potential impact from wind farm clutter and any other clutter in the environment.
And do you accept at the point when it comes to replacing terma, an evaluation will need to be done at the time of the replacement as to, well, first, the technology which is available at that point? Would you do that?
Yeah, and the regulatory requirements and the requirements of the business at the time, which we can't necessarily foresee at the moment, and that's the normal practice that a business would have to go through.
Yeah, so an informed decision taking account of the technology that's available, changes in regulations, the environment around at the airport, all of these would have to be factored in to work out what a suitable technology would be to replace Terma.
Yes, at that time. I mean, it may be, well, as I say, we're speculating now as what that might be. So I think this can't really be speculating. We can only go on what we know now.
And it may well be that at that point it's identified that a solution which is different to Terma is what's required at that point.
It could be the case, yes.
Yeah. Now, when we were discussing this earlier this morning and suitable replacement options, you mentioned that there are various manufacturers producing wind farm or radar which have the potential to mitigate the effects of wind farms, and you expect that will continue because of the drive for renewable energy. I think,
yes,
in summary, that's what you were saying. And you mentioned radar being produced by Hensoldt as one manufacturer.
that's correct.
Do you know how much a Hensoldt radar costs?
That particular model, no.
No. If I said to you it's somewhere between 10 and 12 million, that seem right? Do you know?
No, I mean, I can give you a comparison to just sort of general PSR costs, which would be in the sort of £3 million mark, which is obviously very in line with, I think, what was paid for the Thermoscanter, but I don't have any specific information on the cost of the Hensoldt,
Yeah.
that particular model of the Hensoldt you're referring to.
Yeah. When you refer to general PSR technology, what are you referring to? PSR, which has the capability of being optimized to mitigate the effect of a wind farm, or are you just talking about a straightforward PSR which doesn't have that capability?
That's probably based on more historical data. So I certainly couldn't say for certain that it did include PSRs that did have that wind farm mitigation capability.
Okay, and you also mentioned another manufacturer called, I think, Indra.
Correct.
And do you know how much an Indra radar with the capability of mitigating wind farms would be?
No, I don't know how much the one that NASA procured cost.
So, on the basis that the airport will always require a radar which will be able to deal with the wind farms which will be in its environment, you can't say how much a replacement might be if it's not a Terma.
I mean, you can't say for certain what that cost would be in the future anyway. I mean, the market will continue to evolve in terms of market dynamics, particularly, as I think there is a need for it. So there'll be more competition in the market for products as well, which should ensure that there's a competitive price. But yeah, you don't know how the market's going to evolve. And as we've already said, we don't know actually what the requirement would be. I mean, it may be that a term is not required in the future anyway. All the requirements are completely different.
And if the decision was made to replace the Terma with another Terma radar, we know that the Terma radar at the airport currently has been optimized to mitigate the effects of wind turbines. If a new Terma radar is installed, will there not be a cost of re-optimizing that to deal with particular wind farms and within its operational coverage?
In the same way that there's always a cost of optimization for a radar in its environment, it's the standard part of any radar implementation. In that sense, I don't see it as any different to a normal activity you do with radar.
Yes, but do you accept in that the optimization which has been done for particular wind farms will have to be redone?
Well, it will have the radar installed. If it is a radar, it will have to be installed. It will have to be optimized for that environment. As I said, primary radars are always, have to be optimized for the cluster environment in which they're operating in, and that cluster environment might have changed again in the future.
And there will be a cost, no doubt, do you accept, in optimising the radar again to deal with a development such as the Sanquhar 2 development?
There will be a cost, but I said it's a normal part of a procurement and an implementation process for radar. It's nothing specific to necessarily to kind of that are specific only to wind farms in that sense.
And if we look at the table of costs and risks, in page 7 at 3.3, the airport has specifically addressed this issue of the midlife refresh, as it's described there, of not just the Terma, but the wind farm radar mitigation system as a whole. Do you have that?
3.3, page 7. Yeah.
Yes. So this is developing the concept further of replacement beyond just Terma. I take it you accept that the other components of the wind farm radar mitigation system will have to be replaced at some point through the lifetime?
So there will be a natural life to those elements that might not be tied to the Terma, but I almost slightly wince at the term that they're part of what we call the radar mitigation solution, because as I said before in my evidence in chief, it's just a normal surveillance architecture that you typically see at an airport. So it's again normal business in terms of implementing, maintaining, and finally replacing elements of a surveillance architecture you would typically find at any airport.
But so far as the airport's concerned, as articulated in this table of costs and risks, leaving aside the issues which you've mentioned, the airport can with justification say it's concerned about the fact that it will have to replace the radar at some point in the future.
Yeah, that would be the case for any radar. I mean, it's a normal business risk for an airport. It's not specific at all to the proposed development or any of the wind farms.
And would you also accept that whatever technology the airport installs at that point in time, that technology will have to be capable of dealing with the wind farms which are within the area in which the airport provides air traffic services?
Yes, in the same way that anytime you implement a new primary surveillance radar, it needs to deal with the cluster environment in which it's being put.
If I can take you to the next page in your report, which is page 23.
My reports, okay.
Yes. And this is where you deal with the ILS system. Have that? Yep.
Yes, I do.
Sorry, I just looked around. Yes,
No, sorry, Mr. Brown.
In paragraph 9.2, you acknowledge that this is safety critical, and you mentioned that this morning. Presumably,
Yes.
there'll be a safety case for the ILS in keeping with any other CNS system at the airport.
Yes.
Yeah. And so any procedures, any changes that are made will have to be justified to the CAA. Is that correct?
Or justify why there is no impact.
Well, one way or the other, it will have to be justified to the CAA. Do you accept that?
Yes, there needs to be a justification, yes.
And in paragraph 9.4, you set out here the ICAO requirements, and I've looked these up, so I don't need to take you to the document itself. And you've referred to the fact that the coverage should be 25 nautical miles within plus or minus 10 degrees from the runway centre line, and 17 nautical miles between 10 degrees and 35 degrees from the runway centre line. And then you want to say, except that where topographical features dictate or operational requirements permit, the limits may be reduced to 18 nautical miles. Now, do you accept that at the moment the airport has coverage out to 25 nautical miles?
I haven't seen any direct evidence to that, but that's my understanding of their kind of expectation of the performance of the system, yes.
And you go on in paragraph 9.5 to say it's noted that DME, VOR and NBD NDB navigation aids are available in addition to the ILS at GPA, and aircraft are also able to use GNSS-based approaches. It's therefore concluded that there are alternative navigational facilities providing satisfactory coverage at GPA, and that the ILS limit can be reduced to 33.3 kilometres or 18 nautical miles. So that would be a reduction of 7 nautical miles against its current range, correct?
Yes. Mr. Brown, I've lost your. Oh, sorry, you're still there.
I think we have put a paper over the mic. If the coverage was to be reduced in that way, would that not be a compromise on the part of the airport to reduce?
So, in fact, sorry, please continue.
Yeah, to reduce it from 25 nautical miles to 18 nautical miles. Would that not be a compromise?
Well, it would depend. First of all, it would depend on the operation requirement. But in fact, I'm not actually suggesting that they do that, and I'm not suggesting that the proposed wind farm would impact the 25 nautical mile range that's currently been achieved. I think what I was trying to illustrate was when I was looking at the operational impact of how the ILS is used. When we were speaking to kind of pilots, they said they wouldn't ever, really look to use the ILS system on board the aircraft beyond 18 nautical miles. And I think that's backed up by this, section from the ICAO document that states that it can be reduced, if the operational requirements kind of permit. And actually, again, looking at the videos provided by Glasgow Prestwick on the ILS approaches, in fact, you can hear on the videos that the aircraft kind of doing an ILS approach, and actually at the point at which they say they have acquired the ILS is around about 18 nautical miles. So it was merely using that to try and illustrate really the point at which it would really be used, even if the theoretical range is out to 25 nautical miles, and to highlight that obviously the wind turbines proposed development is beyond that. So it was kind of looking at the operational impact. But as I said, we went on anyway to do the interference assessment and demonstrated that any potential interference would be well within the allowed interference limits, and therefore, based on that, there would be no impact to the 25 nautical mile coverage that's already achieved.
All right, and if we hear from Mr. Smith that the ILS is the only precision approach aid, would that affect your view in any way about the range which could be provided by the airport?
No, I mean the critical phase of flight, again, as I think highlighted by Glasgow Prestwick in the inquiry statement, is the final approach segment, which is from 3,000 feet and 9 nautical miles, and that's the final approach down towards the runway. It's at that point, you need to have you obviously really do need to be kind of have a stable signal at that point. Notwithstanding that, there is no impact from what we've assessed. We can see no impact in terms of actually on the performance of the equipment itself. As I said, actually a lot of ILS installations on board the aircraft are forward-facing only. So obviously, once it's past the turbines, there is going to be no chance of interference happening at all. And the ILS procedure that's written for runway 30 talks about acquiring the localizer, which is the particular lateral ILS signal. So it's only doing lateral guidance at that point. It talks about acquiring it by 16 nautical miles. That's the point at which, for the procedure, the implementation of the procedure, that you need to have, it's implying that you need to have acquired a good lock on the localizer signal for lateral guidance.
And if we hear from Mr. Smith when he gives evidence that in fact aircraft do seek to join at the full range 25 nautical miles, how would that affect your view?
It wouldn't, because from the interference calculation we've done, we've demonstrated that the interference impact would be negligible. I did wonder in one of the videos, I was just trying to listen to it, whether I could detect an aircraft joining further out than 18 nautical miles. But on that video, it was almost out at 30 nautical miles. But unfortunately, the audio quality wasn't quite good enough for me to actually accurately establish the kind of conversation that was going on.
All right. Now, on this question of the impact on the ILS, the airport's position is that it wishes to have flight trial conducted post-development. And as we know, was an early report, very early report prepared by you on this topic, and then a further one in April 2021. And the April 2021 report is CD reference 1330. And at page 5 of that report, you're referring to your previous report in section 1.2. And you acknowledge that that earlier report said that, paragraph 5, the full impact of the Sanquhar 2 turbines and ILS reception can only be established via test flights once the development is complete. But it's unlikely that Sanquhar 2 will have a significant negative impact on GPA runway 30 ILS operations. Do you acknowledge that in there you did refer to the fact the full impact could only be established once the development had been completed?
So, slightly unfortunately, that particular quote's been taken out of context from the original report. So the original report was well, as you said, was a very early kind of initial impact assessment where we identified the proposed development would have wind turbines in line of sight of the ILS. And we also noted that there were other existing wind farms that were closer to the ILS and in line of sight. And so the statement was made on the basis that, well, actually the best thing you can do is engage with the airport. And if they are concerned about it, they would have done flight trials to, provide, to establish any level of interference and whether it was of concern to them. And so that was the basis of that quote. But you understand, well, I've not seen any evidence from GPA that they have any concerns, or they haven't done any flight trials in the vicinity of those existing wind farms. And again, sort of in discussion earlier this year about, I think they were carrying out regular flight check on their ILS, so did inquire about the possibility of extending it outside of I think the 9 nautical miles sort of final approach, which is the area they focused on. But on that occasion, it sort of wasn't possible. But to me, that indicates that there is no current concern about the ILS performance. And certainly having completed this second assessment, we've gone into much more detail and gone beyond what the kind of international requirements kind of require. That there's, in my opinion, from the result of our assessment, there's negligible risk on the impact of the ILS, safe ILS operations, and it's not proportionate activity to carry out a flight check now.
If you look at page 15 of your report from April 2021 in paragraph 3.4, again there's reference to the fact that our previous report noted that due to the location of the wind turbines and the extension of the runway centreline, we cannot rule out that some of the ILS signal will be reflected from the wind turbines and cause some interference for aircraft which are following the ILS approach procedure whilst they are facing the wind turbines are turning on to the final approach course. So there are two statements there referring back to your earlier report.
Well, that's a direct quote. Sorry, that's a direct quote from our previous report.
Yes, from your previous report. In light of that is the fact that you made that comment in your first report. Is the airport not entitled to be concerned about the impact on the ILS, you having raised it?
No, but based on that, we've gone beyond that initial report and looked, done a more detailed assessment, which I understand gives the airport great comfort. And as I said, but based on that, I think the conclusion is that the risk of any interference and impact in the ILS operations is, in my opinion, negligible, and therefore, actually conducting a flight trial now is not proportionate to the level of risk.
And you say that even although you first identified that a flight trial would be required in your first report?
Yes.
And if it was found on a flight trial that there had been an adverse impact on the ILS, is that something which would have to be mitigated?
No, not necessarily. I mean, well, in my opinion, no, because as I said, the use of the ILS, the critical phase of flight, is the final approach from 9 nautical miles. The procedure requires you to only have a established stable lock on the localizer by 16 nautical miles, and you're well beyond the wind turbines, and so there'll be no operational impact.
Well, how do you know there'll be no operational impact?
But based on the description of the operation.
Yeah. And is that based on the description of the operation at the airport?
Yes, yeah, it's the approach procedure, the ILS approach procedure for runway 30.
So in the table of cost and risk which the airport's produced, where it raises this concern about impact on the instrument landing system, your position would be that that's not an issue for the airport to be worrying about?
Yes.
All right, if I can take you to paragraph 11 of your report. Sorry, section 11, and it's paragraph 11.1 on page 26, where you deal with shadow. You talk here about the fact that Terma should be able to deal with the effects of shadow. I think that's the long and short of it. But
Yeah,
sorry,
the effects of any effects of shadow are far less with the Terma Scanter compared to
yes,
SPAN PSR.
but there are still some effects.
It is likely in the area immediately behind the turbines that there would be a reduction in probability detection, but again, the evidence that Terma have presented shows that it still is able to maintain a good probability detection in that area. But even if there was a shadow zone, it's below, as I mentioned before, the minimum sector altitude, which is the lowest altitude at which aircraft will be flying to maintain clearance from obstacles.
Now, on this question of shadow, is there not the potential for an aggregative impact from the shadow created by the turbines in conjunction with other turbines?
No, not in the immediate direction of Sanquhar.
But if there is a proliferation of wind farms in that area, could there be an aggregative impact of the shadow?
Each impact would be specific to each wind farm, so it's not specific, it's not related to the proposed development.
But if there was an aggregative impact, do you accept that the Sanquhar 2 development would have made its own contribution to that aggregative impact?
There'll be a potential impact from Sanquhar 2 which needs to be assessed on its own merit. And my assessment is that it would have no impact on the operations.
Well, if it's assessed and it's held that there is an impact, and in fullness of time, an aggregative impact, would that impact not have to be mitigated?
I mean, if you're referring to, well, I mean, again, this is speculation about what may or may not happen in the future. I think you can't kind of predicate kind of decisions now on what may or may not happen. I mean, the assessment, as I said, the assessment in terms of specifically in relation to Sanquhar 2 is that the impact of the shadow is likely to be very limited because of the capabilities of the Terma scans. But even if I take the worst case calculations, it's not going to impact the provision of the services using the radar, the air traffic services using the radar.
Well, you say in paragraph 11.1.4 of your report that the shadow zone impacts small low-flying aircraft immediately behind the wind farm. Is that not an impact which happens immediately as a result of the erection of Sanquhar 2?
Well, because they would be, I mean, they would be beneath the minimum sector altitude, and as I said, you can't provide a deconfliction service below there, and these additional, this is in uncontrolled airspace, so these air traffic services are best efforts only anyway, and there's no requirement for the aircraft to to use the air traffic control service. If an aircraft was flying that low, it would be on its own responsibility to do that.
Well, you said that it would lead to a withdrawal of service. Would that not be a degradation in the air traffic services which the airport provides?
It's not a withdrawal of service. It's part of the definition of a deconfliction service that you can't give it below the minimum sector altitude, and you have to advise the aircraft if they're receiving it and they want to descend below the minimum sector altitude. You have to advise them that they can no longer receive that service from you. But that's nothing to do with the shadow zone. That's to do with the minimum sector altitude that's set already.
And in paragraph 11.1.6, you refer to the fact that the WFRMS consists of an MRT that will fuse data from the Thermoscanter 4002 at GPA with SSR data from the NATS radar at Lowther Hill to provide a single composite surveillance picture. Now, when you make that comment, first of all, are you assuming there that all aircraft will be fitted with a transponder which will communicate with the SSR?
No, said certainly in the uncontrolled airspace there is possibility for aircraft that are not equipped with a transponder.
And therefore the SSR information will not be transmitted?
Correct.
But when we discussed this earlier, is there not the possibility of the turbines blocking the signal from the Lowther Hill transmitter?
There could be again a theoretical shadow zone impact. Again, I think Mr. Fido did an initial sort of calculation where he said you might limit the base of coverage at Turnberry at 2,000 foot, but again that's well below the minimum sector altitude, which is somewhere again around 3,900 foot.
So when the airport considers the question of the shadow effect in rule 4.1 of its table in costs and risks on page 10, your position then would be that that's not something the airport should be concerned about?
Correct, not with regard to the proposed development.
And what about the cumulative impact of the turbines from various wind farms in the vicinity of Sanquhar 2?
I think they need to be assessed on their own merit, but it's not specific to the proposed development.
But would the proposed development make a contribution to the overall effect of the shadow in that area?
No, I don't think. My assessment is it won't. I mean, as I said, having assessed the impact of any potential shadow zone, it wouldn't impact the air traffic service operations that are provided.
All right. If I can take you to paragraph 11.2 of your report, page 28. And you're dealing here with degradation in the receiver sensitivity. And you say in the last sentence that because of TERMA, the probability of detection performance meets the operational requirement and there's no residual operational impact. But did we not agree earlier that a degradation would mean that it would be more difficult to detect smaller targets?
No, I don't remember agreeing that. In terms of the receiver sensitivity, I certainly explained the kind of technical impact that it could have, where a high power return from the wind turbine can desensitize the receiver such that it couldn't see smaller aircraft targets beyond it. It might have a range effect, but so the terma, again, modern radars are designed to kind of mitigate this type of effect. So the receiver has a high dynamic range, it's able to recover quickly. The term is designed to mitigate this type of issue, and ultimately, what's important is what's the probability detection it can actually achieve. I mean, because that's what kind of the controllers see on the screen. So we can look at the different types of technical kind of impact, but ultimately it comes down to what is the performance of the terma. Can it meet the 9% probability detection?
So there's a possibility it might not detect smaller targets, and is there also a possibility that it might not detect targets which are further away?
No, I think it will detect smaller targets. I mean, because of the terma's capabilities, it is able to detect small targets behind wind turbines. Again, from the kind of results of trials that they've done, that's exactly the type of kind of test that they've been trying to do to demonstrate the capability.
Now, when you form this conclusion on the degradation in receiver sensitivity, you have, if I understand this section correctly, you haven't considered the aggregative effects of other turbines and the contribution which they may make in conjunction with Sanquhar 2 to the degradation in receiver sensitivity. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's not relevant. It's certainly not relevant to proposed development. I mean, if you're looking at different kind of azimuths, different directions, because they're in different directions, well, obviously it's clearly not relevant to you. But maybe they did. Well, no, the term is inherently designed to meet the probability detection kind of requirement. As I said, it has a high dynamic range for the receiver, which mitigates this type of problem, so that it can quickly recover to be able to detect small targets just beyond the wind turbines. I mean, that's how it's been designed.
So you don't accept then that Sanquhar 2 could make a contribution to a degradation overall in that area in the degradation in receiver sensitivity?
Correct.
If there was such an effect, would that have to be mitigated?
Again, we're speculating again now about what might happen, but I can only go back to the evidence that I've seen in terms of the performance and the trials that have been done with small aircraft flying around wind turbines. The thermoscanter can meet and exceed the 90% probability detection. So that's what's ultimately important. That's what needs to be judged.
Yes, but what I'm asking you about is if there was found to be a degradation, whether that would have to be mitigated.
Well, I mean, what you're really sort of saying, I think, is if the probability detection is not meet 90%, that all the evidence is there to say that that's what it can achieve. So I'm not sure. For me, it's not credible in terms of the way the term is designed to perform. This is what it's designed to do. It's designed to have a high dynamic range in the receiver so that you don't get that degradation receiver sensitivity that would have a material impact on the probability detection.
Yes, but what I'd asked you is if there was such an impact, would it have to be mitigated?
But there's no evidence of that impact in the term.
My question is, if there was an impact, would that have to be mitigated?
I mean, if the results, if your probability detection were less than 90%, you'd have to analyze why that is and take appropriate steps. But really speculating now as to just speculating about things in the future about an unknown scenario that I don't think is credible from the evidence that's available.
And if there was an adverse impact, could that operationally lead, without mitigation, could that lead to the area having to be avoided due to the lack of fuel detection capability?
Well, I think we've probably discussed this before, but yeah, I mean, if you set the 90% probability detection requirement, which is accepted as the requirement to provide a safe AT air traffic service, So if you don't meet it for whatever reason, you would need to kind of assess whether your operations in that area are still safe. You might consider they're still safe if perhaps the traffic density is low, or whether you need to take other mitigating steps, whether that's technical or operational, in order to, as you say, satisfy the airport that they can still deliver a safe service.
Yes, but your position, this ultimately comes to the fact that the airport doesn't need to be concerned about this at this point.
No, because it's an inherent capability of the thermoscanter.
Okay. And that was a point covered at 4.2 on the table of costs and risks. On the question of video desensitization, is the result of video desensitization not that all of the detection over the turbine is lost as a result of that desensitization?
Yeah, it's how the thermo works. I mean, in terms of you lose that area over the wind turbine, but it mitigates the impact of that by making the area as small as possible. That is just an inherent part of the way the thermo is working.
And
sorry,
no, on you,
Mr. Brown.
sorry, on you go.
No, I was going to say, I mean, ultimately it comes down again to, the ultimate impact of that is probability of detection. Back to, can the thermo deliver 90% probability of detection? And the evidence is yes, it can. And it is doing that at Glasgow Presswick.
And if it can't, would mitigation be required for that as well? Because that would be an operational impact, would it not?
I guess refer back to my previous answer, because it would be the same.
So when the airport includes video desensitization as a concern at part 4.3 of the table, you would say that the airport doesn't have to be concerned about that.
Correct.
Paragraph 11.4, you deal with track seduction. And again, I think in short, your position comes to be that the thermoscanter can deal with that.
Yes, I mean, I think it was that those kind of specific performance attributes were investigated in other flight trials, and the accuracy, the overall accuracy of the thermoscanter is very good and exceeds kind of previous primary surveillance radars.
Would you accept that the result will vary from location to location?
Like any radar, yes.
And would you accept that the radar track can be seduced by more than one turbine?
It's a theoretical problem, theoretical technical impact, but again, the thermoscanter is designed. These potential impacts are well known and obviously documented in both the UK and European kind of documentations. They'll be well known by thermo, and it is designed to mitigate these to deliver the required level of performance in terms of probability of detection and accuracy and false track rate and suppression of clutter.
And if there's an issue with track seduction, will that mean that video blanking will be required on the thermo video processing?
I'm not sure I could comment on that, and that would be a matter for a thermo engineer.
But if the video is blank, does that not lead to potentially a dropped track appearing on the radar screen?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not aware that they are using video blanking in that way, but again, thermo are the best place to comment on that and to include it if necessary in the modelling. I mean, the thermo does work by effectively, there will be an area where there is no detection over the wind turbines, but as I said, that's just part of its design, and it keeps that area as small as possible in order to maintain an overall good probability of detection, which is evidenced by all the trial data available.
And if a track's dropped, would that not be of concern to the air traffic controller when you see the track drop from the screen?
Yes, it would. So, I mean, a track drop, in my experience, you would need 3 missed detections for that to happen, and certainly that's kind of linked to an operational sort of an operational impact that one missed track update, not necessarily a concern because they happen. 2, the controller would start to kind of take notice, and then obviously on the third one, if it was missed, that's the point the controller would be concerned, and it would have an impact on them, certainly in terms of trying to take kind of actions. And again, the probability detection requirement is set around sort of minimizing the probability of that happening.
But again, if that was to occur, would mitigation be required to address it?
Not specifically, because it is a situation that could occur and probably does occur in in operations around the world. You just want to minimize that probability as low as possible, because the controllers have to take extra actions in that event, for example, to establish radio contact with the aircraft, to ascertain kind of where it is by sort of manual position reporting. They might then have to kind of clear the area, around that particular aircraft if it dropped the track. So it wouldn't in itself require specific mitigation. Obviously, it was always happening at the same point. Now, that's a systematic problem which would need to be investigated. But the instant of a single track drop on its own wouldn't require mitigation, other than the operational kind of procedures and procedural mitigations that would be applied.
Yes, so there'd be an operational mitigation in your view there.
Yes, they would have to carry out some additional actions. Yeah, I mean, it's a situation that you want to try and avoid, and to set the performance parameters on your equipment to minimize that event happening.
So when the airport covers this point at 4.4 of the table of costs and risks, your position would be the airport shouldn't be concerned about that?
Yes, with regard to the proposed development, there's no specific risk from my point of view.
And on page 29 of your report, section 11.5, dealing with false tracks. Again, would you accept that remedying false tracks can only be achieved after optimization?
I think optimizing the false track performance, I said with any primary surveillance radar, it is a trade-off between probability of detection and false tracks. And I think you will always probably have some level of false tracks with a primary surveillance radar. It's kind of inherently impossible to remove altogether. So it is always a balancing act, and in that sense, it will be closely linked to the optimization process.
Okay, so if the result of the optimization was that the airport experienced an increasing number of false tracks, that would have an operational impact, would it?
Well, I hope obviously the point of the optimization is to remove those false tracks, but it would the impact would depend on where they occurred, and it is something you'd want to avoid on the approach to an airport.
Yes, and if it did occur and you want to avoid it, there'd have to be mitigation.
Yeah, again, it would probably be potentially an operational mitigation, perhaps similar to the case of the track drop. But again, these are all existing risks and risks with any primary surveillance radar and the balance of its performance and its optimization.
So when the airport covers the question of false tracks in its table of cost and risk at 4.5, again, your position would be that the airport shouldn't be concerned about that?
Yeah, based on the available evidence of the performance of the thermoscanter.
Now, when we looked at that section of the table, the shadow effect, well, shadow effect, if we can just go back to shadow effect for a moment. Shadow effect, if there was an adverse effect caused by shadow, one of the questions that I realised I didn't ask you there was, would mitigation be required to deal with that shadow to mitigate it?
I mean, in my opinion, no, based on the assessment I've done in terms of, I don't see that it will impact their operations, because I said there'd be no shadow effect. Any shadow effect would be below the minimum sector altitude.
And if there was a shadow effect, and mitigation was required, could that mitigation take the form of infill data from another feed, another radar feed?
But my position is that it won't, because
Well, I'm asking.
Well, I don't know, because you then have to kind of assess the operational impact, and my assessment is there is no operational impact. So to be able to answer the question about what mitigation is required, you need to know what the actual operational impact is. But my assessment is that there wouldn't, even if there was a shadow zone, which again, the Turboscan has demonstrated its ability to actually detect aircraft kind of in the theoretical shadow zone. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure I can't answer your question based on the assessment that I've done.
All right. 11.6, the cumulative adverse impact. I wish to come back to. But 11.7, I'll deal with first the adverse impact on navigational aids, radio communication equipment. The airport's position on this, as you know, is that it's received advice from its consultants that an assessment should be carried out. Now, if it's received that advice to carry out an assessment, is the airport not obliged then to carry out an assessment to satisfy its regulatory obligations?
Yes, it's part of its normal kind of safeguarding process that it needs to carry out. I'm just surprised that it's only been identified now, because as part of the safeguarding process, the initial kind of safeguarding impact is done quite early on in the process. I think it's at step 4. As I understand from the initial safeguarding checklist, that the original assessment from the safeguarding, of the communication equipment was there was no impact. It's only been subsequent to that and quite recent that this, that they've identified that there is a need, and they're right that there is a need as defined in CAP 670 Gen 02 to do the assessment. And I think, as I said this morning, yeah, except that is they have an obligation to do it, but I think the risk of any impacts on the communications infrastructure is low, given it's very low given obviously the ILS assessment we've done already, which is arguably one of the most sensitive pieces of equipment in terms of its sensitivity and the criticality in terms of how it's used, but also based on even the other information in Gen 02, which describes a very simple sort of traffic light system for trying to assess communication systems. And while they state it doesn't apply because of the size of the turbines, just even extrapolating out the kind of trends of that table in terms of what might be a sensible limit at which you could accept a wind farm at that distance and size. And so if you extrapolate out that table, it comes to about sort of 27, 28 kilometers, where you could almost automatically accept a wind farm, and that's obviously well within the 37 kilometers where the proposed development is. So yeah, I mean, I accept the need to do it, but I think the risk of any interference on the communication system is very low based on the information that I've seen.
And if there's a need to do it, does the applicant accept that the cost of that assessment should be borne by the applicant?
No, it's part of the normal airport safeguarding process that I would expect them to do at step 4, along with the initial impact on the radar and the ILS.
But is this not necessitated by the advice which the airport's received from its consultants in response to this particular application?
No, I think the advice has been received late, because they actually probably should have done it back at step 4 in accordance with the requirements in CAP 670.
Well, irrespective of whether it's late, does the fundamental fact not remain that it's necessitated by this particular proposal?
But it's normal safeguarding assessment, which they had already done at the same stage, the step 4, which raised the initial objection for the ILS and the radar, that's the point at which it should have been done. So it's normal daily business for an airport that it should carry out these safeguarding processes.
So does your position then come to this, that it may be required as a result of this? Sorry, your position comes to this, that it may be required because the airport has received advice to that effect, but you don't accept that that advice was given on the basis of the fact the airport was faced with the proposal from the applicant?
I mean, it is related to the proposal for the applicant in the same way that they needed to do an assessment on the potential impacts on the radar, the ILS, which they did do, and is, in my opinion, that's the normal business of an airport. I mean, in terms of carrying out the safeguarding processes. I mean, the same way that there's, you know, things that I have to do as part of my business that, you know, aren't directly related to what I need to do on a day, well, I want on a day-to-day basis in terms of my commercial operations, but I have to do to meet regulatory requirements. So if I had a freedom of information kind of request, I need to do it. And it's a bit of a pain, but I kind of need to do it. You know, in the same way that, you know, these are the processes that the airport is obliged to follow.
So your position is the applicant doesn't have any responsibility for these charges, which may be incurred in connection with the assessment?
Yes.
And that's the position, even although the requirement for the assessment stems from this proposal?
Yes, because it's normal kind of airport safeguarding business, and, you know, I would expect that, you know, certainly in time you could make these processes kind of very efficient.
Now, if the assessment's done and there's an adverse impact, is that impact one which will have to be mitigated?
Well, again, it comes back to an assessment of the operational impact. So it's you know, speculating kind of about the future, and it's hard to judge if a mitigation would be required and what that mitigation would be without actually kind of assessing the operational impact. But as I said, you know, my opinion is that it's highly unlikely that there would be any impact based on the, you know, the information I have available.
But you referred there to the fact that for the starting point would be an operational impact, and then from that you would determine whether mitigation is required. That's your position?
Well, I mean, the assessment they need to do, you would need to calculate the theoretical interference level, and to assess whether that meets the stated requirements, I think, within CAP 670. And so, you know, if it exceeded the interference thresholds, you then need to kind of then move on to the next stage in terms of assessing what that actually may mean from an operational point of view, and in which areas that you've determined that might occur. So it's sort of similar in that sense in terms of the process we took with the ILS, in terms of, you know, estimating the interference levels and showing that it was within the defined interference thresholds.
So the airport covers this in their table of costs and risks on page 8 at 3.6. The aeronautical radio station infrastructure safeguarding. Is the airport right to be concerned about the potential impact from the turbine development?
Yeah, I recognise the need to do the assessment, because that's what's, you know, in the documentation in the CAP 670. But, you know, I don't believe that they need to be concerned, and I don't think they were concerned kind of originally when they did the first impact assessment from the comm system.
And if there's an operational impact, your position is that, well, whether it needs to be mitigated will depend upon what the impact is, the operational impact is?
Yes.
But there could still be a cost associated with providing that mitigation.
I'm speculating again now, so it, you know, I can't really attribute a cost to something that may or may not happen, and kind of don't know the scope of it. So
yeah, but I'd asked you, if there was an operational impact, would it have to be mitigated?
yeah, I mean, if there was an operational impact, you would have you would probably have to determine some sort of mitigation, which again might not have a cost associated with it. It might be advice to pilots. It might be procedural. Again, you know, really speculating in terms of where that impact is.
But there's the potential, at least, is there not, for cost to be incurred in connection with a mitigation solution?
Yeah, I mean, yes, but we're speculating about, you know, any combination of things that could happen in the future.
All right, paragraph 11.8, dealing with adverse impact and IFPs. Now, on this particular point, the airport's IFP designer has recommended an IFP study. Now, if that's Mr. Thompson's advice, do you accept that in light of the advice that that assessment has to be carried out?
I mean, I guess he's right to consult with the IFP designer, but based on the assessment we've done, just don't think it's necessary to do the assessment. I mean, there has to come a point where, you know, you decide that it really isn't necessary because there is no risk of infringing the obstacle clearance requirements, and that's, you know, that's my position for the assessment we've done. Now, clearly, if the airport, for whatever reason, isn't competent in my assessment, you know, again, they have an obligation to undertake that and to undertake it with their approved IFP designer. But yeah, I mean, I haven't seen any justification why they think it's actually necessary.
Are you able to confirm whether this is a cost which the applicant has agreed to meet?
I believe it is certainly something they've offered, yes.
All right. Now, if there is found to be an adverse impact, will mitigation be required for that?
But I mean, there's clearly no risk. I mean, given the assessment we've done, I mean, there's so much kind of margin between the lowest level of the published procedure and the highest tip of the turbine that, you know, I can't see. Yeah, you know, there just is no risk. I mean, it's negligible for me. It really is negligible, and I'm still kind of puzzled about the justification for the need to actually go through the full IFP assessment.
But if there is found to be an adverse impact, is it one which will require to be mitigated?
Yeah, again, it depends on what the actual finding would be. So, you know, prejudging what that might be, and therefore how, you know, how you might mitigate it. I mean, it is, yeah, I mean, I just, again, sort of judging what mitigation might be required without, you know, without understanding what someone is suggesting the impact is. It's incredibly hard to do, but I just see this, you know, from the assessment we've done, I can't see how there will be. It's just the risk of that happening is negligible in my opinion.
All right. So in your view, when the airport covers this in its table of cost risk, page 8, line 3.5, you would say the airport has no reason to be concerned?
In respect to the proposed development, yes.
Right. If we can take you back to paragraph 11.6 of your report, which deals with cumulative adverse impact faced by the airport.
Okay.
And I think your position comes to this, that as far as you're concerned, the thermoscanter is able to deal with the impact of the development. And you say in the middle of paragraph 11.6.2, 6 lines down, that the only cumulative impact to consider is the processing capacity of the thermoscanter to deal with lower turbines. And you say you've already assessed that.
Yes.
Now, when dealing with this issue of cumulative impact, first of all, I can take you to the document, which is, and Mr. Thompson will speak to this when he gives evidence, but it's the cumulative impact map which he has prepared, which is CD 1950.
have it in front of me.
Yes. So if you I'll just give me a moment, I'll get it in front of me as well. Now, Mr. Thompson will explain this in his evidence, but for present purposes, what we see here is operational wind farms, those for which consent has been granted, those which are under construction, and those which are somewhere in the planning process. And we see on the southeastern flank of the operational coverage of the radar here, the proliferation of wind farms from Clockery in the southwest up to Kennockshead in the northeast, and we can just see Sanquhar 2, sorry, in the middle of that, and we see that the controlled airspace is outlined, and we see at the heart of that there's a pin which has PIC ARP, so that's the airport there. So that's the location of the airport in relation to these wind farms. And we see there is a red line travelling in a southeast direction from that pin mark to the centre of the proliferation of wind farms. And that's the centreline approach to the runway. Is all of that accepted, Mr. Parkinson?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, are you aware of any other airports in the UK which are facing the same number of wind farm developments in such close proximity to the airport?
Oh, I haven't done an assessment, so I couldn't comment.
Yeah. And would you accept that if we take the centre line and we run it into the middle of the wind farms, that there is a fairly dense area of wind farms in the vicinity of Sanquhar 2?
I mean, similar density to other areas, and I think it's kind of obviously made worse by the size of the icons. But yeah, there's a number of wind farm names in that vicinity.
Yes, and of course, one of the things which is shown on here is the buffer zone, which we touched upon earlier, which would be applied by an ATC to avoid the clutter, which would be created by the wind farms. And of course, that's on the basis that no mitigation's provided and all of that clutter comes through on the radar screen. Now, when you consider the question of cumulative impact in paragraph 11.6.1, having set the scene for that, your focus was on the clutter being created by wind farms, was it not? And the mitigation of that clutter.
Well, it was based on the thermoscanter's ability to mitigate, to obviously suppress the clutter and maintain probability detection performance, and having sufficient capacity to do that with the current unknown known planned wind farms.
Yeah, but if the airport is faced with that number of wind farms, I think we got to a point earlier where it wasn't clear to you whether Terma would in fact be able to deal with that number of wind farms in the radar line, or the volume coverage of the radar.
I mean, there was a point in uncertainty in the exact capacity of the thermoscanter that's specifically installed at Glasgow Prestwick, but also the understanding that there is sufficient capacity now. So if you're looking at the specific impact of the proposed developments, on top of the existing wind farms, then no, that cumulative effect, it's not going to have an impact because it's within the capacity of the radar.
Yes, but when we talked about this earlier, it was on the basis that the airport would face the prospect of 500, potentially something to the order of 520 turbines within its operational coverage?
That relates to future developments, future proposals that aren't specifically related to the proposed development. So you can only make an assessment on kind of what we know now, and we know that the radar does have sufficient capacity now, considering the turbines that are already there. So kind of that's the only thing you can kind of assess against as a certainty in terms of the cumulative impact of the proposed development on top of that.
Yes, but we had this discussion before, and what I was asking you to do was consider this on the basis of 520 turbines within the operational coverage of the radar. And if we got to the point, let's just proceed in the assumption that we got to the point there that Terma did start to exceed our capacity. Is the risk of that that Terma would start to drop tracks, or tracks it considers less important?
Yes, there is the risk that would happen, but I would expect the airport to if there were new developments coming along that would make it exceed the capacity, I would expect them to have to obviously object to those developments based on the fact the cumulative impact at that point would have exceeded the capacity available. But there would be a specific link to the current capacity, the fact that there was no additional capacity left to accommodate that wind farm. But that's, again, looking at other things in the future. I think all we can look at now in terms of, does the radar have sufficient capacity now to accommodate the proposed development? Yes. Do we think that it will meet the 90% probability of detection based on that assessment? Yes. And therefore, based on what we know now, wouldn't be an impact on the air traffic services. Anything else in the future, again, is speculating and is not related directly to the proposed development.
So your position is that's no concern of the applicant?
Yes.
And when you considered the question of the ability of Terma to deal with the cumulative impact, even within its capacity, did you take account of the fact that the optimization of a new wind farm coming into the radar line of sight, even if Terma still has capacity to deal with that may require the optimization for wind farms which are already operating and have been optimized?
No, not specifically. It was looking, the capacity assessment was looking, purely at the track capacity of the Terma and ability to accommodate both the wind turbines and expected kind of aircraft numbers. But again, looking at the location of the proposed development against existing, wind farms, they're in the same vicinity, but they're not that close in the sense of they don't appear like a single homogeneous wind farm. So, I don't see that there would be any need to re-optimize the existing kind of wind farms in relation to the proposed development. It's a consideration that you would need to make, but given the distance, the separation between the wind farms, I don't believe it's one that is actually material consideration in this case.
Well, there's still a possibility you might have to do it.
Again, based on what I can see in terms of the locations, I think that it's highly unlikely.
So when the airport in in their table of cost and risk, page 13, row 5.6, expresses concern about the cumulative impact of wind farms on Terma, your position would be that's no concern to the applicant?
Yes, I don't think there is a cumulative impact with respect specifically to the proposed development.
But do you accept that it's a concern which the airport should have regarding to the number of operational wind farms which are within its radar coverage currently, and the number of proposed, or at least those which are somewhere in the planning process?
So it's clearly something that the airport does need to keep an eye on, and I think actually one of the CAP documents, recognises this, this impact that you almost have to treat each one on a first come first served basis. But so it is something that the airport needs to track. But as I said, with regard specifically to the proposed development, there is no specific cumulative impact.
But if in the future there is an impact, cumulative impact, would you accept that Sanquhar 2 will have made its contribution to that cumulative impact?
Well, it depends what you mean. It's used as a very broad term, cumulative impact, without kind of saying cumulative impact of what. It's, as the discussion we had earlier, that it's using capacity. Does it have a right to use that capacity? Yes. In that sense, that the radar's designed to enable kind of wind farm and green energy. I understand that the developers obviously already contributed to the TERMA, so an implementation of the TERMA scanter. So I think it has every right to use up some of that capacity, which the term was intended to be used. That's it's capacity there to be used for wind turbines. I mean, that's what the term is intended to be used for.
Well, I think that will be taken up in other evidence, Mr. Parkinson. But for the moment, when the airport expresses concern about capacity for TERMA, you say that the airport doesn't have to be concerned about that. Now, supposing that we got to the point where TERMA was about to exceed capacity, would mitigation be required for that? How would the airport deal with that?
Well, I think well, again, it depends on the reason for the exceeding capacity. If it was because of a new planned, wind farm, they would have to object to it, on those grounds. Equally, obviously, they could look to increase the capacity. And as I said earlier, TERMA state that in one of their other articles that the 1,000 track capacity that they quoted was based on very modest hardware architecture, and that was a quote back from 2012. So it seems to me that processing power is not necessarily an issue here, and it would be entirely possible to upgrade the processing power to increase the capacity if that was what was required. And
that would be an upgrade at additional cost, would it?
I would imagine so, but that's not specifically related to the development. It would be related to whatever was causing the capacity increase at that point in time.
And when you covered the question of cumulative impact, you didn't consider the aggregative effect of shadow.
No, not specifically, but I believe we covered that in our earlier discussion.
Yeah, and you didn't consider the question of the aggregative effect of desensitization.
Well, no, but again, I think we covered that earlier in terms of that there is no impact, in my opinion, based on the capabilities of the TERMA scanter.
And did you consider whether there might be an impact caused, or an exacerbation of the impact caused by the convergence of desensitization, shadow, TERMA capacity being reduced?
No, but it still all comes back to the evidence. Ultimately, all of those effects combining, all these effects do interact in terms of affecting the actual performance of the radar. So it comes back again to what can the radar achieve, and the evidence is there to say that it can achieve 90% probability detection, or exceed 90% probability detection in the presence of wind farms. Now, whether that's kind of one wind farm or an aggregate of wind farms, trials have been done over quite large wind farms. That's what you're looking for in terms of the again, the impact, is it, can it meet that operational requirement, which is the operational requirement of the airport for its air traffic services?
Sorry, and if it can't meet the requirement, would mitigation not be required for that?
Yeah, again, I think we probably covered it sort of in our discussions. Again, it would depend on where that occurred, how it would interact with the services being provided, and yes, there may be a technical or an operational mitigation.
Yeah, and if that technical mitigation involved having to acquire an infill radar or data feeds or further sensors for the SSR coverage, all of that would have to be fed into the MRT, would it not?
It's likely that that's how it would be implemented, yes.
Yes, and there'd be a cost involved in inputting or reconfiguring the MRT to allow that data to be input.
Yes, but we're speculating about something that may not happen in the future.
Yeah, again, so when the airport covers this on page 13 of its table on costs and risks at 5.7 MRT capacity, you would just say that's not something the airport needs to be concerned about.
Correct.
And in terms of your conclusions on cumulative impact, you didn't take any account of potential cumulative effects on the ILS.
No, the assessment that we did was based on the Sanquhar 2, but obviously the conclusion of the interference assessment showed that there was a big safety margin between the results we got to the thresholds that would. I mean, anyway, those thresholds are set with safety margin anyway, to account for some level of cumulative effect. So, again, the conclusion is that in combination with the wind farms that are there, there's no evidence of them having an impact on the ILS already. But any interference that would be generated would be negligible, even considering any cumulative effect, and our conclusions wouldn't be changed. And then considering any other future kind of wind turbines and how they might affect the ILS is again not specific to the proposed development.
So when the airport considers this issue at page 12 of its table on costs and risks in line 5.3, you would say that the airport shouldn't be concerned about it, and in any event, it's nothing to do with the applicant. Is that what the position comes down to? And when you came to your conclusion on cumulative adverse impacts, did you consider the adverse cumulative impact on instrument flight procedures or IFPs?
I don't think that's necessary. I don't see that actually almost as a valid kind of proposition. It's you would assess each new potential obstruction in the environment on its own merits. Now, clearly, if you accepted an obstruction and carried out a mitigation by changing the procedure, and then you had multiple obstructions, then that would have an impact. But basically, that's not going to happen. I mean, obviously, if there's an obstruction there, if it does obstruct with the current procedure, they would object. But the assessment is with the proposed development that there's negligible risk of that happening based on the assessment we've conducted. And everything else, all the other, I assume they've carried out those assessments for all of the other wind farms. So there is no cumulative effect for the existing wind farms and Sanquhar 2, and any future wind farms would just be assessed on a case-by-case basis.
So when the airport considers this risk at page 12, row 5.4, your position would be, well, that's nothing to do with the applicant.
Well, I think we've shown that the risk of this particular development in respect to the IFPs is negligible.
So yes, we're at a stage in this table though where we're looking at cumulative impacts. So this is.
Yeah, I think I don't think there is a cumulative impact to talk about here, not related to the proposed development.
Yeah, so that's your position is that's nothing to do with the applicant.
Yes.
And again, when you were considering cumulative adverse impact, did you consider the adverse impact, cumulative adverse impact on the VHF radio equipment?
I mean, my assessment, you know, obviously the kind of requirement to do this interference assessment as per the CAP 670 methodology is quite new. So I'm only basing my assessment on the information I have, you know, available, and the work that we've already done, and the distance I said of the proposed development from the communication infrastructure, and therefore the likelihood of any interference being you know, being negligible. And again, I think if you look at talk about the cumulative assessment, well, you know, if there had been any concern already about the performance of the communication system, it would have been notified already, particularly at that first safeguarding assessment step. So, you know, say given the distance, yeah, there might be some contribution to interference, but, you know, as per the ILS assessment, I would expect it to be well below any interference thresholds. And again, therefore, the cumulative interference, cumulative effect of interference based on what's there now and Sanquhar in addition to be negligible.
So again, when the airport covers this on page 12 of its table in costs and risks at 5.5, you would say that there is no impact.
Yes, of the proposed development, yes.
Well, again, we're dealing with this in a cumulative context. Are you saying that even if there's a cumulative impact, ultimately it's nothing to do with the applicant?
No, I think there's no risk of a cumulative impact of the existing wind turbines and then Sanquhar 2 in addition to it. But any future wind turbines that may be built, I mean, they need to be assessed on their own merit. But that's nothing to do with the proposed development. We can only assess based on the cumulative impact now, the kind of the known situation.
And when arriving at your conclusion on TERMA, or so your conclusion on the cumulative impact in 11.6, which focused on TERMA, did you consider the adverse cumulative impact on SSR?
Well, the SSR is the responsibility of NATS, and so NATS would have carried out their own assessment, and I think NATS were notified about the proposed development, and so I haven't followed necessarily that kind of line, but my understanding is that NATS aren't objecting now, so they would have assessed the potential cumulative impact of the proposed development on the SSR, and I'm not aware that they're currently objecting, and therefore, you know, they're best placed to make that assessment, and it should be fine.
Now, when we were considering earlier CAP 764 and the ALARP process, sorry, CAP 760, and we were considering the ALARP process, and we were talking, if you remember, about the fact that the airport has to keep under review the effectiveness of its systems. If the airport is facing an increasing number of wind farms in its operational coverage, is the airport not right to be concerned about the cumulative effect they would have upon the operations of the airport?
Yes, so I think when each new development that they need to assess that contribution in addition to what's there already.
And would the airport, as part of its constant review of the impact, wind farms becoming operational, not those that are proposed, but wind farms becoming operational, if the airport is concerned about the impact of wind farms becoming operational, would it not be justified in commissioning flight trials to check what the cumulative impact is from time to time?
Well, they will all be carrying out flight trials as part of the regulatory requirement, for example, on the radar. I mean, that's a normal requirement independent of the wind farm. So, you know, that will be happening anyway. Same with the ILS. You know, there are regular flight checks that need to be done, I believe, as they do, you know, and again, in the cost and risk table, they say when they do the radar flight trials, you can also check the VHF comms performance. So it's something they should be doing already and will continue to do. And it's not an activity that's specifically related to the proposed development.
No, my question was about the number of wind farm developments generally, not about your particular development.
I'm not sort of, well, that regular testing that I just described isn't specific to the proposed development. It is the regular activity that an airport would do anyway, independent of the proposed developments. And through that process, it would, you know, be able to monitor the environment in general and for issues, regardless of whether they're caused by wind farms or not. So in that sense, my response was not specific to the proposed development, but was a sort of general response in terms of the actions that the airport, I think, would be already undertaking to monitor the ongoing performance of its systems to make sure they're performing, you know, to the right requirement to deliver the air traffic services it needs to.
Yes, but if it wasn't for the number of wind farms in the operational coverage of the airport, would the airport have to carry out the same type of assessment?
Yes.
And would that assessment, in your view, be less complicated or less complicated by having no turbines within the operational coverage of the airport?
No, I think the basic kind of assessment, flight checking would be the same. I mean, you're looking at the signal quality, you know, essentially, for something like the ILS and the comm system, signal strength, for the radar, probability detection, and that process is the same, you know, regardless of kind of what's on the ground and the wind turbines being there. It's no different.
All right, so when the airport raises this issue in its table of costs and risks at page 12, just to be clear about this, item 5.2, flight trials, you say that there is no additional cost as a result of the cumulative impact of wind farms.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, having reviewed all of that, does the fact not remain, though, that the airport is quite right in its concern about the accumulation of wind farms in its operational coverage?
Sorry, you broke up there, Mr. Brown, just very slightly. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, certainly. Is the airport not quite right in its concern about the proliferation of wind farms in its operational coverage?
Yes, it is something that it will need to keep a careful eye on.
Yes, of course, because we find, I think you'd referred to this earlier, but in CAP 764, which is CD 13.2, at page 30, in paragraph 2.46,
Sorry, can you repeat that? It's CAP 764, wasn't it?
yes, page 30,
Okay, I'm with you.
2.46, we have their commentary from the CAA on the cumulative effects.
Yeah.
And we can see there in 2.46 that the CAA says that there is no doubt that while developments with small numbers of wind turbines can have an adverse effect on aviation operations, it's the proliferation of developments and the resulting cumulative effect that's far more significant concern. It may be possible to successfully mitigate the effects of a single turbine or small development. However, the combined effect of numerous individual turbines or multiple wind turbine developments can be hard, if not impossible, to mitigate. And then it certainly goes on to say that the ANSP may lodge objections to subsequent developments in areas where they had previously been able to accommodate proposed wind turbine developments. But on the basis that, and then in paragraph 2.47, there's further comment on it that the cumulative effect of geographically separated wind turbine developments may have more impact on aviation than if such developments were located in close proximity to each other. For example, individual areas of clutter separated by 5 nautical miles could have more impact on the provision of ATS than one slightly larger area of clutter. And you accept that that's a reference there to the fact that when an air traffic controller sees clutter on their screen, they will apply a buffer around that clutter to allow a margin for safety.
Yes, but obviously that's what the term is designed to mitigate.
Yes, the term is designed to mitigate that, but if an airport wishes to avoid that operational impact, mitigation will have to be provided for the lifetime of all of the developments, which would otherwise cause clutter. Would you not?
Well, I mean, not sure I fully follow the question, but again, the term is inherently designed to be able to sort of cope with wind turbines, as well as still meeting its probability detection requirement. And yes, that performance obviously needs to be maintained for the life. That performance requirement will need to, assuming, well, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, the performance requirement, but for the foreseeable future, they need to maintain that performance requirement. And again, as we just talked about, again, that's why the regular flight checking is done to monitor that performance. But once the termo is optimized, there are no other actions required in relation to a specific development in order to keep achieving the detection that's been achieved.
Yes, sorry, and my point about maintaining the optimization was that, of course, the airport would have to make sure that the clutter remained removed from the screens, if I can put it that way, because if it didn't, it would then start to have operational issues created by.
Sorry, Mr. Brown, continue.
Sorry, yes, no, I was just finishing off that question that if it didn't maintain the mitigation, the airport or an airport would then face the re-emergence of clutter on the screens, the radar screens, and that would create an operational impact for the airport. Is that not correct?
That would be true of the S511 now in terms of its clutter processing. I mean, forgetting sort of wind turbines, which obviously have an impact. That if a primary surveillance radar, again, they've developed the kind of clutter suppression techniques over the years, and clearly when you implement it, that clutter suppression technique needs to maintain for the life of the radar, and in fact the clutter, particularly where it's generated from things like kind of hills, which are never going to go away. So yes, you need to maintain it, but it's just an inherent part of the kind of evolution, or inherent part of a primary surveillance radar, what it needs to do. And as I said, the term is the next kind of evolution of primary surveillance radars and a more intelligent way of dealing with clutter, and particularly the challenge of wind turbine clutter.
Yes, but the fundamental point is that if the radar is optimized to remove that clutter, then the airport has to ensure that the clutter will always be mitigated in order to ensure it has the full use of the airspace.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the term is designed to do.
Mr. Brown, sorry to interrupt. Can I ask how much longer do you anticipate requiring for cross-examination? Sorry, no, on you go.
I think about 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. I think we'll aim to finish cross-examination. I don't intend to ask my questions this afternoon, or for Mr. Hardy to re-examine Mr. Parkinson today. So can I just check, Mr. Parkinson, are you free tomorrow to join us before I make that final decision? Yes, you are. Excellent.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you, sir. So when the airport raises this concern at page 12 of its table of costs and risks in 5.1 about the cumulative adverse impact faced by the airport, would you say that the airport is right to be concerned about the cumulative impact?
Well, I haven't seen any evidence that needs to be a concern based on the cumulative impact based on what's there already. I mean, yes, it might need to look at other proposed developments and how they might interact. But again, then, you can only in my opinion, take those on a first come first served basis. But again, maybe that's one more for kind of planning policy rather than rather than sort of the hearing this session. So again, I haven't seen any evidence that the Sanquhar 2 would generate additional problems because of a cumulative impact on top of what's already there.
So your position on this would be, this isn't the applicant's concern, maybe the airport's concern, but it's got nothing to do with the applicant.
Correct. Yep.
Now, there's just one last point about the table of costs and risks, which is in row 3.7 on page 9 of the table of costs and risks. And that's about the removal of turbines during the lifetime of the wind farm as well as at decommissioning. Do you accept that when a turbine is removed or is decommissioned, that would then necessitate further work to the radar to undo or reverse the optimization which have been carried out for that turbine or that wind farm?
So yeah, I mean, I thought about this actually. I sort of mulled it over. My initial feeling was, well, no, if the radar is achieving the the required level of service, then removing the turbines wouldn't necessarily affect that. But I think I have changed my view slightly. That yes, it is a specific change in the environment, and it's certainly not ideal that the radar is not optimized as much as it can be, and again, particularly from a safety point of view. So yes, I would say that this is something that is specifically related to the proposed developments.
Okay, thank you. Now, when it comes to the size, this has actually been back to your evidence in chief from this morning. When it comes to the size of the turbines, we're obviously in an era where the turbine sizes are increasing. We've got tip heights of 200 meters here and rotor diameters of 150 meters. Does the size of the turbines not mean that there will be more reflection of energy from those turbines?
Yes.
And would that, without mitigation, not make it more difficult to see wanted targets?
No, I think it would make the mitigation processes implemented in the TERMA easier, because they've got a stronger return from the turbine itself, in a stable kind of track. So in that sense, no, I don't think it makes a difference at all. There is potentially the area around the turbine that's in effect you won't be able to see the aircraft, and then the corresponding reduction in probability detection. But again, that would be accounted for in the TERMA modelling.
Now, if there is an increased return from the turbines, would that not mean that more optimization would be required?
No, not in my opinion.
Yeah. And if more optimization, I know it's not your opinion, but if more optimization was in fact required, would that not adversely affect the probability of detection even further?
No, not the level of optimization.
And on the second point about the density of and intensity of wind farm development, if you've got a more dense wind farm environment, is that not going to create more reflection back to the radar?
Well, it'd be the radar resolution is sufficient that it will, in effect, it's not seeing all of the turbines together. So it's not related in that sense, that you'll get more reflection kind of back at the same time, because it will kind of see each turbine individually effectively. And again, that's how it's tracking each turbine individually. So it's just related to the size of an individual turbine rather than the density of them.
even if the way the turbines are laid out, in effect, the radar sees as it's doing its sweep one turbine, one turbine, one turbine, even if they're at different ranges?
Yeah, so I mean that's again to do with how the radar's designed and it's the resolution it has both in terms of azimuth and range. And as I said, the Terma has much higher resolution than the existing radar. So effectively, as it's looking in one direction instantaneously, it's sending out obviously sort of radio pulses, and is able to kind of differentiate those that are coming back from different ranges, and to be able to distinguish between targets at different ranges along the same azimuth, and that's part of its kind of resolution capability. So it's getting the power back at different points in time, and again it comes back to the kind of almost the points on the dynamic range of the receiver, particularly if you've got, as I said, talked about maybe a small aircraft target beyond a particular turbine along the same range. It can still detect both because it's able to kind of quickly return back to its kind of base level of sensitivity. And then again, as the radar scans round, it's now in a new time period for the receiver, and it's detecting new replies along that azimuth.
So it comes to this that density doesn't have any adverse impact in your view?
So density can have an adverse impact on the probability of detection reduction factor, and sort of as I said, I think this morning that it's not a given that a bigger turbines will result in lower probability detection, because it is about actually the density of the turbines. And in fact, with a larger turbines, when they might be less densely packed, and the overall effect might be a lower probability reduction compared to maybe smaller wind turbines, but more densely packed. And we need to run the calculations to for different scenarios to kind of to see that. But again, that's the sort of discussion we've had with Terma on other projects, and in terms of the potential different impacts of different types of wind farms on the radar.
All right, and this morning you said that in uncontrolled airspace, Class G airspace, there might be an argument for reducing the probability of detection from 90%. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was postulating when I said that in reality, I think people just set the 90% probability detection, and I haven't actually seen that done anyway. And if you've got different requirements for different applications, typically you'll just take the most constraining, and that is the 90% probability detection. So I think, again, I don't think anyone's sort of disputing that's the requirement we're looking to meet. But I think if you were, hypothetically, again, looking at maybe there was a reduction in the low level kind of performance, and if it was kind of not quite meeting 90% but just below, but it's it's where you're providing the service in uncontrolled airspace, then you might accept it. And the service in uncontrolled airspace is going to stop at some point. There is a natural low level limit of the radar below which it can't provide performance, and typically you will provide that service in the uncontrolled airspace down as far as you're able, your best effort. And again, in actual fact, the Terma Scanter, I think, from the flight trials has been shown to typically have better low level performance again than the S511, the trial that was carried out at Newcastle Airport.
All right, so are you withdrawing your suggestion then or your argument about the fact that you could have a lower probability of detection, arguably in uncontrolled airspace?
I was using it for illustration, so I think no one in this case, in terms of is disputing that the probability of detection requirement that Glasgow Press have set is 90%.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Parkinson. I've got no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Parkinson. As I said a few moments ago, I don't think it would be fair, probably, on Mr. Parkinson for me to start asking questions now. We've had a long day on the virtual stand. So my suggestion is that we resume, and we'll start tomorrow at 9:30. After a brief introduction, I'll ask my questions first, then I'll hand over to Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy, are you content with that approach?
Yes, I am. I mean, I can certainly say that on the basis of what I've heard, nothing justifies re-examination. So I'll look at my notes. If I do need to come back, then it'll be short. But at the moment, I'm not intending to re-examine at all.
Okay, well, that's helpful to know. I do have a few questions which I will want to ask. I'll have overnight to gather my thoughts on that one, so that's helpful. Okay, so we shall resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Just be aware that we do have a separate link for joining in each day, so please just don't forget that, so you can log in easily tomorrow. And Mr. Parkinson, again, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to not have conversations with your colleagues, Mr. Hardy, there overnight, so we can resume tomorrow. Yeah, as I say, with my questions. So that draws us to a close for today. Thank you for your input so far, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you very much. So good night to you. Thank you. Bye bye.
Good night. Thank you.